Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Sack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are water away. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and the Shakeouts. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Happy Monday, my friends. Happy Monday. Today is Monday, August 10th, 2026, and we are here for day 10 of the Lindsay Clancy trial in Massachusetts, Plymouth Superior Court. And it took until day 9 before we ever started getting any real evidence about what is happening or what had happened or what did happen to Lindsay Clancy with regard to her medical treatment and her over-medication, perhaps, and perhaps the neurotoxicity that was going on in her brain from all of these drugs that she was on. I don't know. Well, first of all, everyone, please smash the like button on your way in. If you're on the replay, please smash the like button as well. It really helps the algorithm. It helps this stream get out to other people who may want to watch the trial with live commentary, who are otherwise suffering and crying over in the law and crime chat because it is so vicious and vitriolic. They might not know that we exist. And if they don't know that we exist, then how can they come join us, right? Did Court TV shut their chat down? I don't even know. I don't know who needs to hear this. But this is for my kids and everyone else who is spending way too much time on TikTok. Patrick Clancy did not murder his children. I'm going to say it a little bit louder for those of you in the back. Patrick Clancy did not murder his children. I'm not going to tolerate that kind of talk in my chat, and with good reason, because I've been doing this for a long time. I've been here on YouTube for 3 years. I've covered a lot of trials. The way that I cover trials is differently from the way other people might cover trials. I happen to have empathy for all sides, mostly because I'm an empath. We watched another trial that Kevin Reddington was the defense attorney. It was he represented a guy, a surgeon, a robotic urology surgeon who strangles his wife. His name was Dr. Harry Turk. I think that was in Dover. Were they from Dover, Massachusetts? And Harry Turk strangled his wife to death, and he admitted it. He fully admitted it. His wife's name was Katie McLean. There was some evidence that he had been abusive before. She was trying to leave him. They had separated. They maybe were going to get back together. There was some, parts of the divorce that were a little bit, she wanted a lot from him, and then she wanted to get back together with him. There was a lot of evidence that was not good for Katie, but nobody in my chat was bashing Katie. And the reason why, and I didn't really find this out until we were midway through the trial, but just because of basic human decency, number one. Number two, Katie McLean's daughter was in our chat. And sometimes the family is watching and you don't know that they're watching. And so I'm not going to have comments flying through my chat and in my comments about craziness about Patrick, because let me tell you something. And Jennifer Coffendoffer is out there like throwing logs on the fire. Like, it's insane. Don't you think that if there was one shred of evidence that Patrick Clancy had anything to do with this, that Kevin Reddington would grab onto that and that would be Lindsay Clancy's defense? Don't you think that that would be a third-party culprit defense would be much easier for a jury to swallow than a postpartum psychosis defense, which hardly anybody knows anything about? In fact, we saw Dr. Goodhart testify on Friday. She was a treating doctor at McLean, a psychiatrist who had never, ever treated a case of postpartum psychosis in her career. And she'd been doing it for a long time. So please just, if that is the kind of stuff that you feel like you need to put in a chat somewhere on the internet, Law and Crime will have you. They'll be happy to have you. I don't think he's going to pull a surprise third-party culprit case, and I'm not going. He's just not. We would know about it by now. He would need permission from the court. He would need permission from the court to present a third-party culprit defense. Remember what happened in the Karen Reed trials? They had to ask for permission, and there were only certain people that they were allowed to point to, and there's been no evidence of that. So please, if you would like to go spew conspiracy theories, please go. Yeah, he raised money from a GoFundMe. I don't know where it went. Maybe it went to her lawyer's fees. It's none of our business. He also started a foundation for postpartum awareness, and he ran a marathon in honor of his 3 children. I mean, can we just leave the man alone? And again, also the affair rumors, okay? If Patrick Clancy was having an affair and there was any evidence of that, even a shred of evidence, one text message, one email in his phone extraction, one text message from Lindsay to her girlfriends talking about that she found out, don't you think that that would be the Commonwealth's theory? Because I don't even know what their theory is right now. Do you? I have no idea what their theory is. That would be their theory. That Lindsay found out that Patrick was having an affair, she got angry, and she decided to punish him by killing the children. That would be a theory that might hold some water if it was true. It's not true. Just stop. Why does everybody have to believe that there's something else at play here? Postpartum psychosis is real. It is very rare. It affects 1 to 2 out of 1,000 women. Something else that I want to talk to you about, intrusive thoughts. A lot of people don't know what intrusive thoughts are. Oh, and going back to their theory, I don't really know what their theory was. I went back and listened to Shannon with the one end, Buckingham with a Bose opening. And it's very unclear. And the longer the trial goes on, the more unclear their theory is. She said initially in the opening that Lindsay didn't want to go back to work. Every time she had a baby, she didn't want to go back to work. She didn't think anybody could take care of the baby as well as she could. And she was, a meticulous planner, and she wrote all these notes and all these rules and regulations for the nanny. And she had everything planned down to the minute, and the meals and every single thing that the kids were allowed to eat, and every nap time down to the minute, trying to make her look like some sort of controlling freak that took the lives of her children because she didn't think anybody else could take care of them as well as she could. And she didn't want to go back to work, and she didn't have a nanny anymore to do her light housekeeping and cooking. So she just couldn't handle it anymore and decided to kill her kid. Like, it makes no sense. And I felt so validated when I watched our friend Peter Tragos, lawyer, and his dad, Papa Tragos, talking about this. I think it was last night. I don't all the days are blending together. But even Papa Tragos, who has been practicing criminal law for way longer than I have, and I've been doing it for over 30 years, he didn't even know what their theory was. He's like, the theory is unclear. He said, I don't even think they know what their theory is. They're just going to pick a theory as the testimony goes on. It's so bizarre. I've never seen a case like this where the prosecutor doesn't even have an idea of what happened and really isn't giving the jury anything to even think about, right? It was last night, right? It was so good. So good. And I love it when they banter back and forth, father, son, because they're both lawyers, and I love it. They talk about it, and they don't always agree with each other, which is nice. So I like when he has his dad on. First, let's look at today's motivational quote of the day. Dale Carnegie said, this is from Monday, August 10th, 2026. Inaction breeds doubt and fear. Action breeds confidence and courage. If you want to conquer fear, do not sit at home and think about it. Go out and get busy. Go out and get busy. Want to hear that again? I do. Dale Carnegie said, inaction breeds doubt and fear. Action breeds confidence and courage. If you want to conquer fear, do not sit home and think about it. Go out and get busy. So good, right? Isn't that so good? I know sometimes it's hard to get out and get around and get stuff done, but sometimes you got to just do it. You got to start. Starting is the hardest part, right? It's like anything else. It's like getting back to the gym. It's like going to yoga. It's like the hardest thing is just getting yourself there. And once you get there, get out and get busy. Once you get there, it's always easier, right? Let's take a look at our badass affirmation of the day because we got one of those too. I'm gonna play you a little clip on intrusive thoughts. Some women fear the fire. Some women simply become it. What? Some women fear the fire. Some women simply become it. You are fire, girl. Don't forget it. Don't forget it. I'm going to talk to you about intrusive thoughts for a minute, but I'm going to have my new friend, Dr. Leslie. Her name is Dr. Lesliedobson. She's on the West Coast, so it's been hard for us to get our schedules together. She's a forensic psychiatrist, and she's awesome. You may have seen her on one of the many shows that she's on, but like Court TV or something. She commentates a lot. Here's her definition of intrusive thoughts for you. So listen up.
Police searched Lindsay Clancy's house and found a book called Good Moms Have Scary Thoughts. So almost everyone covering this trial is trying to explain to you what intrusive thoughts are, and they're getting it wrong. The misinformation is scaring the hell out of women that might already be terrified of their own minds. I'm Dr. Leslie, forensic psychologist, and let's get this right. An intrusive thought is an unwanted thought or image, even an involuntary idea that shows up into your head uninvited, and it is horrifying. Imagine holding your newborn at the top of the stairs and your brain gives you an image of you throwing your baby down the stairs. Imagine cutting vegetables at dinner and your brain shows you the knife somewhere it should not be. You didn't choose this. You didn't want this. It happened against your control. Studies tell us that parents of new babies have intrusive thoughts of harming the children 70 to 100% of the time. And I'm talking about men and women.
Okay, what? 70 to 100% of the time? She's a forensic psychologist. If you don't like it, then go on. She's a forensic psychologist. She's got degrees. Okay, peace out, Trish. Bye-bye. Do you not believe that intrusive thoughts are real? How much testimony have we heard about intrusive thoughts during the course of this trial? In fact, we heard Dr. Tufts, who's going to be on Kevin Reddington's barbecue today. It is going to be a skewering by Kevin Reddington. Wait for it. Intrusive thoughts. Dr. Tufts actually said at the end of testimony on Friday that Lindsay Clancy was overreacting to her possible side effects from the medication and that she wasn't accepting that she was depressed. She was just blaming the medication. Let's finish this up.
And it's not a disorder. This is a postpartum brain running threat assessment erratically because you have a new life to take care of. Sometimes your mind is going to generate a catastrophe so that you can practice how to handle it, not that you're going to do it. It's almost a way for your brain to check if your alarm system works. Now here's the clinical term, ego dystonic, when you do not like the intrusive thought. The thought is repugnant, it is horrifying, and that is often what we see in postpartum OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, and postpartum psychosis. In your average OCD, doctors are reassured because you find it so disturbing. It would be far more scary if it was okay with you, but in postpartum psychosis, it is disturbing and it will escalate. Statistically, mothers with postpartum OCD and psychosis are the least likely to hurt their children because they avoid it, because it is so repugnant. We have to pay attention to the part where the thoughts feel weird, but then they move into feeling like the truth. They move into a delusion. Now, why would you ask for help if you truly believe what you're thinking is true? You don't know you're in a delusion. I want to be clear that intrusive thoughts do not just turn into hallucinations. When intrusive thoughts are moved up, a person escalates into psychosis. Police searched Lindsay Clancy's house and found
People oftentimes can't tell what's real and what's not real when they start having these delusions and these intrusive thoughts. And the fact that Lindsay Clancy was talking about intrusive thoughts and Dr. Tufts didn't really seem to take it seriously is alarming, to say the least. A lot of people, some people, one or two people, thought that I went too hard on Dr. Tufts last week, that I was being mean, that she was young and she was inexperienced and that she didn't really, she wasn't very, she wasn't taking this. Listen, if she was not equipped to handle a patient such as Lindsay Clancy, don't you think that maybe she should have consulted perhaps with a superior, with a mentor, if it was too complex of a case for her? Because she was kind of like she kind of just got her license when she started treating Lindsay Clancy. Don't they have a team? Aren't there other people she could have brought this case to? Maybe she should have referred it to another one of her colleagues who had more experience, because she saw her the day before the murders and upped her dosages. And there's going to be a lot of testimony, I think, about that too. And what about neurotoxicity of the brain? Many of you have told me about Dr. Yosef. Dr. Yosef is, I'm not sure exactly what his specialty is, but his specialty is tapering people off of these type of psychiatric medications. Here we go. We're in court. He's got a lot of really good information about what it does to your brain when you're on these medications for a long time.
Jurors enter.
Or even a short time if they don't agree with you. They'll go to sidebar first thing, I'm sure.
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice, Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session.
Hi, Dave.
Be seated.
That's
Good
Dave.
morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. I hope everybody had a nice, cool weekend as best you could, and were able to kind of recharge the batteries a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you those questions, make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions, and then talk a little bit about today's schedule, and then we'll get right back into the case. So first, let me ask the questions. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? No. All right. Next, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right. Thank you for following those instructions. And then in regards to today's schedule, we've got a number of witnesses. I'm not quite sure how long it may go. So we may break a little bit early today, just kind of depending on the way the case comes in. And then in regards to where we are right now, we're going to, if you remember, when we broke on Friday, there was a witness at Dr. Tufts. The Commonwealth had finished their direct examination. We're now going to have that witness return to the stand, and the cross-examination by the defendant will begin. All right. And so with that, if we could recall that witness.
No sidebar. It's going to be very interesting to see how Kevin Reddington treats her, if he goes hard on her or if he goes gentle on her, because remember, he was very gentle with Dr. Goodhart. She's coming in, Dr. Tufts is coming in with binders. She's got a lot of materials with her. If he goes too hard on her, it could turn off the jury, so there's a fine line here. He doesn't want to look like a bully. Beautiful lavender suit on our court clerk today.
All right, good morning, Doc.
Good morning.
All right. Ms. Reddington?
Thank you. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Do you have your record in front of you, your notes?
I do.
And you can look at that anytime you want, just to refresh your memory of what's going on with you. Dr. Tufts, you are presently a psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell me where you went to med school?
University of Vermont.
And what were the years that you were at University of Vermont?
2014 to 2018.
Beautiful country up there. Great place to live, right?
It is. It's beautiful.
And when you graduated,
He's got to make her comfortable, and he's going to do that. There is nothing that I can do about his volume, because if I boost it too much, she's got a mic and he doesn't. Captions are on, so you got that going for you. If I boost it too much, maybe they'll modulate it. Let's just wait a few seconds.
from med school, you then did your residency?
Correct.
And where was the residency?
Boston Medical Center.
And can you tell me, what is it exactly that you do as a psychiatric resident or a psychiatrist resident? What do you do?
You do a lot of different things. You rotate in all the different aspects of psychiatry, as well as internal medicine, so that you have a foundational knowledge of broad medical topics. You admit patients into the inpatient hospital. You manage emergencies in the hospital and in the emergency room, decide whether patients need to be admitted psychiatrically or not, and also carry a panel of outpatients.
And is this a hospital that you're working in, or is it Boston University? Is it a medical center?
So yes, it's the Boston University program, located at the hospital, Boston Medical Center, with also a lot of time spent at the various Boston VA locations.
And what were the years, I'm sorry, that you did your residency?
2018 to 2022.
So you basically were working as either a person studying to be a doctor, graduating, and then becoming a resident for the entire pandemic.
For the first part of the pandemic, yes.
The pandemic ended when Joe Biden said it ended. July 2022, right?
I'm not sure exactly when he said that.
Would you agree with me that when the pandemic started, around 2019, when you began your residency, 2020, 21, 22, it was a large push, if you will, of the pandemic timeframe.
Yes.
All right. We all had to walk around with masks and have no contact with people and make sure you have 6-foot radius before you touch anybody, all of that, right?
Yes.
How did that impact your residency?
Well, I still went into the hospital most of the time, wearing the proper protective equipment, but I absolutely still provided the necessary medical care that was needed. And some of the outpatient experiences were done via telemedicine.
Telemedicine?
Yes.
That's like a television screen. Like a Zoom or something?
It's Zoom or something similar.
Did you touch people, shake their hand, give them a hug, anything like that while you were working in your residency during the pandemic?
Sometimes, not, I think everybody had to keep their distance at certain times. I began my program before the pandemic. So of course there was a lot more handshaking and things like that then.
You can't really keep your distance though when you're working as a labor and delivery nurse with a woman who's having a baby directly in front of you.
I imagine not.
So when you finished, did you graduate from a residency, or is it like you get a certificate or something?
Yes, there is a certificate for completing it.
And then at that point, you are now a licensed doctor. Is that how it works?
Well, you're actually a licensed doctor the entire time that you're in residency. But upon the completion of that, you can obtain a full, unrestricted Massachusetts license and also become board certified.
And the board certification, for example, you have a board certification in terms of psychiatry, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when was it that you got that certification?
When was it?
Yes.
It was September 12th, 2022.
When was it that you actually started working as a physician, as a psychiatrist?
I started work.
Okay. She was board certified 3 days before her first visit with Lindsay Clancy. If you're keeping track, she was board certified September 12th, 2022. Her first visit with Lindsay Clancy was September 15th, 2022. Everyone has to start somewhere, but maybe this complicated case was not the place for her to start. And then he made a good point. He said, it was hard during the panty for a labor and delivery nurse to stay away from her patients, wasn't it? When she's in the operating room delivering babies. Maybe that was one of the reasons why she felt very skittish about going back to work. Lindsay Clancy did, because she was going to be right back in it. I don't know when he said that the panty actually ended. If YouTube doesn't like that word, so try not to put it in the chat. 3 days before her first visit with Lindsay Clancy. And if she comes off too egotistical, which is what I think she's already starting to do, it's not going to go well for her. He's not by a microphone. Nobody is more frustrated by the sound right now than the sound person for the pool camera. Trust me when I tell you that. If you have earbuds, it's a good time to go get them. I have been toggling the volume between the witness and Reddington, so it's hard for me to do everything at once. I'm a one-woman show here. I'll try. Hopefully they'll figure it out. Maybe they'll put a remote sort of mic on the stand for him. I wish they would just mic him up with a lapel mic, because it would make all of our lives a lot easier. But in the meantime, I'll keep toggling back and forth. If you have earbuds, they are your friend right now.
Working as a physician and as a psychiatrist during the residency training program. But I started practicing completely independently at Aster Mental Health in August of 2022.
August of 2022.
Yes.
Now, prior to working with or at Aster, is that ASTOR or ER?
ASTER, like the flower.
And what is Aster? What is it, like a group of doctors? Is it a medical center? What is it?
It is a outpatient practice that is owned by a psychiatrist. It has a number of psychiatrists as well as therapists.
And where is it located? Is it a brick and mortar type place where you have offices?
Yes, the original offices were in Braintree, Massachusetts, and now there's an office in Peabody as well.
Your office, where do you work?
So at the time I saw the patient, I was working in the Braintree office. I currently work in Peabody.
Where, I'm sorry?
Currently in Peabody, Massachusetts.
So when you start working at Aster, obviously like anybody else, you submit a resume, an application, you perhaps and then they hire you, right?
It's a fairly lengthy process and a number of interviews with different staff at the practice, and some recommendations, letters of reference, verification of credentials, all of that. But yes, it can be comparable to another profession and that process.
Now, in August of 22, when you, congratulations, obviously you were hired by Aster. How many women had you treated in your residency that were postpartum?
With postpartum depression? Or just in the postpartum period?
How many women that were in the postpartum period did you treat prior to August of 22?
Many. It's hard to give an exact number, but I did have specific training in that population.
In that population. And where did you have the training in that population?
At Boston Medical Center.
And can you tell us in that 2-year period approximately how many women that were in the postpartum period that you treated as a resident?
Okay, so it's really hard to give an exact number, but if I had to say, at least 50.
So in the 2
That's even worse for her. If she was trained in postpartum and she saw at least 50 postpartum patients and didn't see the signs or even consider that as a diagnosis, that's really worse for her than if she saw none, in my opinion. I think they just fixed their volume. Let me know if he's better for you. At least Dr. Goodhart was honest. She said she never treated a patient with postpartum psychosis ever in her career, and she's a lot older than this Jennifer Tufts is in her 30s, I believe.
2-year period, you treated 50 people.
At least 50.
So in the 2-year period, you treated 50 people in the residency that had postpartum. And can you tell me, what is postpartum? What is that?
Well, I just want to address that it was a 4-year period, not a 2-year period.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So
And sorry, what was your question?
Hold on. You saw 50 people in a 4-year period that had postpartum. In other words, they had been after having a baby, right?
Possibly, yeah, more or less. I saw a number of other patients. I saw much more than 50, but yes.
So after you had your residency and after you were hired by Aster, is that when you began in August of 22 your practice as a practicing psychiatrist?
Yes.
And when was it that you actually got your DEA license that authorizes you to prescribe medication to citizens?
So during residency, I had a DEA license, but it was affiliated with the with Boston Medical Center. And then when I started at Aster, I had my own DEA number. I don't know exactly when, maybe sometime around August.
So August of 22, you start working at Aster. August of 22, you got your DEA license individually that authorized you to prescribe medication, correct?
Yes.
And it was when that you saw Lindsay Clancy?
I believe our first visit was September 15th
Of
2022.
So you were practicing as a psychiatrist for a little more than a month.
I was practicing independently with my full credentials for about a month, but the training is just immense that goes on before that.
Did you see her little smile? Because she knew that question was coming. If you can come to your screen, just come to your screen. Let's see how this is playing with the jury.
22.
So you were practicing as a psychiatrist for a little more than a month.
I was practicing independently with my full credentials for about a month, but the training is just immense that goes on before that.
Absolutely, it must be. But that's a residency that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
And you know, in a residency, I mean, all I know is Grey's Anatomy, but I mean, you're working under a doctor, the doctors are supervising you and they tell you what to do and then you report to them, correct?
They don't really tell you what to do. They're there as a resource if you need additional support. But I followed many of my own patients. I was the only person in the room with them. And, my notes were signed off by an attending physician, and that attending was available for any support I needed.
So in August of 22, when you started working at Aster, you actually filled out a form for your advertising. Is that correct?
I believe that was handled by other people at the practice.
And who would that be?
Well, we have non-clinical staff that handle the administrative matters.
Okay, but you're a doctor and you're out there to the public. You're advertising yourself and your services to the public. Is that fair?
I believe, yes. I'm not directing the marketing of our office, but yes.
Okay, never mind your office. I'm talking about you. You had an ad that was on the computer that if somebody wanted to reach out to a doctor, they could see your ad amongst many others, right?
Well, I don't think there was an ad. I think we have a website that had some information about myself.
Okay. Now, in August of 22, up until when you saw Lindsay, how many patients in that month or so had you treated for postpartum psychosis?
How many patients in a month up until that
Yeah,
month?
I'm asking you about when you started working in August of 22 for Aster, and you are now on your own as an employee. How many patients had you treated before you saw Lindsay Clancy for postpartum psychosis?
Well, in the span of 1 month, I would say none because it's a very rare disorder.
Okay. But it exists, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
And one of the things would be the voices that people hear, right?
That is a symptom of psychosis. Absolutely.
And that's legitimate, isn't it?
It is a legitimate diagnosis. Absolutely.
It's not the diagnosis. People that have postpartum psychosis hear voices, do they not?
Many do. The disorder can manifest differently in different people, but yes, many people do hear voices.
How about postpartum depression? How many people in that month or so before you met Lindsay did you treat for postpartum depression?
In the span of 1 month, it's really hard to pinpoint that. Maybe a couple.
Maybe a couple? And do you recall how long you treated them for?
Again, it's hard to really pin down the individuals in a short span of time.
Can you tell the jury what you put in your ad or in the Aster website that you indicated that described you?
I don't recall.
Well, one of the things you did is that you said that you basically were a specialist in postpartum, people that have postpartum psychiatry. You indicated that on the website, didn't you?
Are you able to read the actual document? I don't remember exactly.
She held herself out as an expert in postpartum depression. Wow. I just figured she was inexperienced and, maybe she had never seen this before, but she held herself out as an expert on the website in postpartum depression and postpartum disorders. And that's probably why Lindsay picked her. Oh, oops. And yet she can't even recall. It's hard. It would be hard to say how many postpartum depression patients she saw in the 1 month that she was actually practicing independently. Her bio on the website still says that. Oh man. Freeze game on point already.
The wording.
Well, you've been working now.
To read the actual.
That on the website, didn't you?
Are you able to read the actual document? I don't remember exactly the wording.
Well, you've been working now for how many years now? 3 since you saw this? Or more?
Almost 4, yes.
You haven't changed your ad on the website, have you?
I have not personally, no.
And you've read it probably a bunch of times, right?
I read it a couple of times, but I don't spend a lot of time on my website.
Okay. Do you recall that you indicated that you were specializing in any particular aspect of psychiatry?
Yes, it probably includes a special interest in women's health, in perinatal psychiatry, in trauma-related disorders, anxiety, and there may be some other things that were mentioned.
Yeah, like women that have babies and they're suffering from postpartum depression, right?
Absolutely.
You advertise that after a month working for Aster, right?
That's listed as one of my interests, definitely.
And again, forgive me, how many women did you treat for postpartum depression in that month and a half before you met Lindsay?
I don't know, maybe a couple. But I've treated many of them in the residency, which was just immediately before.
So when a person needs to see a psychiatrist, generally they're not well. Is that fair?
Some are not well. It really can vary.
So when someone comes to see a psychiatrist like you, it's because they need help, right?
Yes.
And when they come to you because they need help, for example, with Lindsay Clancy, she came to you because of your ad, right? Or your website for Aster, what you said about yourself.
I don't know exactly how she found us.
Well, do you know why she came to see you?
I'm not sure exactly.
Friday, we spent a long period of time going through your initial or the initial intake that she had to fill out. Is that correct? You recall that?
Yes, we did.
And the district attorney kept asking you, and this is in September, is it September 12th? Is that when that form was filled out?
I believe she completed the form on the 12th. The appointment was on the 15th.
So what does a person do? Do they call you or do they talk to somebody in administration? How do you get the form to fill out?
Yes, our administration handles that.
And what do they do? How does that happen?
They send them the documents, probably by email, and the patient fills them out. Actually, it might be all within the portal that we use,
Within the portal?
the patient portal, yes.
Okay, and that means that you go online and you can access Aster Mental Health and then all these little drop-down boxes would come up?
Something like that.
Are you aware? Is it something like that, or are you aware of what it does?
So because I don't handle the scheduling and the sending of forms, I don't know exactly what it looks like.
Well, this is the form that you're giving a person that needs help because they're possibly mentally ill. Is that right?
Yes, and what's important is that I review the forms and we go through them in the appointment. Absolutely. Yes.
Now, understand that your records, Exhibit 219, I believe, the jury will have access to the Tufts records. Okay, you're aware of that, right? You know it's an exhibit
Yes.
because you have talked to the prosecution about what an exhibit is, and you know that your records are now in evidence before this jury, right?
If that's what you say, yes.
I wouldn't take what I said.
Well,
If you don't know, that's fine.
I don't know the details of how this works,
All right,
but
have you talked to them prior to your testimony?
No.
You haven't talked to the DA's office?
no, not at all.
You're a defendant.
Nobody prepped her for her testimony. She hasn't spoken to anyone in the DA's office. That is mind blowing and hard to believe. And I don't know if I believe it. What? Now he's going to get into you're a defendant in a civil lawsuit. You know who might have prepped her for her testimony is her defense attorney in the civil lawsuit. Maybe that is absolutely unacceptable if the DA's office did not prep her. Unless her attorneys told her she wasn't allowed to prep with them. I don't know, but hold on. Let's take that back one question.
Details of how this works,
All right,
but
have you talked to them prior to your testimony?
no,
You haven't talked to the DA's office?
no, not at all.
You're a defendant in a very large lawsuit, are you not?
2 of them. Who's letting it in?
Yes,
You wouldn't happen to be represented by an attorney, would you?
I am.
And the fact that you have an attorney is your right under the Constitution. It doesn't mean that you're guilty of anything, right?
Right.
Okay. And you know that the outcome of this case
Okay, guilty of everything was a bad choice of words. Liable is what you are in a civil suit as a defendant. You could be liable or not liable. Not guilty. But the DA did not object to that one. Hold on.
You're guilty of anything. And the fact that you have an attorney is your right under the Constitution. It doesn't mean that you're guilty of anything, right?
Right.
Okay. And you know that the outcome of this case is very, very major to the outcome of your lawsuit. Is that right?
I don't actually know that.
So you understand that if in fact it's determined that you advertised as an expert in postpartum and in postpartum psychiatry, and you had a month experience plus a residency, would you consider that to be negligent or misrepresentation?
I do not believe that I have been negligent.
Do you understand what misrepresentation means?
Yes.
With a month under your belt plus your residency, do you really want this jury to believe that you were an expert? Have you advertised that?
I don't think that's exactly the wording that I used. I think I said that it was an interest of mine.
What?
No, go ahead. Good, you answer.
The judge is giving him a lot of latitude here where other judges that we know, like Judge Canoni, would never have allowed this. I don't think that I was negligent. She's really going to stand on that. She's going to stand on that. She doesn't think she did anything wrong. That is wild to me. She would come off much better if she says, in hindsight, I missed it. I should have picked it up, but I missed it. But for her to sit up there and say, I don't think that I was negligent, I should have consulted with the supervisor. I'm looking at today's website, and it does say she's got an interest in postpartum issues, and she has a particular interest, it says, in women's mental health and perinatal psychiatry from pregnancy through 2 years postpartum. I'm sure somebody will put this in the Wayback Machine and find out what it said in September of 2022. But she doesn't think she was negligent. I mean, she is giving him way too much to work with. There's a lot of meat on the bone here. Let's see how he handles it. I'm taking it back. He said, you were only practicing for less than a month, and all of a sudden you said you were an expert in postpartum psychiatry. Don't you think that that's stretching it a bit?
Would you consider that to be negligent or misrepresentation?
I do not believe that I have been negligent.
Do you understand what misrepresentation means?
Yes.
With a month under your belt plus your residency, do you really want this jury to believe that you were an expert? Have you advertised that?
I don't think that's exactly the wording that I used. I think I said that it was an interest of mine.
What?
No, go ahead. Good, you answer.
I just think the wording was that it's an interest of mine. I don't believe I called myself an expert.
Are you an expert in postpartum?
I may be. I don't know. I think it depends on what you define an expert as.
Well, when a patient comes to you and they fill out the form, you agree with me that your records reflect that form that she filled out on September 12th of 2022, right?
Yes.
And the form that the district attorney went through painstakingly with you is basically, it looks something like this, right? That's one of the forms that you got people fill out, right? Right?
Yes.
You see the little check mark?
Yes.
Who puts the check mark in there?
The patient.
So how many pages, because I don't want to go through all the pages yet, how many pages does
There's what looks like a questionnaire like you would see on your regular, every time you go to the doctor, you got to fill out 1 million forms. I just want
one of
to,
the forms that you got people fill out, right?
the box was checked for Prozac. It's got a list of medications on it.
Right?
Yes.
You see the little check mark?
Yes.
Who puts the check mark in there?
The patient.
So how many pages, because I don't want to go through all the pages again. How many pages does a patient, or how many pages did Lindsay go through to check the boxes for Aster?
There were a lot of pages.
It was a lot, 10, 20?
Yeah, maybe between 10 and 20.
Okay. And basically, they're all little checks in boxes, correct?
Not just checks.
No? So does the person then answer questions by typing in an answer such as, do you have any pending legal problems? No. Have you ever been arrested? No. Things of that nature, right?
Those are some of the questions.
And the questions also, do they ask the patient what medications they were on
Yes,
before seeing you?
yes,
And Lindsay told you that she was on SSRIs in the past, right?
yes.
And SSRI means what?
A selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor.
And that's pretty powerful stuff.
It's an effective treatment for depression and anxiety.
Well, it affects the serotonin levels in the brain, doesn't it?
Yes,
It rewires the brain, doesn't it?
it doesn't rewire the brain. It increases the serotonin, and many individuals with depression have low levels of serotonin.
So Lindsay told you that she had been prescribed an SSRI when she was in nursing school. Is that right?
Yes,
What was the SSRI?
Prozac.
And how long was she on the Prozac?
I'm not sure.
Never asked.
I probably asked.
I probably asked, did you write it down? If you didn't write it down, what do they say in nurses? What do the nurses say? If you didn't chart it, it didn't happen. Thank you, Marianne, for your very generous $50 super chat. I'm so glad you found my channel too. You rock. You rock. I know my earbuds went crazy too, but I think they're trying to figure out the volume and hopefully they're going to get it right. So I don't have to keep toggling. They had it right for a minute. I don't know. Probably, maybe, sort of. You didn't chart it. It didn't happen.
Prozac.
And how long was she on the Prozac?
I'm not sure.
Never asked.
You ever ask?
I probably asked.
Probably asked. Isn't it true? Don't you guys have a saying that if it's not written, it didn't happen? You take copious notes, do you not?
It's impossible to write down every single thing that's said. So I write down what is clinically relevant, clinically necessary. But there's a lot that is discussed over an hour that is not able to be written down.
Nurses, doctors, did your heads just pop off to Canada right now? It's impossible to write everything down. It's impossible to write everything down. That wasn't important. How long she had been on Prozac in the past. You're prescribing drugs. Many people think that these drugs are lethal. Many people have been affected by things like the opioid crisis. It is real. I bet he's got an expert who says that SSRIs do rewire your brain because Dr. Yosef talks about that a lot. But you go on with your bad self. It's really hard to write everything. Yeah, doctoring is hard. Being a doctor is hard. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. That's why it takes a long time and it costs a lot of money to go to medical school. That's why they don't just give everyone a prescription pad. But it's really hard. You are there specifically for medication management. That's pretty much what you do. You don't do talk therapy. You prescribe. You're listed on the website under prescribers. That is your category. You are a prescriber. And you don't think that it's important to find out how long this woman was on another drug like Prozac in the past and whether she had any side effects from it? They're just giving it out like Pez.
As the fact that
But there's a lot that write down every.
you take copious notes, do you not?
It's impossible to write down every single thing that's said. So I write down what is clinically relevant, clinically necessary. But there's a lot that is discussed over an hour that is not able to be written down.
Such as the fact that a person was on an SSRI when they were in nursing school is not an important fact to find out.
Oh, no, that's important. Sorry.
No problem. I'm not doing, the Sophie Cunningham at you. I'm just asking a question. That's all. And you can answer it, okay? How about if she had a reaction to Prozac?
I asked her about the
Is
Prozac.
that written in your notes?
Yes.
And what did she say?
I mean, she said that she took it for a period of time. She didn't mention any side effects.
Oh, she didn't tell you that she had side effects. I see. So when a patient comes to see you with a month under your belt and they're sick and they're looking for help, you wait for them to volunteer facts to you?
She volunteered a lot of information. She knew very well what her medical history was and was able to provide that for me.
Okay. Sophie Cunningham has entered the chat. Sophie Cunningham has entered the chat. She's the Indiana Fever Guard who points at people to freak them out, right? Oh my God. I had to Google it. I'm like, who's Sophie Cunningham? I'm thinking Kevin Reddington wouldn't be referencing that Sophie Cunningham, but yes, he is. And again, it's like she's giving Lindsay Clancy so much credit because she's a nurse. And so she was a really good historian. And she would have mentioned it. It's not my job to probe. She literally said, I only write down what is clinically relevant or necessary. You don't think that would be clinically relevant or necessary? Welcome to Kevin Reddington's barbecue. It's about to get a lot hotter.
Such as what? That she was in nursing school
Was a lot of information. She
and they're sick and they're looking for help. You wait for them to volunteer facts to you?
She volunteered a lot of information. She knew very well what her medical history was and was able to provide that for me.
Such as what? That she was in nursing school and took Prozac?
That's part of it.
And she told you that, right?
Yes,
And she was pretty upfront and honest with you, wasn't she, in answering these questions, right?
I believe that she was.
We all spent some time talking about the fact that she declared that she had consumed alcohol, that she felt guilty about it. You called that on Friday. We dwelled on that for a while, didn't we?
Yes, that was a component. Yes,
I mean, that's something that's important, right?
yes.
What was her drink of choice?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask her?
I'm not sure. We were not concerned that her level of alcohol use
Well, the
was.
certainly was Friday, right?
Right, he is, everybody knows.
That's fantastic. We were not concerned that her level of alcohol use, and she was about to finish, there was an objection. Kevin said, oh, well, the DA certainly was, because they did hammer down the fact that she had 5 drinks a week. Couldn't some of these medications couldn't alcohol interfere with some of these medications and produce even worse side effects? I'm not a doctor, but I've seen a million warning labels that come from CVS with a 7-mile long receipt. And there's about a 10-page dissertation attached to every prescription that I pick up for me or one of my kids.
Wait for the question, all right? And then same thing, I'll have counsel wait until you finish your answer, all right? Go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you,
So
Julie.
is it important, doctor, for you as a physician to know your patient? In other words, know who they are?
Yes,
And you know that Lindsay was a nurse, correct?
yes,
You know that she graduated obviously from college, right?
yes.
Is she a good student?
I don't recall.
Do you know when she got married?
I don't recall
Did you
that
ask her?
specific detail. I don't know. I knew she was married.
She had 3 kids, right?
Yes,
And the reason that you knew that she was married is because you spoke to her husband, Patrick, correct?
he
Or did
attended.
you?
Sorry,
Or did you?
he attended one of the appointments, and I spoke with him on that date.
Ah. And did you say, hi, how are you? And give him a handshake when you came in your office?
It was telemedicine.
It was what?
Telemedicine.
Telemedicine.
Do you notice how he pretends to be deaf when he wants the witness to repeat really important points? She mumbled it was telemedicine. It was what? It was telemedicine. It was over Zoom. He does that a lot, and I'm here for it. It was what?
And did you say hi, how are you, and give him a handshake when you came in your office?
It was telemedicine.
It was what?
Telemedicine.
Telemedicine. Is it fair to say that after, 14, you said to the jury, 14 appointments that you had with Lindsay during that period from September till January? 14 appointments?
Yes.
Every single one of them were by telemedicine, weren't they?
Yes.
Until you came in this courtroom Friday, you never saw this woman in person, did you?
Correct.
Oh.
Were you ever concerned about her mental health as a person?
Absolutely.
She was crying. She told you symptoms that she couldn't get out of bed. Isn't that right?
At one time, she said it was difficult to get out of bed
Oh, difficult to get out. Why was it difficult for Lindsay Clancy to get out of bed?
because she was very depressed.
And did you give her a hug? Oh, no, you're on telemedicine, so you couldn't give her a hug, could you? You didn't have any chance to even look at her in person, did you?
Come to your screen if you can. She laughed when he said you couldn't give her a hug, could you? She just laughed. Some people use laughing as a coping mechanism. Not going to go over well with the jury. If you're back to your screen, here we go.
Oh, difficult to get out. Why was it difficult for Lindsay Clancy to get out of bed?
Because she was very depressed.
And did you give her a hug? Oh, no, you're on telemedicine, so you couldn't give her a hug, could you? You didn't have any chance to even look at her in person, did you?
I could look at her. It was always a video appointment. I couldn't give her a hug, but that's not actually something that psychiatrists typically do with patients.
I imagine. Now, I'm looking at you, and you've got the witness here cutting you off in half, right? So I can't see from your waist down, your legs, your feet, your hands, anything. That's the same view that you have on the telemedicine, right?
Yes.
Isn't it fair to say that you've studied and that you've learned that there are objective manifestations that patients may have that would be a tell, like if you're playing poker, you have a tell, that would be an indicia of the fact that they're stressed or emotionally disturbed, right?
Yes.
Like hand wringing, right?
Yes.
Were you able to see the hands wringing when you were on telemedicine?
I don't recall seeing her hands.
Recall, you know how people sit there and they do this with their leg and the leg bounces because they're going through some type of emotional stress? You couldn't even see her legs, could you?
I couldn't see her legs, but I knew that she was under stress.
So when she came to you, September 15th, I believe, is the first time that you all actually discussed her condition, correct?
Yes.
And looking at medical records, which the jury will be able to look at, it says visit date September 15th, 2022, and you can look along with me if you wish. Indicates why she came to see you, right?
Yes.
Right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Why did she come to see you? According, not guessing and speculating, never mind the TV. You just look at your notes. Tell me what brought Lindsay Clancy to your office.
Postpartum anxiety.
Is that it? Is that what you noted in the records?
Well, those were her words when asked, what are the problems for which you are seeking help?
I see. Postpartum anxiety. Now, as a psychiatrist, meeting with this young woman after a month or so of working as a psychiatrist for Aster, there are tests that you administer to a woman who's in postpartum to find out what type of anxiety they have, right?
Well, there are some screening tests, but the most important thing is what the patient tells you and what my assessment is in the session.
I see. And that would carry through the Tufts evaluations for all 14 of those meetings is what the patient tells you, right?
Yes, and what I observe in the session
Through the television.
through the computer.
To the television.
What if you
Through the television. He's showing his age. Sophia was right, says on top. Don't even tell me that she didn't do any screening tests. But I think she didn't do any screening tests.
can tell me?
Through the computer. From the session.
Through the television.
Through the computer.
What, if you can tell me, is the Edinburgh test?
It is a scale that looks at symptoms of postpartum depression.
And when you administer, that's a major test, isn't it, for a doctor to evaluate a patient for PPD?
I wouldn't say it's a major test.
It's a pretty big one, though, isn't it? It's the only one that measures the postpartum depression, right?
It's a common one.
So what?
Commonly used.
All right, so when you used it on Lindsay, when was that administered to her?
I did not use it on Lindsay.
I'm not a body language expert, but again, come and look at your screen and watch how she starts shaking her head no, and her eyes are getting a little shifty. And listen, I am sure that she lives with this every single day. I am sure that she feels gutted by what happened. She may be rethinking her life choices and her career. That she saw Lindsay Clancy the day before she murdered her children and failed to spot the signs and failed to try and section her. Karen Reed was sectioned based on a phone call that her mother made or her father made to the Canton PD or wherever they made that phone call, saying that they were concerned about Karen Reed maybe having voiced a suicidal ideation. I'm sure that it's horrible that she has to live with this every single day, and I feel terrible for her. But in my opinion, she's showing zero remorse, and she's sort of laughing. And maybe it's nervousness. I would imagine that it is. And I'm sure that her attorneys have told her, do not admit to anything. Do not admit to anything. Medical malpractice defense attorneys, and tell me, because I'm sure there are some in the chat, will tell their doctors, do not apologize. Do not apologize to your patients if something goes wrong. Don't do it. I'm here to tell you, as a plaintiff's lawyer who handled many, many, many medical malpractice cases, that so many plaintiffs sue because they never got an apology for what happened to them or their loved one. And I submit to you that apologizing in a lot of ways might obviate a lot of medical malpractice cases or prevent them. And so she can't show any remorse. That's probably what her attorneys told her to do, but it's not a good look. She's not owning it. Nope. I don't think she administered the Edinburgh test. Nope. But watch her body language when her eyes just start darting back and forth and she starts shaking her head because she knew this was coming.
Postpartum depression. The scale that
Tell me, is the Edinburgh test?
it is a scale that looks at symptoms of postpartum depression.
And when you administer, that's a major test, isn't it, for a doctor to evaluate a patient for PPD?
I wouldn't say it's a major test.
It's a pretty big one, though, isn't it? It's the only one that measures the postpartum depression, right?
It's a common one.
So what?
Commonly used.
All right, so when you used it on Lindsay,
Right
when
here.
was that administered to her?
I did not use it on Lindsay.
Why?
We used the PHQ-9, which
What
is
PHQ-9?
it's a depression screening form.
That's like generalized anxiety disorder, general depression. It's got nothing to do with a woman suffering from postpartum depression, does it?
I disagree.
Well, do you agree that people perhaps that may know a little more than you determined that the Edinburgh scale is the appropriate scale to administer to a pregnant or postpartum woman?
Sustained as the form.
You're familiar with the Edinburgh scale, right?
I've heard of it.
And can you explain to me how it's graded?
She's heard of it, and she holds herself out as a postpartum depression expert. That's in her expertise section of the website. It's still there. I just looked. And she says that she specialized in that during her residency. She worked with around 50 postpartum depression patients during her residency, during the 4-year period. And none of her supervising doctors ever taught her about this test. What? I've heard of it. You can't use it as a shield and a sword. You can't say that you're really, really, really experienced. And while you were a resident, you handled so many of these cases, but your supervising doctor never taught you about this test. That's wild to me.
Determined that the Edinburgh scale is the appropriate scale to administer to a pregnant or postpartum woman.
It's stayed as the form.
You're familiar with the Edinburgh scale, right?
I've heard of it.
And can you explain to me how it's graded?
No, I cannot.
There are 30 questions in it, are there not?
I don't use this scale, so I don't know how many questions there are.
So the Edinburgh scale, do you even know that the cutoff for someone that is depressed in their condition of postpartum would be 15? Anything over that, they're in severe depression?
Okay.
You know that her first Edinburgh test that was administered to her put her at a 23 overall. Severe depression.
I was not aware of this test. I was not aware that this had been administered to her.
But she's such a good historian and you trusted everything you say. She scored a 23 out of 30 and 15 is the cutoff for warning, danger, Will Robinson. She scored a 23. Where was that administered? Was that administered at McLean? I don't know if we've even heard about who did that yet. Maybe it's Nurse Gelada, who's also being sued, that maybe we'll hear from today. Thank you, Mrs. Bouquet, for your contribution toward my DoorDash breakfast. She's such a great historian. You never asked her if she ever took that test, never came up in conversation. You started treating her in September. She went as an inpatient voluntarily, by the way, to McLean, New Year's Eve. She was an inpatient for like 4 days while she was detoxing off the Seroquel, because really that's what they did there. They detoxed her. And you never asked. You just relied on your patient who's suffering. She can't even get out of bed. She got intrusive thoughts. And you don't even ask. No intellectual curiosity at all. RIP to her career.
Well, you know that except for the Prozac that she had when she was a nurse, what, 24, 23 years old, she hadn't, other than seeing her own doctor for having the baby, she hadn't seen any doctors. You knew that, right?
I didn't know exactly which doctor she sees. I think we ask about your primary care doctor, but she did not report any other medical issues that she was under treatment for.
So is it important for Dr. Jennifer Tufts to know whether or not a patient who is coming to you for help has a prior medical history other than what they might tell you?
Well, when patients are able to advocate for themselves and share their medical history, we rely on what they tell us.
Wow.
Was she able to advocate for herself, in your opinion, when she came to see you, when you evaluated her in September?
Absolutely.
How about October?
Yes.
How about November?
Yes.
How about December?
Yes.
And your medical records, you would agree, show that during that period of time that she was deteriorating, was a word that was used on Friday. Isn't that right?
So
No. So you used the word deteriorating on Friday. Did you not?
He called her out on so. You guys have been saying this since the beginning of her testimony. I hate it too. I hate when every sentence is when a person begins every sentence with the word so. It's like so. So listen to what I'm going to tell you, because now I'm going to tell you the truth. So it's like a qualifier. It also buys you time to think about your answer. And he said, no, so. No, so. She was deteriorating.
That she was Joe,
Yes.
and your medical records, you would agree, show that during that period of time that she was deteriorating was a word that was used on Friday. Isn't that right?
So
No, so. You used the word deteriorating on Friday, did you
So.
not?
she was a little bit worse at certain appointments, and the deteriorating word, which is not my word choice, is what is in the note because I had to select that.
Because why? You got some kind of a program that you have to check the box and you have to bring down the drop box. You can't take a pen and write something down about a patient.
There are certain parts of the note where I can write whatever I feel is necessary, but that specific aspect of the note is a button where you have to click one of three choices.
So when the jury's going through your medical records, one of the things that they're going to see is that when you meet with the patient, you have a form that you fill out where it says, if you feel like you're going to harm yourself or somebody else, make sure you go to the emergency room, right?
Yes.
If you have any urges to harm yourself or others, go to the nearest emergency room. That's in every single time that you meet with a patient, right?
Yes.
And it indicates that if there's any, call the suicide prevention and crisis hotline. If you feel that you're in crisis, you may text home to a particular number anytime.
He's reading directly from her medical notes.
What's a suicide hotline?
It's a phone number that patients in crisis can call and speak to a trained counselor.
Now, a psychiatrist, you'd agree with me, is not a counselor, that's for sure, right?
Well, a psychiatrist has training in therapy as well as in medicine.
Did you give Lindsay Clancy any therapy?
There was some therapy incorporated in our sessions,
Like
but
what?
we did
Like what?
providing emotional support, listening to her.
Hold on, no, please.
Hold on, hold on, everybody.
Sprague wants her to finish her answer. And Reddington's like, no, she doesn't have to finish her answer. She answered my question. Let's go back to the question because I already forgot the question.
Some therapy. Well, a psychiatrist has training in therapy as well as in medicine.
Did you give Lindsay Clancy any therapy?
The answer is yes or no. Did you give Lindsay Clancy any therapy?
There was some therapy incorporated in our sessions,
Like
but
what?
we did.
Like what?
Providing emotional support, listening to her.
Hold on, no, please.
Hold on, everybody. You asked the question, I'm gonna let her finish, and then you can follow up with any questions you want.
The question was like what? Like what kinds of therapy did you provide her?
Go ahead, Doc.
Anything else you want to say?
So her sessions were largely focused on the medication management, but there was an aspect of therapy including those items.
Okay, and the sessions were for what, 17 minutes?
No.
How long were they?
25 to 30 minutes.
So 25 to 30 minutes on the television, and will you face the TV screen with her for the full 25 minutes?
Yes.
And that's not noted in your records. It says 17 minutes in all your records, doesn't it?
So if you look closely, it says the therapy component was for 17 minutes. It doesn't say the entire duration is 17 minutes.
So what do you do when you're trying to give therapy as a psychiatrist to a patient that came to see you? What do you do for therapy?
It depends on the person.
Well, how about Lindsay Clancy? What did you do for therapy with her?
I listened to her. I listened to her concerns and provided support. I tried to provide her with hope that eventually things would improve.
So you listen to her concerns, and you'd agree with me that her concerns were, for example, that she actually was unable to sleep. It's one of her concerns, right?
She was having a lot of difficulty with sleep.
On the September 15th meeting, you indicate that her mood was okay, but her affect was anxious, and you called it incongruent. What does that mean?
So she said she was feeling okay. She appeared anxious, and she also stated that she was anxious.
So one of the things that you talked about Friday is when a patient presents with an incongruent, something like that, I don't remember, appearance perhaps, that would mean that they're saying, I'm okay, but they don't look like they're okay, right?
Well, it could. I don't think her affect and her mood were really that incongruent at that time. I think that she didn't appear terribly depressed. I didn't say she was terribly depressed in that initial visit, but she said she was anxious and she appeared anxious. That's pretty congruent.
Okay. So did you put in the report that she was congruent or incongruent?
So that is not an option for me to indicate in that section, but
So-
it was congruent.
You're like a robot. You can't take a pen and write something down. You have to do the drop box and the X's on the computer.
Well, if it's on the computer, I'm limited by the options that are up there.
Welcome to Checkbox Medicine, everyone. Welcome to Checkbox Medicine. Somebody just put that in the chat. I think it was a nurse. Why would you pick incongruent if her mood and her affect seemed congruent? Could have put it in your notes. Can't write it. She says, I can't write everything down. I can't write everything down. Another Snark Tank member just put in here that her daughter is a licensed social worker and she learned shorthand. Doesn't that make a tremendous amount of sense? Learn shorthand. Take an extra class. Nate Taylor said that. Thanks, Amber. Amber said she can't lie. In his eyes, though, all that looking down when she talks is killing me. Hashtag cringe.
Doctor, why are you limited?
Well, if it's on the computer, I'm limited by the options that are up there
You're a doctor. Why are you limited?
because of the technology.
What technology? The fact that there's a form on a computer? You're trying to treat a human being who comes to you for help.
And that's what's most important. What's most important.
Oh my God, don't you dare go off on a PSA about what's most important. This woman had suicidal ideation. She couldn't sleep. Not being able to sleep is one of the signs of incoming postpartum psychosis. But you didn't give her the Edinburgh test because you didn't care. And you don't even know what it is. But you're holding yourself out as being an expert in postpartum depression. For everybody out there, all the people out there who say, this doctor did everything she could, not her fault. Not her fault. I say to you, maybe this could have been prevented. BC says, my child's doctor has an app that records our visit and transcribes it for her. The technology's out there. They should have an override on the system, somebody says. You know how much, well, if you watch The Pit, you know how much some residents hate charting.
It was the treatment. And that's what's most important. What's most important was the treatment, not what is checked off on a box.
Makes sense. So you were unable to make a note as to whether or not her affect and her mood appeared to be in conflict and that she would have been incongruent and that she had poor insight. You couldn't write that down. Is that right? Because the box doesn't let you.
Correct.
So basically, she's telling you that I'm okay. Well, actually, when she can't, do you know that she never saw, other than when she was in nursing school, would it surprise you, a psychiatrist? And that was only for like a week when she got the Prozac in nursing school because she was afraid of public speaking. Did you know that?
I was aware that she did not have a significant past psychiatric history. I was aware of that.
Okay, so you were the first psychiatrist that she had the pleasure of meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah. I think it was.
Notice his emphasis on the word pleasure of meeting.
And isn't that important for you as a doctor to take a history?
I did take a history.
So can you tell us? You're testifying here for the governor. Tell us whether or not she had any past psychiatric history other than in nursing school for a week.
She did not report any other past psychiatric history other than the Prozac and Wellbutrin.
So when a patient comes to see you and you're treating to help that patient, if they don't report something to you, you don't know about it apparently, right?
Well, I think it depends. There are certainly things I can assess, but if it's related to their history, I do need them to tell me.
Well, you can't assess it unless you ask, right?
Unless I ask or they volunteer it or they
Of
fill
course,
it
we
out in
already talked
forms.
about the volunteering. How about you as a doctor, when you're evaluating a patient coming to you for help, do you ask them questions?
Yes,
You didn't ask her a prior history.
I did.
What did she tell you?
She said that her prior history was what we discussed about the Prozac in the nursing school.
So basically, other than hoping to give her hope, is what you said, for the therapy. How do you give someone hope for therapy? The other doctor.
Try to encourage them and.
What did you encourage her on September 15th?
Sorry?
What did you encourage her to give her hope on September 15th?
What did I encourage her?
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly the words. It was
Did you write
almost
it
4
down in
years
your
ago.
records?
No, we don't write those, details of
Well, that's
everything
the
that was
therapy
said.
you're talking about, right? Yes?
Yes.
And you don't write down the therapy you give the patient in the records, right?
Well, I write something about it.
You write it
I
down,
mentioned
not-
that.
Excuse me.
Hold on.
So yes or no?
Hold on. You let her finish the question. You listen to the question and answer just what they ask, okay? Go ahead.
Do you record the television visit? Is it recorded so you can go back and refer to it later?
You can rephrase that question, Counsel.
No, I'll let her answer.
All right.
I mentioned that I provided supportive therapy.
What is supportive therapy?
It's listening to the patient's concerns and providing emotional support and validation.
So emotional support and validation, all sounds good. Here's a young woman who was what, 20, 29, 30 years old, came to see you?
Yes.
And came to see you for help, right?
Yes.
Told you she couldn't sleep and she was anxious, correct?
Yes.
You know that she was postpartum, correct?
Yes.
You know that as a patient who was postpartum. By the way, what is your opinion of the period of postpartum wherein one could have postpartum depression or more importantly, postpartum psychosis? What's the time frame?
It's typically 1 year.
Oh,
So she was well within that time frame, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to provide,
oops. Remember, Callum was born in May. Her first visit was September. So Callum, she was 4 months postpartum, and she checked the box that she was there to see her for postpartum anxiety. And this doctor is telling you that she believes postpartum goes up to a year. Many of the trolls out there say she couldn't possibly have suffered postpartum psychosis because her baby was 9 months old. This doctor, who says that she's an expert in it, says postpartum goes up to a year. There it is. For a little bit louder for those in the back.
What's the time frame?
It's typically 1 year.
So she was well within that time frame, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to provide therapy by giving her hope. And how long do you figure did that take? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 2 minutes?
I'm not sure. I think it was different in each session.
Okay. So the only thing that you diagnosed Lindsay with on September 15th was GAD, generalized anxiety disorder, correct?
It was generalized anxiety disorder as well as an adjustment disorder with depressed mood.
And you prescribed medications to her, right?
Yes.
And the medication that you provided to her was the sertraline, right?
Yes.
And the sertraline would be Zoloft, right?
Yes.
Now, this is a little chart that shows the prescriptions that Lindsay was on. And you are the yellow colors. Okay. You can see that. Would you agree with me that on September 15th, you prescribed sertraline, Zoloft, 30 count on September 15th, 25 milligrams, right?
Yes.
He's got a color-coded chart that he's showing her.
Have you ever read the website for sertraline?
The website for sertraline?
Yeah. I mean, sertraline, Zoloft, is a chemical that is marketed as a pharmaceutical, right?
Yes.
Right? It's a pill, right?
Yes.
And as we said, it's an SSRI pill, correct?
Yes.
Do you know that Zoloft is not indicated for generalized anxiety? Why'd you give her Zoloft?
It is a very effective medication for generalized anxiety disorder.
So you're familiar with the drug labeling for Zoloft, is that correct?
Generally.
Generally. Are you aware of what the manufacturer of Zoloft indicates it can be used for, to treat?
I'm aware that it's used to treat various forms of anxiety disorders as well as major depression.
So when Lindsay came to see you, you know that she had stopped breastfeeding her son, right?
Not at the time of the first appointment.
When did she stop breastfeeding? In October?
Something around then.
You know that she had little or no psychiatric history other than seeing you, correct?
And the Prozac, yes.
You know that, in fact, that she had stopped drinking whatever it was that she was drinking, because you never asked, right?
I was not concerned about her level of drinking.
Well, it's in your form, right?
That was at the intake, but
Did you know that she wasn't drinking when you were meeting with her, correct?
Yeah, that's what she told me.
Okay, and you believe what she told you, right?
Yes.
So when she sees you, she's not on any psychiatric antitropics or whatever they're called medications, correct? She wasn't on any medication.
Correct.
And she had stopped drinking anything, whatever it may have been, right?
I'm not sure when she completely stopped drinking, but yes.
You don't know when she started, when she stopped, what she drank, do you?
Well, I was not concerned that she was an alcoholic.
That's a yes or no. Did you have any idea? Because we spent a long time on Friday talking about her guilt and having that she drank alcohol. You don't know what she drank, when she started, when she stopped, do you?
I know some details about her alcohol use, but it was overall minimal.
What were the details then? Tell me what the details were. There was that one little box that was checked off. What other details were there?
That she drank 1 to 2 times a week, 1 to 2 servings 5 times a week.
And you don't know what it was? You have no idea, right?
Don't most people who have drinking problems, and I don't like to generalize, but I'm just for this specific thing, people who have alcohol use disorder, which they used to call alcoholism, that they don't call alcoholism anymore, Don't most people who are heavy drinkers minimize the amount of times that they drink? And I'm not even saying that she was had any sort of alcoholism, but don't most people who drink too much minimize how much they actually drink? But it's like this doctor just believed everything that Lindsay told her because Lindsay was a nurse. But by him asking these questions, he's only showing how much she trusts in her patients. The patients are coming to you because they're looking for help. How many women who think, as we heard Dr. Leslie say earlier, that it happens in 70 to 80% of postpartum women think about hurting their kids? That's horrifying, first of all. They don't act on it because they know that's a crazy thought. But some of them, when they get to a certain level, their thoughts become very real to them and the voices in their head become very, very real. This doctor is just believing everything that every patient tells her. It's wild.
I think she had mentioned at some point that it was calming. It was something that was
what? I'm
helpful.
sorry.
Calming.
Calming. Okay,
Calming.
so it was numbing. It was like trying to numb something, I guess, right?
That's one way of saying it.
I mean, I imagine you've treated veterans that had post-traumatic stress disorder, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that many times when people have an anxiety disorder or PTSD, whatever the case may be, they try to numb their feelings? Is that fair?
Sometimes they do.
And sometimes they use alcohol, right?
Sometimes they do.
But we don't know what alcohol, so we don't even know if it was a beer, do we?
I didn't think that was.
Right. Was it 2 glasses of wine 5 times a week? Was it 2 giant big gulps full of vodka twice a day, 10 times a week? Was it a mega pint? Was it a 4-ounce glass of wine, an 8-ounce glass of wine? No intellectual curiosity. Many of these medications you're not supposed to mix with alcohol at all.
Relevant for her.
We don't even know if it was a beer, do we?
I didn't think that was relevant for her.
So with all of that, with that information, you then prescribed Zoloft to her, correct?
Yes.
You went over the side effects of Zoloft, sertraline, I imagine, with her, right?
Yes.
Did you tell her that one of the known side effects is suicidal thoughts and actions and ideation?
Well, that's specifically in children. So I don't think I mentioned that because it wasn't relevant.
Not really. Suicidal ideation and homicidal ideation is a black box warning on Zoloft along with other SSRIs, right?
Under
Yes
age
or no?
for children and adults younger than Lindsay.
Excuse me, Doctor, I apologize. Can you just listen to my question and answer it yes or no? Is there a black box warning on Zoloft?
Yes.
Okay. And a black box warning is required or prescribed by what? The FDA?
Probably.
Probably. And it basically warns that, especially with young people or young adults, that it may cause suicidal or, God forbid, homicidal ideation. Yes?
Yes.
And you're aware that, in fact, the FDA has determined that that goes up possibly to a 23, 24, 25-year-old. You know that, right?
I think 24 is
24.
what they
Yeah,
said.
I'll give you 24. It's possible, is it not, that the SSRIs that get into a person's brain affect a person that's 3 or 4 years older than the FDA cutoff with suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation? It's possible?
There's a lot of development that happens in the brain between ages like up to 24 and closer to 30. The brain is fully matured at past age 24. And so it's less vulnerable than in a younger individual.
She doesn't even know what a black box warning is or that it's issued by the FDA, but she wants to teach us about the brain. I got to go back now and look and see if Carly Gregg was prescribed Zoloft and why they didn't hammer harder on that. Carly Gregg is 14 years old. She's spending life in prison without parole in Mississippi tried as an adult when she shot and killed her mother after being put on all kinds of meds like this same exact thing over Zoom, clearly suffering from a psychotic break on camera. And Carly Gregg will be in prison for the rest of her life unless her appeal is successful. Was it Zoloft? I have to go back and look.
So with 24, you're suggesting as a cutoff, are you suggesting to the jury that a drug that increases the risk of suicide in a 24-year-old patient cannot increase the risk of suicide in a 29 or a 30-year-old patient? Just a little bit.
I don't believe there's evidence that it causes that at all in individuals over 24.
So, as a psychiatrist who had the ability to issue these types of medications to patients and citizens, what research did you do on Zoloft and suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation?
I was taught extensively about SSRIs and suicidal ideation in my training.
Vermont, right?
In Vermont, in Boston, yes.
Okay, so in Vermont was when you get your medical degree, right?
Yes,
And in Boston would be when you were a resident, right?
yes,
And then you had board certification on general psychiatry, right?
yes.
You can have a certification on the subspecialty, right?
There are certain subspecialties, yes.
Right, and some of the subspecialties deal with postpartum or women that are pregnant and have babies and have psychiatric symptomology.
There's no board certification for perinatal or reproductive psychiatry.
Well, there are plenty of classes that are recognized as, for example, at Harvard Medical School, there's an annual class or symposium, if you will, for postpartum. Have you ever been to that?
No, sir.
What have you done to research or to improve your education? I understand you went to med school and that you were a resident. What programs, continuing education, symposiums have you attended since you got the ability to prescribe these medicines to people?
I have not attended a symposium.
Have you attended anything?
I have not, but I have done a lot of reading on my own, of research and guidelines about this area in psychiatry.
She's done a lot
Did
of
you tell Lindsay when you were going, one of the things that you guys are always concerned about is what's called informed consent, right?
Yes.
And what is informed consent? What does that mean?
It
In a
means
medical sense, not just like out in the street or something.
explaining to a patient the risks and benefits of treatment and possible alternatives, and making sure that the patient understands what you're saying.
Now,
Okay, that's informed consent. Just a gentle reminder for those of you who are loving to chat. And I love that you love to chat. And I love that you love to share your experiences. Just a gentle reminder that YouTube does not like the name of medications or drugs in the chat. They scan it with their AI programs and they could block you. They could strike you. They could do all kinds of things. We don't want to see you go. We like you here. Just try and use, I don't know, Z for Zoloft, S for Seroquel, L for Lexapro. Be creative. Just be creative. Otherwise, you could get blocked. And we don't want to see that happen. We love you here. It's not me. It's YouTube rules. She's telling us about informed consent.
when you were going over the symptomology or when you were going over the side effects of Zoloft, one of the side effects of Zoloft is, and I quote, severe trouble sleeping, right?
Yes.
Did you tell her that?
Well, insomnia is listed as a side effect.
No. You already said yes, you know it. Did you tell her that Zoloft has a side effect of giving the patient severe trouble sleeping? That's all.
So I didn't use the word severe because it typically doesn't cause severe trouble sleeping, but I thought you were referring to when she told me that she did have severe trouble sleeping,
Well,
and that
that's
was
what
true.
she told you, right? That she had severe trouble sleeping, right?
She told me, yes.
And you know that one of the side effects of Zoloft is, let's say, trouble sleeping. You know that, right?
Yes.
your answer is yes, the jury has to be able to hear you.
Yes.
And why would you prescribe Zoloft to a young woman who's postpartum, who's coming to you with anxiety, who's telling you she can't sleep, she's got all of these symptoms, and you prescribe a medication that would have a side effect of trouble sleeping?
So
Mic drop.
individuals have very varied responses to medications. Some have no side effects, some have one or two. It's impossible to predict, but Zoloft is a top choice, a first line medication for
Says
her.
who?
It was
Says who?
says it's the general consensus
Well, you know
among
about the lawsuits
psychiatrists.
against
Hold on,
Zoloft,
again,
right?
again, we can't have both of you talking at the same time. So let her finish her answer, and then I'll give you plenty of time to follow up any questions regarding her answer. So
Says who? The marketing team for Zoloft?
you finish your answer on that?
There's extensive research supporting the use of sertraline in this instance, and the general consensus among psychiatrists is that it's a first-line safe medication for individuals, including postpartum women.
How about the kids that shoot other kids in high schools and the lawsuits that come out of that against Zoloft? You read about them?
Overrule.
Oh, he's letting it in.
Sorry,
You didn't hear me?
I wasn't sure what the question was.
The question was, in response to your observation about how all the psychiatrists or the psychiatrists think it's a very, very safe, wonderful first-line drug, and you researched it. How about the kids that kill other kids in schools with the lawsuits that arise out of the use of SSRIs? Have you ever researched that?
I don't know much about that.
You know about the SSRIs and messing with someone's brain, they go out and they shoot people for no reason, right?
I'm not aware that that's linked to SSRIs.
Wow. Wow. Just wow. They should be sued. They should be sued into oblivion like the Sackler family was for pushing OxyContin out on just about everyone in these small mining towns and causing the opioid crisis, telling the doctors that OxyContin was not addictive, and then keep making higher dosages and higher pills and more milligrams and more milligrams and more milligrams and getting the American public hooked on them. But she doesn't even know about any of that.
So you didn't really talk to her about increased risk of suicide, and 24-year-olds are down because she's 4 or 5 years older than that. You didn't talk to her about the trouble sleeping that can be a side effect, but she describes that there's other drugs that you could have given her that would be perfectly safe and calming and allow someone with no psychiatric history to sleep better, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so you prescribed her with the Zoloft. It was 25 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And when you prescribed her with the Zoloft, 25 milligrams, was that increased up to 0.05 milligrams, or did you increase it at some point?
The instructions were to increase it to 50 after 1 week.
After 1 week.
Yes.
And you expected that she would listen to your instructions, right?
Yes.
And she did, right?
She waited about a month, but then yes, she did.
Why did she wait a month?
I think it took her some time to decide whether that was truly what she wanted to do.
Right, she was afraid of the drugs, wasn't she?
She was afraid of side effects.
And she didn't want to take the pills, did she?
She eventually did want to take the pills because she wanted to feel better.
A month later, right?
Yes.
So you prescribe the Zoloft, SSRI, and then you tell her after a week to increase it, and she doesn't take that medication for a month, correct?
Correct.
And then she did take the medication, right?
Yes.
And did you meet with her or talk to her before she actually started to implement that particular regimen?
I had met with her beforehand, but I was not aware of when she made the decision to go ahead and take it.
So you met her on the 15th of September, right?
Yes.
When was the next time you met her?
Can I check?
Sure, of course, absolutely. You can look at anything you want.
She's got her chart on her lap and it does
September 28th.
speed things
And
up.
on September 28th, did you discuss with her the fact that she was afraid to take the Zoloft?
Yes.
And did you recommend that she do that?
Well, she said that she was feeling better at that point and wasn't
It's a
sure.
real easy question. When you
Okay.
talked with her, did you recommend that she increase or take the Zoloft?
At that visit, I don't think that I did.
Okay, so when did she actually take the Zoloft?
She told me in her October 20th visit that she had taken it 1 week prior.
And she told you that when she increased it in accordance with your instructions, she went off the rails, right?
I don't think she used those words, but she had
What words did
side
she use
effects.
to you as her doctor?
She felt awful.
Awful. Why did she feel awful? Did she have a stomach ache? Did she have a headache? Why did she feel awful?
She did have some stomach aches. She had some diarrhea and had a difficult time eating. She also had increased anxiety. She had some more depressed feelings. She had more difficulty sleeping.
And what was your advice to her as her doctor on the 28th of October, after she told you about the effect the Zoloft had on her?
I told her to stop it, stop the medication.
Okay. Now, Zoloft being an SSRI, and a patient that is taking the Zoloft, and 0.05, we spent Friday afternoon going over the drugs, and 0.05 milligrams is the lowest dose and all that. That's the dose that is prescribed to people invariably, correct?
It goes up to 200, but that is a starting dose.
For pretty much all of you psychiatrists would agree with that, right? 0.05, right?
50.
50, okay. And you then told her to stop?
Yes.
What does it mean to titrate something?
To slowly increase the amount.
What do you tell patients when they're on an SSRI as to weaning them off the SSRIs?
Depends what the dose is. If it's a high dose, you need to slowly decrease the dose, so kind of the opposite of titration. But if it's a low dose to begin with, you can stop it.
You can just go cold turkey. What would Dr. Yosef say about that? The only thing that would make me happier right now, then I just found out that Dr. LaPosada will be able to testify. That decision came down this morning. Thanks, Kyle Sharkey. Dr. LaPosada will be allowed to testify, as will Dr. Michael Wolfovich, Dr. Donald Condi. The court is going to conduct a voir dire. So there's your answer. There's the decision from Judge Sullivan regarding experts for the defense. I don't think he's decided on TikTok Emily, who used to work at McLean. That doesn't seem to be in part of this decision. I don't think. Just cold turkey's good. It'd be nice if Dr. Yosef could come in and testify for the defense too, wouldn't it? Just told her to stop because it was a low dose. Cool. Congratulations, Casey Paralegal. Her youngest starts pre-K today. Oh. Congratulations. And that's very sad at the same time. I know how that is. Let's go.
Are you supposed to tell a person that's on an SSRI to stop immediately or to slowly withdraw from it?
At 50 milligrams, it is perfectly fine to stop it immediately.
Perfectly.
So you didn't have any concerns at all about telling her to immediately stop taking the Zoloft? And what did you do? Put her on another drug?
Not immediately.
Okay. So did she relate to you on that October 28th meeting that you had? Was it the 28th or the 26th?
I met with her the 21st and then the 26th.
Okay. Now, on the 26th of October, What did she tell you her condition was?
So she was feeling back to how she was before the Zoloft, which is not great still, and that she was considering a new medication.
So she was considering it. Did she do research on medication as to what medication she wanted to take? Is that what you're telling this jury?
She didn't specify exactly what medication she wanted to take, but that she wanted to try something else because she was still having significant anxiety.
So when you say she wanted to try something else, I'm just asking, did you tell her what you recommended she try, or is that something that she decided she'd do on her own?
No, I gave her my recommendation.
Okay. The only reason why I ask that is that, you know, a lot of times people might think that she's a psychopharmacologist, that she's a heart surgeon, that she's a vascular surgeon, that she knows everything about medicine. That's not true, is it?
No.
So this is 6 days after she told her to stop the Zoloft cold turkey. Did you ever consider that she could be having rebound anxiety? Learned about that from watching Dr. Yosef too. Carol Silva is watching from Brazil. The world is watching. If you're watching from outside the US, let us know where you're watching. A lot of chatters might be very surprised to see how many countries are watching this today. Thank you, Carol.
Would you agree with me that prior to telling her to stop the Zoloft, that one of the concerns that you had is that Zoloft affects anxiety and affects sleep, and you hope that it treats the underlying anxiety by balancing brain chemistry and increasing serotonin, right?
Yes.
Is that fair? And you'd agree with me that it does, as a side effect, have an impact on a person's falling asleep or staying asleep as a common side effect, right?
It can happen. It doesn't happen to everyone, but it certainly happens to some. But it is temporary. That's the important distinction. Is that there are many side effects that disappear entirely, and then the medicine is quite helpful for those certain conditions.
That's it.
Yes.
She had problems sleeping, didn't she?
All set?
Yes.
Even after the Zoloft, right?
Yes.
So you, not her, you recommended a particular drug that she should take, right?
Yes.
And again, as it relates to what one would expect a young woman who's a labor and delivery nurse to know about psychiatric medication. What is methazine? Do you know?
I'm sorry?
Methazine.
I'm not sure.
How about hermababate? B-A-T-E, H-E-R-M-A-B-A-T-E. How about that? You ever heard of that?
I'm not familiar with that.
That's what's used to administer to a woman who's going through birth. You don't have an obligation to know that, do you?
No.
You have an obligation to know about psychiatric medications, though, right?
Yes.
There's a difference between what's known as nescience, which is not knowing what you have no duty to know, and ignorance, which is you don't know what you should know. Is that fair?
Ooh.
Yes.
The difference between, he just taught us the difference between nascence and ignorance. Let's hear that again. He's laying a motivational quote of the day on us. Who knew?
So, right?
Yes.
There's a difference.
Those are things that Lindsay Clancy would know because she's a labor and delivery nurse, pointing out that the things that Lindsay Clancy knows are things that you don't know, right? So you can't expect Lindsay Clancy to know everything that you should know. And that was a great way to do it.
Difference between what's known as nescience, which is not knowing what you have no duty to know, and ignorance, which is you don't know what you should know. Is that fair?
Yes.
So, did you ever gauge Lindsay's knowledge or ability to judge what medication would be good for her?
So that was my role.
So-
That was my role.
Right.
I didn't expect her to know significantly the details about different psychiatric medications.
Is it important to know that a woman that's coming to you because of postpartum issues, shall we say, had prior problems in prior deliveries.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you're on the front line of healthcare for pregnant women when someone comes to see you, either pregnant or after having a baby, right?
They're usually referred by a therapist or an OB, but yes.
Okay. So being on the front line and dealing with these people, and you advertise that you deal with pregnant people before they have babies, right?
Yes.
And after, correct?
Yes.
Did she have any prior issues with her prior babies?
I knew that she had some anxiety symptoms with her prior, after her prior child was, after her second child was born.
And that would be Dawson.
Yes.
And when she saw you after having Callan, how old was Dawson? If you know?
A few years old, maybe 2 or 3.
Did she tell you what the side effects were after she had Dawson?
She did. I did not list them because,
Excuse me, that means you didn't write it down?
yes.
So what is it, your memory that we'll go by that, right?
Sorry?
We'll go by your memory?
Go by my memory about what? I don't recall exactly which side effects she said, but I recall that they were some of the very common ones, the ones that are temporary.
Hold on. You're telling this jury that you don't recall what the side effects were that she told you, but your memory is that they were general, common? Is that what you said?
Yes, because if they were anything else, I would have documented it.
How about she took Zoloft? Did she take Zoloft, SSRI, after having Dawson?
I think she took it for about a week.
You think, or she did?
She did.
So isn't that something that would be indicative of the fact that there was some psychiatric issues after she had her second child?
Yes, but she did not describe them as being severe.
Well,
Did you ask? Did you ask? This is terrifying. This is terrifying. You should be terrified. You should be afraid. She's just going off of memory now. She didn't write it down. So it must have just been everything normal. Every patient is different. And I would submit to you that what is normal for one patient might not be normal for another patient. But again, I'm not a doctor. I've only been litigating medical malpractice cases for over 30 years as a plaintiff's lawyer.
After she had her second child? Of the fact.
She did.
So isn't that something that would be indicative of the fact that there was some psychiatric issues after she had her second child?
Yes, but she did not describe them as being severe.
Well, as a psychiatrist, can you ask her whether or not they're severe, or do you just wait for them to tell you?
Based on her description, they did not sound severe.
Tell me about bipolar. What's bipolar?
Bipolar is a mood disorder that has both depressive episodes as well as episodes of mania.
And is it your understanding that if a person has a difficult birth and in fact has some psychiatric attributes as a result of that difficult birth, that you should not prescribe SSRIs to that person because they could be bipolar?
Having a difficult birth does not, it's not a contraindication to an SSRI.
So after she had her second child, she took Zoloft, and you did not detail any side effects, and you don't remember any side effects. Do you agree that Lindsay had, at this point, a history of mental problems during postpartum?
She had a history of anxiety postpartum.
Anxiety to the point that it was prescribed an SSRI?
Yes.
And she also had mental problems when she came to see you, right?
Yes.
So she had mental problems after she had the second child, mental problems after she had the third child, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that this is not easy stuff for somebody to be talking about. People get embarrassed in our society if they had mental problems, don't they?
Some do.
She did, didn't she?
I'm not sure.
So, not documenting any of the side effects, did you think it would be important to document the side effects of the drug before you prescribed Zoloft a second time? She's telling you that she had, you don't know, but she had side effects with Zoloft. Was it important for you to document the second time that you're giving her Zoloft?
I did not feel that it was necessary to document the specific side effects.
Wow.
So if someone comes to you as a person who is in postpartum and is all the symptomology that she had related to you, that if she told you that she was on Zoloft after her second child and had side effects, you don't think it's important to document the side effects, number one, right?
It depends what the side effects are.
Which we don't know because you didn't write them down, you don't remember it.
I would have written them down if
No,
they
not
were.
what you would have done, what did you do?
No, overrule. Go ahead.
I would have written them down if
What did you do?
I wrote that she had side effects.
What are they?
I'm not sure.
And then you prescribed Zoloft again, didn't you, in 2022?
Yes.
Didn't
You
write it
recall, in the period of September of 22, October of 22 into November of 22, that she used the word overwhelmed, told you that she was overwhelmed. Is that correct?
Sorry, which visit are we looking at?
Well, the period of time, September, October, November, did she use the terminology that she was overwhelmed?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were treating her, you didn't think that she was just merely overwhelmed with 3 children. You knew she was really struggling, didn't you?
I did.
And it was at that point that you diagnosed her with a psychiatric condition and you prescribed psychiatric meds. Isn't that right?
I prescribed psychiatric medications. Yes.
like Pez.
So when you prescribed the Zoloft and told her to increase it, she told you that she was having all these difficulties. You told her to stop. Did you give her therapy when you saw her?
Yes.
What did you do?
I think that I provided
Again, I
reassurance.
apologize, but not what you think. I want to know what you did. That's why you write stuff down. So take your time and look at your notes. What did you do with this young woman for therapy?
On which day?
On what?
Which day are we talking about
When
specifically?
she came to you and told you that she was overwhelmed, and you diagnosed her with a mental illness and prescribed a psychiatric condition with psychiatric meds. What therapy did you give her? Because you told us that when you're on the television, you still give them therapy too, right?
I do.
What did you do?
Well, I'm having trouble identifying exactly when she said the words overwhelmed. So it's hard to pinpoint exactly what I said in a span of, a number of different visits.
14 visits. Thank you, Amber.
Did you indicate that there's information on the website that if a person has an emergency that they should do something?
I did, and I advised her the same.
So basically, if one of your patients becomes suicidal, and on that note, did she tell you at that point up to November of 22 that she was dwelling on suicidal thoughts?
It was a while before she mentioned anything about suicidal thoughts.
Tell us when.
I might need to look through the records to see when she first
Please
did.
do. She was dwelling on suicidal thoughts, dwelling on S-type thoughts, intrusive thoughts. Thank you, Carol. We'll take a look at that, I think, if we have a break. Craftastical. Thank you very much.
December 1st.
So on December 1st, what did she tell you?
That she denied feeling suicidal, but that she was close to feeling suicidal.
It's kind of like being a fisherman out in the ocean who's worried about the possibility of a storm and is thinking about the storm and is dwelling on the storm, almost in fear of the storm, right?
No.
He's allowing it. I have never heard overruled so much from a judge on any case that we have tried, that we have covered together ever. He is allowing everything. Understand also that a lot of times when the ADA objects, it's just like she's objecting because it's really, really, really bad for her case and she doesn't want it in. And they don't have to go to sidebar for every single objection. It's about a fisherman dwelling on the storm.
Right?
No.
Isn't it?
I guess.
So when she tells you that she's, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, what did she say? She's having suicidal thoughts, or what did she say? How close to it?
She denied having suicidal thoughts, but felt that she was getting close to it.
Okay. So she was dwelling on it or thinking about it, right? Is that fair?
She was fearful of eventually having those kinds of thoughts.
To kill herself.
Yes.
And how frequently were the thoughts?
I'm not sure exactly how frequent they were.
You asked her?
It's
Sorry?
very likely that I did ask her the frequency.
Would that be in your medical records? You see some patients, you have some patients other than Lindsay Clancy at that point, right?
Yes.
And you document when a patient, my God, when a patient comes in and tells you that she's in postpartum distress and she's close to having suicide thoughts to kill herself, that's important, isn't it?
It's important that I am aware that she's having these thoughts,
What thoughts?
that she is fearful she could become suicidal.
And she told you, I imagine, or you asked, how frequently these thoughts were.
I don't have it documented how frequently they were, but that is a question that I usually ask when we're talking about suicidal
When we're
thoughts.
usually testifying in a murder case, we usually have facts that we can tell the jury, not speculation.
Yeah. Sustained.
Oh, he went over the line there for the first time. I usually do this. I usually do that. We're in a murder trial, doctor. How often was she having? How often was she feeling fearful, close to feeling suicidal thoughts? If someone's telling you that they're close to feeling suicidal thoughts, doesn't that mean that they probably actually are feeling them, but they're afraid to say that to you for whatever reason, like their kids might be taken away? You weren't alarmed by it? It's just kind of like, well, she was thinking about suicide, but I don't really know how often. Was it constant? Was she being obsessive about it? Was it interfering with, I don't know, her daily living, her functions of daily living? Was she so obsessed with it that she was just couldn't think of anything else? Was she ruminating about it constantly? Yeah, nobody's giving her shelter from the storm. That's a great Bob Dylan tune. I would imagine you asked how frequently. No, I would have probably kind of might have done this. I usually would do that. What did you exactly do for Lindsay Clancy? I don't know. Let's see him go over the line. He's getting real close to the line. He's been tiptoeing the line. He's got his toe. He's dipping his toe almost in the water. And here he goes over it.
She told you.
She could become suicidal.
And she told you, I imagine, or you asked, how frequently these thoughts were.
I don't have it documented how frequently they were, but that is a question that I usually ask when we're talking about suicidal
When we're
thoughts.
usually testifying in a murder case, we usually have facts that we can tell the jury, not speculation.
Objection.
Sustained.
Usually
Did
have
she
facts.
tell you, or did you ask about suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
What did she tell you? If you don't know, tell us.
No, I know, sorry. But it's what I said before, that that she denied having them, and she wasn't having them. We were meeting, but she felt close to it, close to having those thoughts.
Okay. So would you agree with me that many times patients, especially psychiatric patients, may minimize their symptomology?
Patients sometimes do.
And sometimes when a woman has just had a child and has other little kids at home, if you're worried about the government taking kids away from them, because you're a mandated reporter, aren't you?
Overall.
You're a mandated reporter, aren't you?
I am.
And if she told you, I'm having suicidal.
Did you catch the side eye to the prosecutor? She says she wasn't prepped by the prosecutor. She said she didn't meet with them at all. Here's the side eye, in case you missed it. And then she's going to look straight at the jury. Everybody hit the like button. It helps get the stream out to the masses who need to have a safe place to watch this trial without the vitriol from other chats that may be out there in the wild, wild tubes of you. She's a mandated reporter.
Patients sometimes do.
And sometimes when a woman
Watch the
has
side
just
eye.
had a child and has other little kids at home, if you're worried about the government taking kids away from them, because you're a mandated reporter, aren't you?
Overall.
You're a mandated reporter, aren't you?
I am.
And if she told you, I'm having suicidal thoughts, I'm close to it, homicidal thoughts, you'd report that, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily. I think it really depends on the context, but having suicidal thoughts alone is not a reportable condition.
All right, so basically, we know that she was close to having suicidal thoughts to kill herself, whatever that means. We don't know how frequently she was having them. Yeah?
Today, I don't know how frequently, but at that point, I believe I did know how frequently they were.
Pro tip, doc, in case you ever get sued again, because you're being sued. Now you got two giant lawsuits against you, one by Lindsay Clancy, one by Patrick Clancy. It might be helpful to write those kind of things down in the future. I'm sorry that you had to learn it the hard way, but for next time, note to self, keep better notes on the frequency of the suicidal thoughts and ideations. She definitely would not have told you that she had thoughts of harming her children, because you probably, maybe, definitely would have reported that, right?
So as a result,
I believe
frequently having suicide.
condition.
All right, so basically, we know that she was close to having suicidal thoughts to kill herself, whatever that means. We don't know how frequently she was having them. Yeah?
Today, I don't know how frequently, but at that point, I believe I did know how frequently they were.
Oh, okay. So as a result of that, you then gave her therapy, I imagine, right? Through the television.
Yes,
And what therapy did you give her in November of 22?
I gave her supportive psychotherapy.
And what does that mean? It sounds great. What do you do?
It's listening to the patient and providing.
Sorry, listening to the patient, like when they say they're having.
Hold on. Good.
They're close to having.
Stay. So next question.
So.
She could finish the answer.
Right. Next question.
Thank you, Judge.
Sprague says, so she can finish the answer. And Judge goes, right. And Kevin Reddington just steamrolls through and just keeps talking. Salty C says, ER nurse here. I call the telehealth psych team a doc in the box. Justin Timberlake, I love that Saturday Night Live episode. It's one of the greatest of all time. Look at Erin. Thank you so much for your 50. Says day 19, still in the hospital with Crohn's. I sent a super chat, 723 admission. You did. You're still there. She says, you've helped me through this stay. You're my most consistent visitor. Oh, I'm so happy to visit you, and I hope you're getting better. I'm a nurse, and all of the nurses here have been discussing this case. We all agree that she was failed. Wow. I don't know where you are. Are you in Massachusetts, Erin? Sending you all the healing vibes, by the way, and shout out to all the nurses out there who are doing the Lord's work, because you can see it. And hear that exchange with the ADA again. I mean, that sounds great, but what do you do?
Sorry. Listening to the patient, like when they say they're having,
Hold on. Sustain. Next question.
So-
She could finish the answer.
Right. Next question.
thank you, Judge.
Then you shouldn't have objected.
Listening to the patient. That would be when, for example, one of your patients tells you after all the treatment that you had provided prior to that, all the symptomology that she had, insomnia, anxiety, all of that, that she's close to having suicidal thoughts. That would, I imagine, impact on you.
Yes.
So what did you do with this psychotherapy?
So I provided emotional support and validation
What
and
does that mean? Validation?
encouragement.
What does that mean?
Something like, I understand this is a very difficult time. It really, it varies on the individual.
Sure. How about Lindsay?
I don't remember the exact therapeutic words that I used.
Okay. How long did you give how long did you give therapy? Validation and all that stuff?
I don't remember exactly the duration.
About 10 minutes?
Maybe
Through the television, right?
through the computer.
So, as we pointed out, you tell the people that come to see you, when I say you, I mean collectively Aster Medical, that you would expect that if a person is in crisis, as you guys say, or is suicidal, that they would have to go to a computer or their cell phone, right? They would have to punch in your office, right? Look up the number.
We advise them to call 911 or go to the emergency room as quickly as possible.
How about suicide hotlines? Do you give them advice to call them?
That's an option as well. Yes.
Sure. Did she call suicide hotlines?
I was not aware that she did.
Did you ever ask her?
I don't think I specifically asked that
Not
question.
specifically. Did you ask her anything? Did you beat around the bush maybe? You ask her anything about suicide hotlines?
Non-specifically.
I don't think I asked her about suicide hotlines.
Would it surprise you to know that she called suicide hotline in that time frame, not once, but twice, and was turned away? You guys were in the front line of this, aren't you?
No, overall.
It does surprise me. Yes.
It does what?
It surprises me that she called them twice.
Wow. Because it was just like a trust me, bro. You figured she would have told you? Because you never probed during your validation or emotional support period to ask her, have you acted on any of these suicidal ideations? She called the hotline twice during the time that you were treating her, and you don't even know? You don't even know. Is anyone shocked by that? They turned her away because she didn't have a plan to take her life. And they said to her, there's nothing that we can do for you. Nay says, I love you and your show. I think we should wait to hear what her opinions on Lindsay and her treatment before we hate on her. I love you too. And I love your opinions. And I will take your 5. But I heard enough from her on Friday to know that she failed Lindsay Clancy. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. And I don't know if her failure of Lindsay Clancy is what caused Lindsay Clancy to then go on to murder her children. Do I think now, from hearing what I've heard so far, that this could have been preventable? Yes, I do. Do I think that people who are suffering from a psychotic break may eventually do what they are going to do anyway. Yes, they may. I don't know if I was on the jury how I would decide this case. I think it's too early for any of us to decide how we would decide this case because I still want to hear from all of the experts. Thank you for your 5, by the way. But she was begging for help, and she's a nurse. She knows that the woman she's talking to is a mandated reporter. Maybe sometimes as a psychiatrist, you kind of got to read between the lines. But I just think that maybe this doctor was not experienced enough to know how to do that. And if she felt like she was in over her head, perhaps she should have sought help from a supervisor. The overseeing doctor, there's got to be another doctor there with decades of experience who really might be an expert in postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. But I think I have heard enough to know that this woman did not do what she was supposed to have done, including charting everything and writing things down because she can't even answer the simplest of questions. Thanks, Holly and Johnny, for gifting 5 memberships. Welcome, new members. Please hit the like button. The subscribe button is free. I think you're going to like it here. If you don't, you're not hurting my feelings. Don't worry about it. I stop and I commentate in real time because it's easier for me than doing it at the end for an extra 2.5 hours. Sometimes we just need to breathe because this is outrageous. And she's defending herself all the way. She thinks she did everything right. She called the suicide hotline twice and she doesn't even know about it. She never asked.
And you never asked her if she had ever called the suicide hotline, did you?
I don't think that I did.
I understand. You're a doctor. You were trying to do the right thing. You obviously, this is just horrible, isn't it?
Yes.
She continued on
That's a good way to
with her
soften it.
treatment with you, correct?
Yes.
He must be able to see better than we can because we only have a far away shot on her right now. She must be getting rattled. Maybe she's starting to tear up. Maybe she's starting to cry. And that was a very nice thing that he did. He tried to soften it, tried to get her, tried to allow her to say that she feels horrible about what happened.
So this is just horrible, isn't it?
It's a classy move.
Yes.
She continued on with her treatment with you, correct?
Yes.
What was the next medication that you put her on? Let's say we're up to, I guess would be the October 26th date. Is that right?
October 26th.
Is that when you prescribed Ativan?
Psychiatrists mostly do medication management. Overruled sit down, you're right. Talk therapy is usually done by a different therapist.
I prescribed that on the 21st.
Sorry?
I prescribed the Ativan on the 21st.
All right. Did you prescribe anything on the October 26th appointment?
Yes.
And what was that?
Buspirone.
Buspirone. And would you agree with me that, is that also Vanspar?
Buspar.
Buspar or Buspirone are the common names for it.
Okay. You ever heard of Vanspar? V-A-N, V as in Victor, A-N-S-P-A-R? You ever heard of that?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And would you agree with me that there are a number of side effects of Buspirone?
Every medication has side effects, but
Okay, so my question is pretty simple. Buspirone, you mentioned it. I'm asking, any side effects?
yes,
What are the side effects?
they could be tiredness or dizziness or rarely some upset stomach, but it's generally a very, very well tolerated mild medicine.
And Do you recall, was she taking any other medication at that point, if you know?
Yeah, she was taking some of the Ativan.
Some Ativan, right? Did you prescribe that to her?
Yes,
When did you prescribe the Ativan to her?
the 21st.
And she was compliant with your recommendations, right?
Yes.
Was she also reporting to you that she was taking Benadryl, like over-the-counter stuff?
It was being used as needed. Yes.
So that's PRN, on the records, PRN or whatever, you take it as required, right?
Yes.
And she reported to you that she was taking Benadryl, right?
She reported that. Yes.
And you didn't document how much she was taking, right?
It's only available as one dose over the counter.
Okay. Did she re-up the dose over the counter? Do you know?
She didn't tell me that she did.
Did you ask her?
I don't remember asking her about if she increased it. I think she was just taking one of them.
You think? Did you know that Ativan and Benadryl are contraindicated, that they can have a serious impact to the central nervous system and depressant effects?
Oh,
Yes, but can I explain that when they say depressant?
Excuse me. The answer is yes, right? Is the answer yes?
Yeah, if the answer is yes, if that's the question, the Commonwealth may be able to ask you further questions if you'd like.
Well, I can't say yes to that entire statement.
All right. Next
Did
question.
you discuss anything about Benadryl combined with Ativan on October 26th?
I don't recall.
you didn't write it down.
On October 26th,
Contraindicated means you're not supposed to take the two things together. You're not supposed to take Ativan and Benadryl at the same time because then it can worsen your depression. But she might not have known that. She wants to clarify her answer. I'm sure she's going to have a hell of a redirect. This cross and redirect could take all day. Settle in, hydrate, breathe.
was she still worried about suicidal thoughts?
She denied that.
And on October 26th, how did she deny that? Do you have that noted in your record?
I do.
And what does it say?
Patient denies suicidal ideation.
Okay. So there's a huge difference between suicidal ideation and somebody having thoughts of suicide or being close to it, right?
Not exactly.
Well, you knew that the last time you spoke to the woman, she told you that she was close to having thoughts of killing herself, right?
Yes.
And you're her doctor, right?
Yes.
So what do? You just say, do you have, and check the box and say, do you have any suicidal ideation? And she says no, and you check the box?
No, it's not that simple.
Do you ask her, like, well, gee, the last time I spoke to you, you told me that you were close to having suicidal thoughts of killing yourself. Did you pursue that on the 26th of October?
Yes.
And what did she say?
That she wasn't.
Now, how long was that appointment, if you recall? Would you agree it was 17 minutes and then there was some therapy?
The entire appointment was something between 25 and 30 minutes.
And that was again through the television, right?
The computer, yes.
Computer. Did you also add a drug called hydroxyzine?
Yes.
When was that?
So that was the same visit as an alternative to the Benadryl.
Okay, so on October 26th, when she told you that she was taking over-the-counter Benadryl, I asked you what you prescribed to her, and you said Ativan, right? Right?
The 21st.
Yes.
And then I asked you about the contraindication of Ativan and Benadryl, right?
You asked me about that, yes.
And then you, on October 26th, started her on Buspar, correct?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of Buspar? Is that for anxiety?
Yes.
And what kind of drug is Buspar?
It doesn't really fall into a class, but it does act on serotonin.
So it's another similar to an SSRI, right?
It's kind of like a more mild version of an SSRI.
Okay. So she's on Benadryl over-the-counter, Ativan, which is a benzodiazepine, Duxbury, which is an SSRI, and then you prescribe hydroxyzine on the same day, right?
They weren't all to be taken at the same time.
What's hydroxyzine?
Hydroxyzine is an antihistamine.
Okay. Is that over-the-counter, or is that, can you just buy that over-the-counter, or do you have to go to the back where the pharmacist is?
You have to go to the pharmacist.
Okay. And as far as you're concerned, she was taking the medications as she was required, right?
That's what I was told.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that's what I was told.
Did you, by her?
Yes.
And did you at any time tell her that she should keep a diary of her medications and keep a diary of any side effects that she has?
I didn't instruct her to do that.
You don't have to instruct somebody to do anything, but did you recommend it? Like say, hey, you're on all these meds. If you're having an effect, you should write it down. When, time, date, anything like that?
I didn't tell her to do that.
Would that be helpful?
Maybe, but usually we go through all of that in the appointments, and we met very frequently.
Yeah, but sometimes you went weeks in between visits. She kept that diary of her medications on her own. Remember, we've seen it. She kept meticulous notes of every single day, what she took and how it made her feel. Lindsay did that all on her own. Not something that this doctor told her, even suggested that she do.
Now, you'd agree with me that at this point, prior to the next appointment, which was November 2nd, she had gotten significantly worse, even after all this medication that you had been prescribing, right? Did you make a note that she was telling you that she had depression and that she was crying, had more anxiety, insomnia had increased, brain fog, and worrying about suicide?
In the couple weeks after starting those medicines, I don't recall that the symptoms were significantly exacerbated.
Okay. Friday afternoon, you answered the DA and you said that you recall that she used the word brain fog, right?
She used that at some point. I don't recall when.
Okay. What is brain fog?
It's a very subjective feeling.
Oh man. I always tell you not to watch the closed captions, except for now. Because he said brain fog and the caption said brain fart. Okay. We're going to let that one go, but I just rewound it. So if you needed a laugh today, because this is so sad, you can watch it on the closed captions.
Answered the DA and you said that you recall that she used the word brain fog, right?
She used that at some point. I don't recall when.
Okay. What is brain fog?
It's
There it is. Brain fart. It's brain fog.
it's a very subjective feeling that someone might have where maybe it's, hard to think of a word that you're trying to think of, or maybe it feels like, maybe you're thinking of things a little bit more slowly than you normally would.
So if it's subjective, would you probe the patient and ask them what they mean by that? Would you probe them?
Was she dwelling on suicide?
At what point?
At the point she told you that she had anxiety, insomnia, brain fog, crying inconsolably.
Objection, if we could have a date.
I think he's going to get to that. Good.
October 26th, heading into November 2nd. Do you recall, I'll rephrase it, do you recall going into the November month, meeting with her, and she told you that she had brain fog?
It was mentioned at some point. I
Okay.
don't see that on the 26th specifically.
All right, so let's talk about brain fog. Did you ask her what that meant? Because when you say subjective, that means that's her interpretation. That's in her head. She's telling you, right?
Yes.
As opposed to objective, which would be what people in general would think, right?
Yes.
So when she's telling you, in addition to the anxiety, in addition to the crying, in addition to the stress that she was undergoing, she was worrying about suicide, she talked about brain fog. So you must have asked her, what does that mean? Subjectively, what does that mean?
Subjectively means in the patient's, own opinion. That's what their experience is.
Okay, so she's the one that's inside her head, right?
Yes.
So what were the symptoms? What is it? When a patient tells you that they have brain fog, is that something you would consider as being a potential side effect of the medications that you would put her on?
It depends.
On what?
I mean, sometimes it could be, and sometimes it could be unrelated. It's a symptom of depression as well. So sometimes it's hard to tell what it's attributed to.
So at this point, heading into November, your answer was to prescribe more medication, 3 more drugs, right? You prescribed Ativan, or increased the Ativan. What was her load for Ativan at this point? Do you remember?
Sorry?
What was her milligrams, if that's right, or nanograms, whatever it is, on the Ativan, on the script that you had provided her?
Objection, if we could just have a date.
October 26th?
If you can answer that, go ahead.
Which date are we referring to for the Ativan? Because there were I'm sorry.
She already objected. He already said you can answer it. When did you increase her Ativan and to what level?
So she was prescribed Ativan 0.5 milligrams.
Right.
And then when I next saw her, she said it was a little bit helpful. So I said you could increase it and see if 1 milligram is more helpful.
Did she increase it?
Yes.
And when was the next time you saw her to talk to her on the television or on the computer?
Well, I saw her on the 26th, and then I saw her on the 31st.
Of October?
I'm sorry.
How was she on the 31st? Halloween.
Sorry.
How was she?
That's not my note. That's her therapy note.
Okay.
So she was doing
So how
therapy.
about this November 2nd? Was that the next time you saw
Okay,
her?
all the idiots out there who say that she wasn't doing talk therapy. She was non-compliant. She wasn't doing talk therapy. She was. The woman's name is Jennifer McAllister. We heard about her in some prior testimony. And she was also doing talk therapy with Jennifer McAllister. So maybe she'll be called as a witness so we can learn more about the talk therapy.
I saw her on November 2nd.
We have a
And she
sign
told you
emoji
that
for
she was hesitant to use the medications, the Buspar and the hydroxyzine, right?
She said she was hesitant to try the Buspar.
She was scared of the drug. She was scared of the drugs, right?
She was afraid to take a medication.
She wasn't doctor shopping and asking you to give her drugs so she could get high. She was asking you for help. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And she was afraid to take the drugs and told you that she was afraid to take the drugs, right?
She told me she was afraid to take the Buspirone.
Did you advise her or counsel her?
Their theory, the Commonwealth's theory has been that she was a drug seeker. She was a drug seeker. She was doctor shopping. She was trying to get high. And he just said it. He said it out loud. That's been their theory. And he's making her own doctor say she was afraid to take the drugs. She didn't want to take the drugs. That was masterful. Dismantling the Commonwealth's theory brick by brick, 1 brick at a time. Just another brick in the wall. He's taking them all down. Taking them all down.
She was scared of the drugs, right?
She was afraid to take a medication.
She wasn't doctor shopping and asking you to give her drugs so she could get high. She was asking you for help. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And she was afraid to take the drugs and told you that she was afraid to take the drugs, right?
She told me she was afraid to take the Buspirone.
Did you
Afraid of all of it.
advise her or counsel her or give her therapy about that? Validations?
Yes.
And what did you tell her?
Well, I advised her of, the risks.
What were the risks?
Well, the risks of medicine, like we had said, sedation or dizziness.
Okay. How about interfering with sleep?
Buspirone doesn't usually interfere with sleep.
Not usually. Did you ask her about any thoughts of suicide or being close to having thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you that she had any thoughts of suicide at all?
Not at that date.
Did she use those words, or is that a box that you checked off?
I don't remember her exact words, but we talked about suicide or, thoughts of hurting yourself.
Right. And there's a distinction between, in your records and the notation, between suicidal ideation and I quote, worrying about, thinking about suicide. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what did she mean when she told you, as her doctor, that she was worrying about, thinking about suicide?
You mean in the prior appointment?
I'm talking about a woman that's sitting in front of you on your television or your computer telling you that she was worried about thinking about suicide.
Well, on the second, she didn't say that.
Okay. When was the next time that she told you that she was worried about or thinking about or suicidal ideation?
That was the December 1st visit.
Okay. So go back to the November 2nd visit. Would you agree with me that she, after you talked with her for that period, however long it was, that you then brought up 4 medications to her, recommending that they might be safer, and I quote, safer alternatives? Would you agree with that?
I see the word alternatives, not
Okay.
safer alternatives.
Do you remember talking to her about Remeron?
Yes.
Did you recommend that she take Remeron?
No.
Did you ever prescribe Remeron?
No.
And is that mirtazapine, as far as its generic name?
Yes.
And Remeron is an antidepressant, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you did not feel that that would be an appropriate medication for her to take at that time?
It was a very reasonable option, but we didn't decide to start it.
So is this a collaboration? In other words, you and the patient, you would both make a decision as to when to start a drug? Or is it your decision and advice to the patient?
Well, it's ultimately my decision, but the patient's thoughts about the matter are very important. At the end of the day, the patient has to go home and take it themselves. I'm not there to ensure that that is happening or not.
So you had a November 22nd.
I mean, here's like somebody in the chat who may be in the wrong chat. J Artiste 8596 says she wanted the pills she wanted. She wasn't afraid of all the medications. She just wanted her favorites. What do you think that her favorites were? I don't even know what that means. Doesn't seem like she was taking much of anything. Did you watch the opening where Jennifer Sprague pulled out a whole Ziploc bag full of pill bottles and said she only took 1 of these, she only took 2 of those, she only took 3 of these, only took 9 of these? What did you think her favorites were? Have you watched the trial? Law and crime might be a better fit for you.
Appointment, right?
Themselves, I'm not there to, at the end of the day, the patient's, well, it's ultimately my decision, but the patient's thoughts about the matter are very important. At the end of the day, the patient has to go home and take it themselves. I'm not there to ensure that that is happening or not.
So you had a November 22nd appointment, right?
Yes.
And it was at that time that she told you that she had been to see South Shore Perinatal Clinic, right?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she was seeing someone from the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I think She told me that it was because they were exclusively focused on treating perinatal conditions.
Yeah, but so are you, right?
Not exclusively. I'm a general
I
psychiatrist.
see. And did she mention the name of any doctor or nurse practitioner that she was seeing at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Yes.
Who'd she mention?
I think she said something about Julie.
Paul?
Yes.
Okay. And a woman by the name of Nurse Gelada?
I heard her name a little bit later, but
Okay.
yes.
When you got served with the lawsuit in
Did
this
she
case?
advise that
Is that when you heard her name? When you got served with the summons and complaint that you were being sued by not only Lindsay Clancy, but also Patrick Clancy for a wrongful death of his children? That Nurse Gelada was a co-defendant of yours? Wonder if she's going to take the stand today. Get ready for that testimony. Hold on to your hats.
in fact, by script, she was using Ativan and Benadryl, and you told her to taper off the Ativan at that appointment, right? Had she tapered off the Ativan?
I think I had told her I gave her a prescribed taper prior to that appointment.
What does that mean? What does that mean? You gave her a prescribed taper?
So I told her that she should reduce her dose by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks until the medication was stopped.
Did she do that?
I mean, I don't believe that she completely stopped it, no.
No? You don't believe, or she didn't?
Well,
Trying to give the jury facts.
Yeah, she said she was taking Ativan, so no, she didn't completely stop it.
Had she tapered?
I'm not sure how much she had reduced the dose because I wasn't prescribing it again.
Right. So did you know that she had been, or had she been, to any emergency wards between that period of time that you last saw her and when you were seeing her on this meeting?
I know she went to the ER, but I think it was after that.
Okay, which ER did she go to? Do you know?
I think she went to Mass General.
Do you know why she went to the ER?
Because of depression.
So
if you weren't prescribing it, it wasn't important to know whether or not she had tapered or whether or not she was still tapering, since you seem to be so free with the Tic Tacs. I mean, the medications that you were just writing prescriptions for. I don't even think they write them anymore. I think they call them in. They have to be like electronically sent. I'm old fashioned that way. So it wasn't important to note in your notes whether or not she had tapered off the Ativan or what she was currently taking when you decided that you were going to write her some more prescriptions? Cool. All right. She went to the ER at Mass General, where she is a nurse. That is where she works. She was a labor and delivery nurse at Massachusetts General Hospital. Do you know what it must have taken? Do you know what kind of crisis she must have been in to go as a patient to her own emergency room where all her friends work and coworkers? She must have been in some major crisis to go to the emergency room of her own hospital, don't you think? She never saw her in person. Every single visit this doctor ever had was over the television. Let's find out if she knows. She thinks she went to the ER. It's probably not in her notes either because she didn't write anything down. All she did was check boxes.
Because of depression.
So was she treated at the ER? Did they make any, to your knowledge, as her doctor, make any recommendations?
I'm not sure what they told her, but they ultimately
Go ahead.
Discharged her. They didn't admit her.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
That's all right. Was she put on any medication?
Not from the ER.
When you looked at the records from South Shore Perinatal Clinic, what did they indicate about suicidal ideation, worrying about suicide, close to suicide, anything?
I didn't have access to those records.
Oh.
You're going to keep your voice up so everybody can hear you. You what?
I did not have access to those records.
None.
Because we're a completely separate clinic.
Seriously?
Objection.
She's visiting with you as a patient and you can't access her medical records? Is what you're telling this jury?
I did not have access to them, no.
Could she have signed a release, a HIPAA form?
Yes, she could have.
And you could have got the records,
Yes.
but you didn't.
I did not feel like it was necessary because she provided all the relevant information about her treatment there.
How do you know? She's got mental disease and she's seeing you and she's on all this cocktail of drugs. How do you know that she is an accurate historian at this point in her life?
It felt very accurate when she was able to recall the names of the medicines, doses of the medicines, specific days.
She's just treating her on feelings, on her own feelings. It felt very accurate. I didn't see the need to get any medical records or pick up the phone to call Julie Paul or Nurse Gelada at South Shore Perinatal to talk about what kind of medications you prescribed. I just had feelings that she was telling me the truth. Are you a psychic too? On top of everything else, did they give you a degree in being a psychic or a fortune teller? And we knew the answer to that question because a good lawyer never asks a question that he doesn't know the answer to, or she. But what is even better about Kevin Reddington is he knows she didn't review the records, so he asks her, he phrases it like this: when you reviewed the records from South Shore Perinatal, it doesn't even matter what the rest of the question is, because now she has to say, I didn't. I'm sorry, what? You need to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. Yeah, I didn't review the records from South Shore Perinatal. Say that again, because it was so masterful. There are a lot of good lawyers, a lot of good trial lawyers, a lot of really bad trial lawyers too. I think that all trial lawyers should take acting classes because it's like acting, and you better keep the jury interested and involved. This is like television. This is like television lawyering. Okay, jurors come in, they think they're going to get like an episode of Law and Order, and it's never like that. There's some lawyers that are very, very boring. Go sit in a courtroom someday, ones that are not being televised, and just watch trials, and you will see how boring and bad some lawyers are. Kevin Reddington is not one of those lawyers. That is why he commands very top dollar and is one of the best trial lawyers in Massachusetts, if you ask me. Even if you don't like who his clients are all the time, you cannot deny that he is a fantastic trial lawyer. And students in law school should be watching trials like this on TV to learn, because they don't teach you this stuff in law school. When you reviewed the records from South Shore Perinatal, listen to that again.
Did they indicate when?
Not from the ER.
When you looked at the records from South Shore Perinatal Clinic, what did they indicate about suicidal ideation, worrying about suicide, close to suicide, anything?
I didn't have access to those records.
You're going to keep your voice up so everybody can hear you. You what?
I did not have access to those records
Good.
because we're a completely separate clinic.
Seriously?
Seriously?
She's visiting with you as a patient and you can't access her medical records? Is what you're telling this jury?
I did not have access to them, no.
Could she have signed a release, a HIPAA
course.
form?
Of course.
Yes, she could have.
And you could have got the records,
Yes.
but you didn't.
I did not feel like it was necessary because she provided all the relevant information about her treatment there.
How do you know?
How do you know?
She's got mental disease and she's seeing you and she's on all this cocktail of drugs. How do you know that she is an accurate historian at this point in her life?
It felt very accurate when she was able to recall the names of the medicines, doses of the medicines, specific days. She provided a lot of incredibly detailed information. So it showed me she was capable of doing that.
She could have just been making it up. She could have just been making it up. If she was really a drug seeker, She could have just lied to you about the stuff she was prescribed and then try to get some more from you if she wanted to get all of her favorite medications. All of her favorite medications. I didn't think it was necessary. She didn't say important. She said, I didn't think it was necessary because it felt like what she was telling me was accurate, because that's what we do. We just go on feelings now.
It showed me she was capable of doing that.
So when you talked to her husband, Pat, how many times did you talk to her husband, Pat?
I think
The guy was living with her.
I think it was once.
And he came to your office, right? No, he didn't. He got on the television or on the computer screen, right?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was the December 16th visit.
So let's,
Reddington, before we get to that,
Okay.
it's probably a good spot to stop. We're going to take the morning recess, and then we'll come right back. Okay?
Court, all right.
Yeah, she needs a recess to get a grip. She needs a recess to get a grip. Another important thing that many psychiatrists say, because I've been watching a lot of them lately, because everybody's talking about this case now, is that it is so important to talk to family members about the changes in behavior of your patient. So important when you're screening for something like this or considering something like this, knowing damn well that the whole reason that Lindsay Clancy was coming to visit you is because she was having postpartum, what she called anxiety. Many patients will minimize. Let's take a look, shall we? Of course we shall. Let's take a look here at the Aster Mental Health website. Here it is, the Aster Mental Health website. And we can learn about them. The prescribers, if we click on prescribers right here, let me make it a little bit bigger for you. Let's click on prescribers. Click on prescribers, and then we can go down to, there's Jennifer Tufts. Beautiful, beautiful headshot. Psychiatrist. Let's learn about Jennifer Tufts. For some reason, it cuts off part of the website. I don't know why. But it says here, biography, Dr. Tufts is a psychiatrist who attended medical school at the University of Vermont and completed a residency training at Boston University. This is Today. This is the Today website. She employs a multidimensional treatment approach that utilizes tools such as medication, psychotherapy, mindfulness, and lifestyle changes. Dr. Tufts' area of specialty include PTSD and trauma-related disorders, mood disorders, anxiety, OCD, ADHD, and substance abuse. She has a particular interest in women's mental health and perinatal psychiatry from pregnancy through 2 years postpartum. 2 years postpartum. But wait, as you go down, you've got her board certification in general psychiatric. She did her undergrad at Cornell Medical School, University of Vermont, residency at Boston University. She's probably very smart. Cornell is hard. It's hard. I don't think it's an Ivy exactly, but it's a sub-Ivy. UVM, I understand, has a very good medical school. Very good veterinary program, too, I understand. She's affiliated with the American Board of Psychiatric and Psychiatry and Neurology. And if you look down here where it says areas of expertise right here on the left, anxiety, depressive disorders, bipolar spectrum disorders, and other mood disorders, women's mental health, perinatal psychiatry. There it is, perinatal psychiatry, trauma-related disorders, and ADHD. That's her expertise. She's holding herself out as an expert. Treatment modalities include psychiatric evaluations, medication management, supportive psychotherapy, transcranial magnetic stimulation or TMS, and something that says intranasal esketamine, Spravato or Spravato, it says in parentheses. I'm not sure what that is. I don't know if that has to do with ketamine. Because remember, she did say they talked about ketamine therapy, that she's the one who brought it up. So all those people talking about Lindsay wanting her favorite medications, K therapy was not something Lindsay brought up. It is something that maybe this doctor talks about with her patients, trying to get them in for something else that she can bill for. I don't know. But when you're doing your psychiatric evaluations and you say to the world that it's not important to give her the quiz or the test on the Edinburgh scale, which is directly related to postpartum, what kind of expert are you really? That's rhetorical. Don't worry, we're going to be able to fast forward right through the break. That's the way we do it. That's how we roll here. Every day the court takes their morning break at 11. Usually it's only 10 minutes, but okay. Here we are, back on real time. Not real time. We're a little tiny bit behind, but not so much. It's derived from K. Thank you. Thank you for not putting the full drug names in the chat.
Now in session, please be seated.
Here we are. God save us from the Commonwealth. We're back. Is Cornell an Ivy? I don't know if it's essentially an Ivy. I thought it was a sub-Ivy. I'm not really sure. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Only if you really, 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 really know the answer. Only if you really know the answer. And if you are a doctor or a nurse, before you put your opinion in the chat, just say, doctor here, nurse here, psychiatrist here, because a lot of people in the chat have a lot of opinions about medicine and medical advice, but they're not experts. God save us from Tufts. Somebody said she's going to have a tough time defending herself in the medical malpractice lawsuit, and that is why you guys are called the snark tank. You know who said that? Not that Mickey from South Africa said she's going to have a tough time with the civil matter, tough time with her defense. Emily's Life on Wheels wants to know, why can't this doctor print the paperwork and write notes on the side? Weird. Or keep a separate notepad and then put everything in the notes later. Right? Seems like it would be easy. Emily also said, I wonder if this doctor will have a job tomorrow. Mel, can someone be fired that quickly for their testimony here? I don't know what her employment contract is, if any. But New York is an employment at will state. I don't know about Massachusetts, but they can pretty much fire you at any time for any reason. They can fire you if they don't like your facial expressions. Unless you fall into a protected class and there's some sort of like reason that you were fired, you could have a lawsuit. Maybe if you're a whistleblower or there's discrimination or sexual harassment. But I don't know if she has a contract or not. But she hasn't been fired since. I mean, Lindsay Clancy killed her kids 3.5 years ago. She still got a job. So, I mean, they knew this was coming. Thank you for your 20. Sleepwatcher says, is it possible this doctor's on the spectrum? And I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm not going to guess about her conditions at all, but thank you for your 10. Babe's mom says prayers for Lindsay. Thank you. Cher says, it doesn't matter how much you think a patient's being honest, verify that the information is the truth. It's your license at risk to just take what they tell you at hand. Do your job. My head's about to pop. Thank you very much for your 20. Ex-medical secretary here, Gail Taylor. History is uploaded to the system so it can be viewed. No therapy of CBT or EMDR. I'm shocked they did nothing but signpost her to others. Thank you, Not So Graceful, who says, thanks for being a safe place to watch this. You are a zealous yet measured advocate of women. Thank you so very much. I advocate for all genders that are being wrongfully persecuted or where there's some nuance. Edric Faust, in my opinion, Edric Faust, a black man in Georgia, was convicted of a 25-year-old cold case on bogus science and DNA that never should have seen the inside of a courtroom. And he has been sentenced to something like life in prison. Very wrongfully convicted, in my opinion. We got to get back to talking about Edric Faust, because if you didn't watch that trial with me, please watch it. It was a modern day To Kill a Mockingbird lynching of a black man in Georgia. And it's horrifying. Thank you, Nicole, for your 5. All right, getting back to court after the break. Let's go.
You all set for the jury?
Cornell is Ivy? Okay, good. It's the only Ivy not founded during the colonial period. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Thank you, Cupcakes, for petitioning activity. God bless the Clancy family. Free Edric Faust. Man.
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you. Mr. Reddington.
If you would just please look at your medical records that you have in front of you, I believe.
Killing me, Smalls.
Where you have, I believe, it's called interval history.
I had trouble hearing the date. Can you repeat that?
Sure, October 20th. Sorry.
Okay.
So looking at the interview history, that's when that you decided to start Zoloft. It says a week ago, right?
That's when the patient started it, yes.
Okay, and she then increased the dose, and it says last night, right?
Yes.
And what was she telling you on the computer screen when you were talking to her? What did she say about increasing the dose of the Zoloft?
That she felt awful. She couldn't sleep, had insomnia, which became worse when she increased the dose. She didn't want to eat. She was having diarrhea. Food felt really unappealing. She was more depressed on it, crying all day yesterday, which is not normal for her. She had some mental fog and was terrified to start something new.
Did she also tell you about her anxiety level?
Anxiety was really bad even before med. Now hard to differentiate. Overnight racing thoughts, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts. Something bad.
So she's paranoid and terrified. Paranoid and terrified. What was the date on this? I don't want to rewind it. He's going back in time now. Terrified and paranoid. Those weren't just click boxes, right? You wrote those in your notes, so it must have been important enough for you to write that she was terrified and paranoid. What are those also signs of? October 20th. Thank you, Felicia.
Bad happenings, hard to differentiate, really bad even before, and was terrified to start something new.
Did she also tell you about her anxiety level?
Anxiety was really bad even before med. Now hard to differentiate. Overnight racing thoughts.
Hard to differentiate what? Delusions from reality? What's hard to differentiate? This is October 20th. Thank you, chat. You're awesome. Hard to differentiate reality from the voices in my head. Anxiety was really, really bad even before what? Even before the increase in the Zoloft? This is wild to me that she didn't pick up on this. That it could have been some neurotoxicity to the medication. That it could have been psychosis. She's deteriorating. Her symptoms are worsening. And you never thought, well, I don't know, maybe he's gonna ask her if she ever consulted with a senior level psychiatrist. Terrified, paranoid.
Hard to differentiate. Overnight racing thoughts, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts, something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone.
She doesn't want to be alone.
That must have given you concern that you had a pretty sick patient on your hands at that point, right?
I was concerned, yes.
So you gave her some therapy, did you?
I gave her some therapy in conjunction with discussing all of her symptoms and assessing her and managing the medication.
Okay.
She didn't want to be alone because why? Because she was afraid that the voices in her head might tell her to take her own life and she wouldn't be able to stop them. She was terrified to be alone because the voices in her head might tell her to kill her children.
And again, I apologize. You have to keep your voice up so people can hear you way down here. So when you say you were talking about the symptoms and what did you do? Just talk about the same thing that we had just gone over, the symptoms?
There were a number of them to discuss in more detail. That's the summary of them.
Okay. So did she discuss it in detail?
Yes.
Did she tell you that her symptomology at this point on October 20th was so bad that she had to have her mother come and stay with her?
Her mom was coming to provide support. Yes.
She wasn't coming to provide support. She was coming to stay with them, to live with them, wasn't she?
Yes. I don't know for how long, but yes.
Did you bother to ask her? Why is her mother having to stay with her?
Because she needed some help.
Do you know how long her mother stayed with her?
I don't.
Do you know that she ended up sleeping in the basement?
I don't.
Do you know that she ended up sleeping with her mother?
I don't.
So you just
Because she wanted her mother to take care of her. Because no matter how old your kids get, they always want their mom. It's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. She ended up sleeping with her mom in the basement.
do you know how long her mother stayed with her?
I don't.
Do you know that she ended up sleeping in the basement?
I don't.
Do you know that she ended up sleeping with her mother?
I don't.
So you decided that you'd stop the Zoloft and you would monitor closely, right?
Yes.
What does that mean, monitor closely?
Well, I saw her the next day, so that's monitoring, an example of
Okay.
monitoring closely.
So this would be on October 21st that you saw her the next day, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, on the 20th, you made reference to the fact that you also recommended that she try fish oil and things of that nature, natural remedies.
Yes.
You also wanted to look into what's called Zulresso, Zulresso.
Yes.
What's Zulresso?
It is a treatment for postpartum depression.
And when you say that you were looking into it, what did you do? Did you find out if it was available and if she could participate in the program?
I did some digging online to see where it is done and how to do it. I hadn't officially recommended it, so I had not started that for her. It's not really an easy medicine that I can just start because
What? I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's not a medication I could start on my own. It is it's infused through an IV in a hospital, so it's a bit difficult to coordinate.
It's a 60-hour infusion, right?
It's a long infusion. That sounds right.
And it's about 2.5 days of infusion, and it has to be under hospital circumstance, and the only hospital around here is in Rhode Island, right?
Yes.
And
Wow.
Did you ever recommend that she do that?
It's a 60-hour infusion. It's called Zulresso for postpartum depression. 60 hours, it's 2.5 days. It has to be done in the hospital. And the only place they do it is in Rhode Island. Remember, we heard talk about her going to a hospital in Rhode Island at some point. But it wasn't something that you could do. So it wasn't really, your wheelhouse. So you didn't really look into it for her because you really didn't care about treating your patient because you didn't even think it was necessary to get the records from South Shore Perinatal or pick up the phone and call one of her treating providers there so you could do what? Coordinate care? Is coordination of care a thing anymore or not? Is it a thing? I couldn't do the infusion, so, whatevs. I didn't want to send her somewhere else because I wanted to keep the patient. I wanted to keep billing.
And did you ever recommend that she do that?
Did you recommend it?
It was something to consider. I couldn't make the official recommendation because that's not something I prescribe.
Why?
Because you can't pick that up at the pharmacy.
Well, no, obviously you have to go to a hospital setting and basically have an infusion through your veins for 60 hours or 2.5 days. But why didn't you look into it or recommend that she do that?
Well, I did look into it.
So what happened?
She ended up actually going to a partial hospitalization program at the hospital that does it. I don't believe the program was completed, but she went, and I advised her to discuss it with them because they have access to that medicine. I don't have access to it.
Of course not. Is this Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island that you're talking about?
She went there.
Yes.
So when you looked at the medical records for the Women and Infants Hospital, did they make reference to your inquiry for Zulresso?
I never received records from women and infants.
Did you ever look at them?
There it is again. There it is again. Yeah, I couldn't recommend it really because I can't prescribe it. So, you know, if I don't do it, I certainly can't recommend it. That's crazy. So when you looked at the records from Women and Infants Hospital, nope, she didn't do that either. Would that be important if you were treating a patient? I know we have psychiatrists in the chat.
I never received records from women and infants.
Did you ever look at them or even online?
Online?
Yeah, like online, like you do when you talk to patients.
No, I never had access to them.
Why?
It's similar to South Shore. It's a completely separate hospital that I don't have access to. I don't work there.
Well, of course you don't work there, but you're a doctor and you're treating a patient who's got medical records that you could access through a HIPAA release, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you do that?
Well, she didn't ultimately end up having any treatment there, so it didn't seem necessary.
She didn't end up having any treatment there, so it didn't seem necessary. You can't just walk into that place and say, hey, I'd like some Zulresso, can you?
I don't exactly know how it works.
Oh. She's sitting up there like she knows everything. Your patient signs a release and you can get the records.
And then again, on that date, which would be October 20, and the jurors are looking at the records, you checked off the boxes again on objective findings, mental status exam, appearance, speech, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Excuse me for 1 minute, Judge. Jurors.
It's called a medical records request. It might even be faster for doctors to get it than it is for patients.
When she was
or
telling you on
lawyers.
that date that she was in quoting your records, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts and something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone. What did she mean by that?
Well, those were a lot of her words.
Right. Isn't that a concern? If your patient is telling you she doesn't want to be alone, why didn't she want to be alone?
Because she was very anxious and had the feeling like something bad might happen.
Okay. Did her mother ultimately and dad come to stay with them?
Yes.
How long did they stay with them?
I don't know.
When you talked to the mother and the father, did you say to them, what is she doing? How does she appear? Is she in bed all day? What did they tell you?
They never called my office, so I never spoke with them.
They never called your office?
They never called me or sent a message, so I did not have communication with them.
So that's their fault, but they didn't call you, the doctor. Right?
Sustained. Next question.
So
All the doctors I've been watching have all said it is so important to talk to the family. You knew her mother was staying there. You didn't think to ask permission of your patient to speak to her mother so you might be able to get some other insight about what was going on during the time that you were not with this patient. Patient can give you consent to speak to family members and other people about their care. That was very well done. When you spoke to the mother, oh yeah, no, I didn't, because they never called me. Wait a second. So are you saying that if they did call you, you would speak to them without your client's consent? or your patient's consent, because that's a problem too. When Lindsay filled out all those forms when she first came to see you, there's like a privacy form that you fill out now when you go to a doctor's office. Like, who are you giving this doctor permission to speak to about your care? And you can list your treating doctors. You can list your family members that it's okay for her to talk to. I want to know if she filled that form out and who she said that she could talk to.
Never called your office?
My office, so I never spoke with them.
They never called your office?
They never called me or sent a message, so I did not have communication with them.
So it's their fault that they didn't call you, the doctor, I guess, right?
Sustained. Next question.
So, do you think maybe it would be reasonable if you're the doctor and you're investigating your patient's symptomology that you might, when you know that the parents are staying with her, that you would make a phone call yourself?
It's not typical when you have an adult who is able to advocate for themselves to speak with their parents.
So while she is telling you about her symptomology and tearfulness and crying and unable to get up and anxiety and the medications and the mental illness that she had, you felt that she could advocate for herself?
Yes,
Okay, on the television, on the computer.
yes,
The next time you saw her was on October 26th, is that correct?
Not
You can
typical
pull
to
up the
talk
record.
to an adult's parents. Okay, cool.
yes.
Now, and if you look again at the interval history where you put down what's going on in the patient's life that time, this is when she indicated that she's back to where she felt that she was before Zoloft, which was not great, and that you guys were considering a new medication. Is that right?
Yes,
And then you started her on Ativan, as we talked about, right?
yes.
And then you started her on the buspirone, right?
Well, she had already been started on the Ativan, and then we added the buspirone.
So my question was, you started her on buspirone, right?
Yes,
Okay. And also you added hydroxyline as needed, right?
yes,
And you continued the Ativan, correct?
yes,
Did you discuss side effects with her at that point?
yes,
Did you also discuss starting Remeron or pregabalin?
yes.
What did you tell her about Remeron and pregabalin?
I don't think I went into any detail about those medicines, just that those might be things to consider in the future.
And then you saw her on October 31st, right?
That was her, I think that was just a therapy appointment with a different provider.
Would that be Jennifer McAllister?
Yes.
So it's a different provider in the sense that she works for Aster, right?
Well, yes, it just wasn't myself.
Right. So on October 31st, they did a suicide assessment, or she did, right, McAllister?
I wasn't there.
Well, I know you weren't there, but these are medical records that have been introduced into evidence that the jury's going to have in the jury room.
Objection, is that a question?
No, good. Next question.
McAllister did a suicide assessment apparently, right?
I'm sure she assessed
No,
for
no, no, look at
suicide.
the record, please,
Where do you see it? Sorry.
where it says suicide assessment. There's only 4 pages for October 31st.
Yeah.
Well, actually, there would be 8 because it's 2 sites.
So that is the assessment that you go through. If somebody reports any thoughts of suicide, then you ask those questions, which go into a lot more detail about them.
So here you have a patient who's already reported to you as a psychiatrist that she's got suicidal ideation, worried about suicide, worried about killing herself days before October 31st. And a suicide assessment was done by McAllister, right?
I wasn't there. You would have to ask her.
Well, maybe
Ma'am.
they will.
Ma'am, doctor. I mean, maybe some people would be able to understand that you could not access medical records from facilities that you're not a part of, like McLean, like South Shore Perinatal, like the hospital in Rhode Island. But certainly you have access to the records within your own office with her therapist. Were you not even speaking to Jennifer McAllister at all about this patient? This is inexcusable. Oh, my freeze game is on point. Look at her with her eyes closed. This is inexcusable. Do you care at all about your patients? 5 days after you saw her last, and she's talking about all these crazy things to you in her mind, that she's paranoid. She can't sleep. Her mother's coming. Or he's jumping around in time, so it's kind of hard to keep all of this together. She's paranoid. But October 20th, she's paranoid. She doesn't want to be alone. And he said, why didn't she want to be alone? And she was like, oh, because, she had anxiety. And her mother was coming, and she was sleeping with her mother. And then on the 26th, she sees her again. And then 5 days later, she gets a suicide assessment from a therapist in your own freaking office. And you guys aren't talking to each other? You're not chatting? You don't consult with each other? This is insane. Come on.
If she comes in, why don't you tell me what the record shows?
Not my record. Not my
Did
problem.
they do a suicide assessment? Did you check off the little boxes?
This is
I'm
Halloween.
looking for that section.
Remember, she claims she didn't meet with the ADA to
It
prep.
says that patient denies suicidal or homicidal ideation at this time.
Okay, so again, this is on October 31st, right?
Yes.
The patient, within a period of a couple of days and meetings with you, that McAllister has access to because the records are within your business, right?
It's not my business, but yes.
Has reported suicidal ideation and fear and dwelling about killing herself and afraid of those thoughts, right?
I just want to be absolutely clear. So yes, a little
Yes,
while
yes, yes.
earlier, she had voiced those concerns.
Right. So as a result of voicing those concerns, is it your understanding that McAllister did not do any of the suicide assessment questions because Lindsay reported that she wasn't suicidal?
It appears that she asked about
Right, you already
suicidality.
told us that. I'm asking you about, excuse me.
Hold on. Ask the next question. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not asking you, you told us 3 times now that she says she was not suicidal when she spoke to McAllister. I'm asking you about the suicide assessment for the 3rd time. You see it in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, did Lindsay answer any of the questions that were asked over the 2 pages, possibly 3, of the suicide assessment? Yeah, 3, done by McAllister.
I don't see anything written here.
Blank pages.
So was there a suicide assessment?
I don't know because I wasn't there. I don't know what the
And you don't know
conversation
from looking at
was.
the records, right?
From looking at the records, I don't see evidence of additional suicidal questions beyond asking if it was there or not.
So, suicidal assessment, doctor, is in the medical records. It consumes almost 4 pages, does it not? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the questions, like asking, have you felt life is not worth living? Is death something you thought about recently? Are you dwelling on that? What leads up to the thoughts? What are the thoughts? All those questions, right? For 4 pages, right?
Yes.
And there is not one notation indicating that that test was ever administered to her on October 31st, correct?
Correct. But it looks like it was asked in other ways.
Yeah, okay. November 2nd. Oh, it was asked in other ways? Is that what the little checkbox where it says denies suicidal ideation?
Can I read something that she
You
wrote in the
have
note?
indicated repeatedly that she denied suicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
The suicidal assessment was not administered, according to the record that's in front of you, by McAllister, yes?
The additional suicidal assessment, yes.
Other than
November
the one
2nd.
question?
By the way, as a psychiatrist, not a psychologist, you have the ability to prescribe medication, obviously, right?
Yes.
And that's what we talked about, the DEA number and all of that, correct, which you had for about a month, other than when you were a resident, right?
Yes.
So you're prescribing these SSRIs and antipsychotics and antitropics or whatever they are. And it's important as to the metabolism of your patient with those drugs, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, wait a second. What does metabolism mean?
The body breaking down the medication.
So how is it that you can determine how the body of your patient is breaking down the medication that is in their brain and they're complaining about all of these symptoms? How, as a doctor, do you determine how the body's breaking it down?
We don't typically have any specific testing that we do to understand that.
How about a blood test?
Isn't that a problem? If you can't tell how a person's body is reacting objectively to the medication, how about a blood test? Let's say, hold on. What do you do to determine?
Body of your, so how is it that you can determine how the body of your patient is breaking down the medication that is in their brain and they're complaining about all of these symptoms? How, as a doctor, do you determine how the body's breaking it down?
We don't typically have any specific testing that we do to understand that.
How about a blood test?
It's not done for that.
It's not done for that, meaning a blood test is not done to determine the metabolism of your patient, of your medications?
Are you referring to genetic testing?
No, I'm asking about the metabolism. I'm not
Okay.
talking about genetics. I'm talking about the metabolism of the SSRIs in her body.
Okay.
You can tell that metabolism rate through blood testing, right?
Not in the way that you're describing.
Okay, what way would it be?
There is genetic testing that can give information about metabolism.
Like what?
It can talk about different enzymes that a person might have to suggest it provides information about the enzymes that a person might have the genes for.
Okay, so it provides the enzymes that a person might have the genes for. Forgive me, I'm having difficulty with that. What does that mean?
It's a little complicated.
Yeah, you don't expect a patient that's going through what she was going through to understand that, would you?
No.
It's so complicated that she doesn't even understand it. Do you think that she knows she knows what it is? The genetic testing is a testing that you can do that will tell your doctor which medications you might respond to better than others. That's what it does. It's like a relatively new thing. Insurance company, right? Gene site testing. It's relatively new. I think it costs like $300 to $400. Insurance typically won't cover it. But before your child is put on any medications, I would highly recommend, even as an adult, to go get this genetic testing so that your doctor will know which medications are right for you and which ones could be wrong for you and which ones won't work, because everyone's body is different. Everyone's body is different, right? Jesus, it is. It's a speak swab.
Did you guys do the, what does that mean?
It's a little complicated.
Yeah, you don't expect a patient that's going through what she was going through to understand that, would you?
No.
Did you guys do the enzyme test?
They are not typically done
Why?
because, again, it's genetics
Does
and
insurance cover it?
That's it. Insurance doesn't cover it.
Finish that answer and I'll allow a follow-up. Go ahead, Doc.
so it's not as simple as testing for an enzyme or not. You can test someone's genome, like we have the ability to test the entire human genome now, but it's
Not what we're talking about.
which is great, but the clinical
Great.
use of that is not there yet. So while we can test these things, it does not yield meaningful clinical information. So it's not commonly done.
It doesn't provide meaningful
What is the,
clinical information. I think that the company might disagree with you. Patrick Clancy said he would have paid anything. He didn't care about insurance. He would have paid any amount of money to get his wife back.
So it's not these things. It does not yield meaningful clinical information. So it's not commonly done.
what is the Cytopro P4-50 system?
That's one of the enzymes that I'm talking about.
So the Cytopro P450 system talks about and tests for the breakdown of psychiatric meds in the blood, right?
It's not in the way that you're describing. It doesn't
All I'm
tell you what
describing is that
medicines
it's
to
a
take.
test.
Again, one at a time. Finish the answer and then you can ask follow-up. Go ahead, Doc.
It just, yes, this is a test that is done, but it doesn't tell you what medications a patient will do better on. It's not useful in that way.
So what's it useful for?
I mean, I don't find it terribly useful.
How long has the Cytopro P450 system been in use in your field?
I'm sorry?
How long has the Cytopro P450 system been in use in your field, psychiatry?
Well, it's an enzyme in the body.
Well, I know what it is. I'm asking you about the system, the testing. How long have they been using that?
The genetic testing, maybe a
whatever
few
it is.
years. It's very new,
Very new. Does insurance cover it?
sometimes.
Sometimes. So it is nevertheless a legitimate test to determine the breakdown of psychiatric meds in a patient's blood, correct?
It exists, yes.
It exists. Well, it exists, but you didn't use it, right?
It would not have made a difference
In what? In your opinion?
in her treatment.
Because you go by the checks in the checkbox and what she self-reports, right?
No, not just the checks in the checkbox.
Oh. In any event, tell me about the thyroid.
The
Tell me
thyroid?
about the thyroid.
Thyroid.
It's
thought you said
an
fibroid.
organ in the human body that regulates hormones.
It's
And
wait,
what-
is the thyroid I'm not a doctor. Is the thyroid an organ or a gland? I mean, I don't know. I was diagnosed with Hashimoto's after my second child because that's a thing too. That often has a sudden onset after a child is born. Is a thyroid an organ? Anyone? Oh, I see that. I gotcha. Not. We got a loopy troll in here. I get it. Don't you worry, your pretty little head.
If any, import.
The thyroid?
The thyroid.
It's an organ in the human body that regulates hormones.
And what, if any, import and impact do thyroid levels have on your evaluation of a woman who is in the throes of postpartum depression?
They don't.
what is the purpose of a test to determine the thyroid levels?
Well, you can test something like the TSH.
Well, I don't know what a TSH is. I'm sorry. What is a TSH?
Thyroid stimulating hormone.
Okay, thank you.
That's something that can be tested typically by maybe a PCP, primary care, or endocrinologist if they have concerns about someone's thyroid function.
Were you aware of a study that was a major study that was peer reviewed? What does peer reviewed mean in your business?
That it was reviewed by other researchers in a similar field.
And the report or the article or whatever it may be has to be approved by the peers that are reviewing.
Okay, there's a nurse in the chat who says the thyroid gland is an organ. Look at that. We learn something new every day. Apologies, Dr. Tufts.
Doing it before it can be published, right?
Oh,
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that in the medical field, it's a big deal to have publishing articles on your resume, right?
Yes.
And how many articles have you published about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, anything?
I have published something, but it's not a full article. It's just a small thing.
Okay.
Pamphlet?
Are you aware of the
Facebook post?
Psychiatry magazine article dealing with, in 2021, thyroid function in postpartum psychosis and exploratory study? Have you ever heard of anything about that, let alone read an article about it?
No.
Are you aware that there are studies that have compared thyroid function between psychosis with postpartum onset, PPO, psychosis without postpartum onset, PWPO, and normal postpartum? You aware of that?
No.
Well, you're supposed to be an expert, or you specialize, or you have an interest in treating women that have suffered from postpartum, correct?
Yes.
Have you written any articles at all about postpartum depression, anxiety, psychosis?
No, I'm not a researcher. I'm a clinician.
Have you read any of the articles, such as thyroid function in postpartum psychosis?
I've read many articles. There are thousands. I have not read that specific article.
Thousands? Thousands of articles on postpartum psychosis and the thyroid?
No, not on that specific topic.
So when the Aster doctors are treating a person like Lindsay, it's your testimony to this jury that testing, whether it's blood testing or whether it's the Cytopro P4 testing, is not necessary because Jennifer Tufts doesn't think it's necessary, right?
It does not yield information that would influence treatment.
Really? So if there was elevation in the thyroid, that wouldn't impact on your treatment at all, your evaluation, your investigation?
Sorry, I thought you had mentioned the cytochrome issue. Are we talking about that one, or are we talking about the thyroid?
Talking about the thyroid.
Okay.
Yeah. So if there
Can you
were
repeat?
tests that revealed elevation in the thyroid level, is it your testimony that you wouldn't care?
If I somehow found out that a patient had elevated thyroid levels, I would advise them to talk to their primary care or maybe get an endocrinologist to discuss it.
Did you ever recommend that Lindsay get an endocrinologist?
No, she
And the
did
reason-
not.
The answer is no. And you basically did not have any information that you could use to even realize that there might have been a thyroid issue with this woman that was postpartum, right? Because you didn't do any blood tests.
There was no clinical reason to obtain a blood test.
All right, so you continue on with your meetings by the computer, correct?
Yes.
November 2nd. You can get November 2nd out. You got it?
November 22nd?
No, it looks like November 2nd. I apologize. That's what I'm looking at. Tufts, Jennifer, MD, Clancy, Lindsay. Follow-up note, November 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. And you're still diagnosing her with generalized anxiety disorder, GAD, right?
Yes.
You add in there an adjustment disorder with depressed mood, I guess, because of what she had been telling you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the psychiatric condition, you note that it's improving. Great.
Yes.
And then you determine that you will decrease the Ativan to 0.75 milligrams for 2 weeks, and then decrease it to 0.5 milligrams for 2 weeks, and consider alternatives for sleep anxiety. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you note if she's having urges to harm herself or others, to go to the nearest emergency room and call 911 and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
So is that a form that you basically press a button and because it seems to be kind of like a generic advice, call 911 if you're feeling suicidal and things of that nature?
Well, that's advice that we provide for every single patient.
Oh, generic advice.
And then you note that half the encounter was on counseling or coordination of care on November 2nd, right?
Yes, that's a typical statement. It's just a part of documentation that doctors use.
All right. Now, on November 2nd, you were suggesting the 4 drugs that she would start would be Remeron, Trazodone, Pregabalin, and hydroxyzine, right?
Those were just things we were considering.
Oh.
I wasn't starting all of those
I
medicines.
see. On November 22nd, now that would be almost 3 weeks later, right? You saw her, right? And did you ask her about whether or not she was still having suicidal thoughts or worrying about suicidal thoughts, for example? Did you ask her that?
Yes,
And how do you know that? Because the box is checked?
it's written in my note.
What does it say?
Patient denies SI.
Okay, what did you ask her about that?
I don't remember the exact words, but I know that I asked about that.
Did you ask her about how things were going at home with her mother and father staying there?
That I don't remember. I didn't document how her parents were doing.
Okay, well, I don't really care about how her parents are doing. I'm asking about whether or not you asked her how it was working out while her parents were there helping out. If you did, fine. If you didn't, that's fine too.
Yeah, I don't think that I did. In this
Okay.
appointment, sorry.
Okay, that's all. That's fine. December 1st was the next appointment, correct? And you can look at the integral history.
Yes.
Now, on that December 1st appointment, this is after she had transferred to South Shore.
Yes.
She disclosed to you that she had been seeing South Shore, right?
Yes.
We already talked about the fact that you never got the records from South Shore, so you don't know, other than what Lindsay reported to you, what medications she was on, right?
Right. I knew what she was telling me.
Right, and she told you that she was doing the Ativan taper, right?
Well, she said she had tried doing that, but that then she was having worse sleep.
Having difficulty sleeping is what she indicated to you, right?
Yes.
And she tried other meds that you had suggested, but stated that she was having difficulty with those meds, including trazodone, right?
Well, the trazodone she didn't have a problem with. It just didn't seem like it was particularly helpful.
Did you prescribe the trazodone or somebody else?
This was somebody else.
So do you know what the milligrams were that she was on?
It says she tried between 50 and 150 milligrams.
All right. Now, did she at some point try Remeron?
Anti-Semitism has entered the chat, and I apologize on behalf of all of my viewers who happened to see that disgusting comment fly by. Block Island's getting real crowded. People out there on the internet say that I block all the people that don't agree with me. No, I block the people who come in here and absolutely, actually show their anti-Semitism in the chat. Those people are not welcome here. That's who gets blocked here. Block Island is getting so crowded. Yes, 2 retractions. Or Cornell is Ivy League. It is. I looked it up. It's Ivy League. I said I wasn't sure if it was. It is. She's Ivy League educated. This doctor is. We have also learned that the thyroid is both a gland and an organ. 2 things that I needed to correct. There they are. People with fake name. I don't even, that person might have even had a real name. I'm not even sure. Disgusting. Let's get back to the testimony. And we're going to go right up until the day before the murders. He's on December 1st now. If he keeps going chronologically, we're almost there. I know. Why does Law 2 bring out the scum? I don't know. That's a great question.
She said that she did.
Now,
150 milligrams.
she was on?
This was somebody else.
So do you know what the milligrams were that she was on?
Trazodone.
It says she tried between 50 and 150 milligrams.
All right. Now, did she at some point try Remeron?
She said that she did.
Did you suggest in your discussions that she try Remeron?
No, I did not.
Did she indicate to you that she had rebound anxiety and intrusive thoughts, that she was going to die? Recall that?
Well, she said worse depression and intrusive thoughts.
Oh, intrusive
Okay.
thoughts, you say?
Did she tell you what the intrusive thoughts were?
It was the feeling like I'm going to die.
Oh, like I'm going to die.
Did
Because
she
if
then-
she says she has a feeling that she's going to kill herself, or she's getting towards the feeling that suicidal ideations are possible, or if she tells you that she wants to harm her children, number 1, she could be sectioned, and number 2, she could have her children taken away. Let's see if she probed into what the intrusive thoughts were. Just that she thought she was going to die? Okay, let's go. Let's hear that again. Intrusive thoughts, like red flag number 1. We watched Dr. Leslie talk about intrusive thoughts at the beginning of the stream, if you missed it.
Well, she said worse depression and intrusive thoughts.
Okay. Did she tell you what the intrusive thoughts were?
December 1st.
It was the feeling like I'm going to die.
Did she then have a script for Prozac, 10 milligrams?
That's what she said.
And she said that she couldn't sleep and had worse sleep, so that had to be stopped, right?
Yes.
She had, then she tried, she was on Klonopin, right?
Yes.
And what is Klonopin?
It's a benzodiazepine.
And on December 1st is when she told you, again, that she was close to having suicidal ideation, feeling hopeless. You call that?
Yes.
Now, on the interval history, on that date, you indicated that she can't sleep. She's panicking. She had worse depression, intrusive thoughts. She was numb. Nothing mattered. I feel like I'm going to die. Denies suicidal ideation, but, quote, yesterday, close to it, feeling hopeless. Did you give her therapy and validations after she told you that?
I believe that I did.
Validations, affirmations. She was very close to it the day before, close to actually taking her own life, or close to thinking about taking her own life. I mean, the lack of intellectual curiosity here is mind-numbing. The lack of medical curiosity. Check a box, write a script, and send her off. Most, if not all of these, are controlled substances. Nothing mattered. She's numb. She's blunting. She can't feel anything. I'm not a doctor. But I would ask her, isn't that when the intrusive thoughts can start to become more real to the patient? Isn't that when the voices in their head start taking over and they start losing grip of reality and the delusions become real to them, doctor? But did you give her validations? Yeah, I did.
Feeling hopeless, did you give her therapy and validations after she told you that?
I believe that I did.
What did you do? You got a woman that's telling you that she's hopeless. She doesn't care if she dies. Can't sleep. What did you do to validate on your therapy?
Well, I told her that this was something that we could address, that there was hope, that there were treatments, and there are different types of treatment programs that are more supportive, like partial hospitalization programs. So she knew that she still had options and a reason to hope.
Did you ever suggest to her that maybe you ought to come in and see me rather than talk on the computer?
Talking with her over the video did not seem like an issue. It didn't seem like there was anything that I was missing or that there was any need to see her in person.
Well, you missed a whole hell of a lot, ma'am. Dr. Ivy League doctor, you missed a whole hell of a lot, didn't you? Because you last saw her the day before she murdered her 3 children. This is, and I don't know if this is a generational thing. Okay, I'm Gen X. We do the in-person thing. We think in-person meetings for anything, any kind of business is very, very important. Meeting with your clients as an attorney in person, very important. Meeting with people if you're a salesperson, doing deals, very important to meet in person. The fact that it has gone beyond by the wayside is frightening to me, because a lot of these generations don't know how to in-person interact and do deals together. Close a sale. So much is done by email and phone. A lot of these younger kids don't even like picking up the phone. It used to be all about the in-person meeting. That's how you maintain relationships. That's how you ask anybody who's in sales or advertising, 60s, 70s, 80s. That's what we did. We met in person. Play golf. Go to shows, go to concerts, get the deal done. It's about building relationships. Okay? It's not about sitting over a computer screen and prescribing drugs like they're Tic Tacs. Here, have it. Well, you want a different flavor of Tic Tac? What do you want today? We'll try this. I was just telling her to, have hope. Have hope. Buck up, little camper. Everything's going to be okay tomorrow. What was that song about the ants? The little old ant thinks he can move a rubber tree plant. We can do it. Come on, you're like the little engine that could. That is why so many children who were forced to do at-home schooling for 2 years in 2020 are having severe mental health issues. Our children don't even get me started on that conversation. That's a totally different conversation. I didn't really think that talking over it didn't seem like I needed to have her in the office. Not really a big deal. He just pointed out all the body languages you could have missed, the hand wringing, the leg bouncing, the things that you might notice in person that you wouldn't notice under the computer because you can only see a person from chest up. When are we going to get back to the in-person meetings for everything? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, but this is really important. Teach your children how to communicate with other people in person, how to pick up a phone call, how to pick up a phone and make their own appointments. Make sure your kid has a customer-facing job at some point in their life so that they know what it's like to interact with people in person and how to problem solve and how to sell. Because everyone's in sales. We're all in sales every single day. No matter what your job is, you are in sales. You are selling yourself every single day. It is so important. But not to this Ivy League educated doctor, because Cornell is an Ivy.
Did not
Maybe you ought to come in and see me.
to hope.
Did you ever suggest to her that maybe you ought to come in and see me rather than talk on the computer?
Talking with her over the video did not seem like an issue. It didn't seem like there was anything that I was missing or that there was any need to see her in person.
Now, you'd agree with me that in December of 2022, COVID was all done, right?
It wasn't completely all done.
December of 2022. That is frightening to think that we were locked in our houses for almost 2 years, and in some cases more than 2 years. And she's like, yeah, it wasn't totally done. No.
Were you still nervous about dealing with people and wearing masks and stuff, or were you able to sit down and talk to somebody face to face?
We were definitely feeling more comfortable about being face to face with people, but I think, it was still something that we thought about.
You discussed trying Seroquel with her at that point, right?
I didn't really discuss it. She had told me that was something that she had discussed with her other provider.
So looking at your notes, does it say also discussed trying Seroquel alone tonight? Your notes say that?
It says yes, but I wasn't making a recommendation about the Seroquel. It was just a medicine I was providing her more information on.
So you were telling her about the Seroquel? You're providing information?
Yes, we were talking about the Seroquel.
Right. Why?
Because her other provider had recommended that she started it.
What is Seroquel?
It's an antipsychotic.
You also discussed with her the possibility of
So if Seroquel is an antipsychotic, wouldn't it follow that a person prescribed Seroquel could be psychotic, and maybe the Seroquel was going to prevent them from being psychotic because it's called an antipsychotic? She never spoke to the other providers. No, Jenny, she didn't. She didn't even think it was important or necessary to request their records. Great question. How you doing, Jenny Lulu? Nope, never did. Nope. She trusted every single thing that Lindsay Clancy told her because she said she was a really good historian, and she just believed that she was telling her the truth about everything.
Diagnosed. You also discussed with her the possibility of undiagnosed bipolar disorder.
Oh, really?
Did you not?
It was discussed.
And undiagnosed bipolar disorder was, in your opinion, as a result of not a reaction, but extreme reaction to the SSRIs, right?
Not as a result of the SSRIs, but that
Does your note?
Wait, take it back. She's discussing undiagnosed bipolar with her by December. I don't know what visit this was. I know she had one December 1st. Remember, the killings were January 24th. So you're already discussing undiagnosed bipolar, which we're going to find out, or we already know, if someone is bipolar, certain medications will make them crazy or psychotic, right?
As a result of not a reaction.
It was discussed.
And undiagnosed bipolar disorder was, in your opinion, as a result of not a reaction, but extreme reaction to the SSRIs,
He
right?
looked right at the jury when he said extreme.
Not as a result of the SSRIs, but that
Does your note say, and I quote, also discussed possibility of undiagnosed bipolar disorder given extreme reaction to SSRIs and insomnia, period. Does it say that?
Yes.
Those are your notes, right?
Yes, the way you were saying it made it sound a little bit different before, but that's exactly what I wrote.
I read it directly from your note, right? How did I make it sound different?
I don't know. It sounded different the first time you said it than the second.
Because it was in a different tone than you would have read it. Here's the note again, for those of you who missed it. Also discussed undiagnosed bipolar disorder due to extreme reaction to SSRIs and insomnia. There it is, as early as December 1st. Anybody think this could have been prevented yet?
Did she have bipolar?
No.
Did you make that decision that night, that day?
I assessed that with her pretty much every time that I saw her, and she never had mania.
What about mood stabilizer like Lamictal? Did you discuss that with her?
Yes.
What is Lamictal?
It's an anticonvulsant, but it's used in treating mood disorders.
So what was the end result of your meeting with her on December 1st? What did you guys do? Did you give any recommendations, advice, anything?
Yeah, well, so at this time, I was not prescribing her medications, but I was still concerned, not concerned enough that she was at imminent risk of hurting herself or anybody else, given what she said. But we had a plan for her to pursue a partial hospitalization program.
At what point do you become concerned enough? After she's killed her 3 kids and tried to kill herself, at what point do you become concerned enough? You were a doctor for 10 minutes when this patient presented to you after you put on the website that you are an expert in this. I know you're getting angry. Trust me. I know. I see you. I see you. And it's rightful. It's righteous anger.
Hurting herself or not concerned enough that she was at imminent risk of hurting herself or anybody else, given what she said. But we had a plan for her to pursue a partial hospitalization program.
Where was that?
Well, the one that I had recommended was HRI.
What is that, HRI?
It's a hospital in Brookline.
And did she ultimately go to another hospital?
She ultimately went to the Women and Infants Hospital for one day.
And those are the records that you didn't get, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you decided that she did not have bipolar disorder because, in your opinion, she did not meet, and I quote, the criteria, right? That would be the criteria in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And the DSM, of course, is the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, Roman numeral 5, meaning text revision, right?
Yes.
Is that what you were using back then? Would be this thing here, DSM-5, TR?
He's got the DSM in his
DSM,
hand,
right?
I imagine.
It's like a cookbook, right?
It's more of a guideline that we use to, to help us in our treatment, but it's not the psychiatry Bible that people sometimes think that it is.
Right. Hypomanic bipolar disorder. How many days does that require under the DSM?
A hypomanic episode lasts for at least 4 days.
And is that per the DSM?
Yes.
Remember on Friday you said that the most important criteria is 7 days with continued high energy levels?
Yes.
So is it 7 days or is it 4 days? And who says?
Well, mania is 7 days. Hypomania is 4.
Discussed again, Monday does occur on December 1st, and that's the Lamont machine, right?
Yes.
So you know in your records that she indicated that she was really struggling. And it was as a result of that you recommended that hospital program, correct?
Yes.
You agree that she had, in your opinion, a severe mental disturbance at that point that was manifesting itself?
She had a maybe moderate heading towards severe.
Moderate heading towards severe mental issue, okay? You'd agree with me that she had increased anxiety, right?
Yes.
She had very, very increased depression, right?
Well, she did. She said
Okay, so as you
since the
answer this,
Remeron.
can you just answer yes or no?
I'm sorry, I was just trying to check the record.
Okay, you can check the record all you want, but if I ask you a question respectfully, can you just not go on and ramble? Answer yes or no, that's all.
It's sometimes impossible to do that.
All
All right,
There's
listen, here, if you can't answer yes or no, just say you can't answer yes or no. If you can answer yes or no, answer a yes or no. That's how we do it, all right?
okay.
Ramble. Stop rambling. We also know from our other trials of Kevin Reddington, he's a wanderer. He wanders around. That's why his mic goes in and out. Ramble on, Rose. Tiny Jesus, take the wheel.
Thank you. Now, mental issues like anxiety that was diagnosed, the depression that was diagnosed, and the fact that she indicated yet again that she was close to suicidal ideation, quote, worried about suicidal thoughts, but you indicated that she wasn't suffering from suicidal ideation on that date. Is that fair?
She denied it.
But she told you that she was worried about suicidal ideation and having suicidal thoughts, right?
Well, this was the time she said she was worried that she was close to having suicidal thoughts.
So did you ask her, what does that mean? Does that mean that she's standing at the edge of the stairs and she's thinking about falling down the stairs or what? What does that mean? I'm close to suicidal ideation.
So I asked about that, and that's when she said she described it further as using the word hopeless.
So did you prescribe the lamotrigine on that occasion or no?
No.
On December 16th, that's the next appointment she had, right?
Yes.
That'd be 2 weeks later, right?
Yes.
She was still not well, correct? She told you she was having a really rough time.
She was sleeping, but she was still feeling very poorly.
In your notes, does it say that she was having a really rough time?
Yes.
So when I asked you, if your notes reflected that she said she was having a really rough time, why do you feel compelled to say she was sleeping?
Overruled.
Oh, he's allowing it.
It's an important detail.
Yeah, I guess. How about the rough time? What did that mean? What were the symptoms of having a really rough time for this kid?
Do you want me to?
Yeah, I'd like you to answer that.
So finally works, referring to the Valium and quetiapine, but very depressed during the day. No motivation, some SI. Do you want me to continue?
Some SI.
Went to MG.
Some suicidal ideation, just some. Okay. So this time she wasn't getting close to having suicidal ideation. She actually had some. Tell me, Chad, what date we're on now, because he's going all over the place. I know you guys are taking notes at home because that's the kind of chat you are. Some suicidal ideation. She's having sometime in December.
So finally works, referring to the Valium and quetiapine, but very depressed during the day. No motivation, some SI.
Remember, quetiapine is Seroquel. Just call it S in the chat if you need to say the word. Antipsychotic medication. 1216. Thank you. Love
Do you want me
you.
to continue?
Sure.
Went to MGH emergency room for SI, declined inpatient, feeling hopeless, no intent or plan, and feels like depression related to Seroquel.
Okay.
Okay, so it's in your records that she went to her own hospital where she works to the emergency room because of her suicidal ideation. But not important for you to get the records because, whatevs, no big whoop. It's not my job. It's not my job. It's literally, it wasn't me. It's a Shaggy defense. It wasn't me. It was them. They treated her. I treat her too, but I don't really need to know what they're doing because it's not really important to my analysis and my Ivy League education and the medications that I'm prescribing. And I don't recommend things that I don't prescribe because then I don't get to bill for it. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Now that's the question on Friday strike that. So what was the SI, suicidal ideation?
Yes.
And can you read that back to me again? What did she say about SI?
So that when when she went to the hospital, she went because she had no motivation, some SI.
Some SI meaning that she had some suicidal ideation, right?
Yes, in her words, yes.
Yeah, in her words. As opposed to thinking about having suicidal ideation or worrying about suicidal ideation. She actually indicated that she had suicidal ideation, right?
I can't answer that as a yes or no.
Well, it's in your notes that she said that, right? Yes?
What is in my note?
Do you understand my question?
I'm a little bit confused right now. Can you repeat what your question is?
Sure, of course. We spent some time talking about thinking about suicidal ideation, worrying about suicidal ideation. Now, saying she had suicidal ideation, right?
She said it, yes.
Well, this is the only source of information that you're getting, apparently, is what she's telling you, right?
Yes.
So what suicidal ideation did she have? Was she thinking of cutting her throat? Was she thinking of throwing herself off a building or running out in front of a car? What?
No.
What was she thinking of?
So I asked her those important follow-up questions, and
Like
that's, so what do you mean when you say I'm feeling suicidal?
Okay.
And that's when she said, it means I'm feeling hopeless. And then I asked you, do you, have intention of hurting yourself? Do you have a plan for hurting yourself? And she denied those.
And that's where you left it?
I'm sure more was said, but that's the most important part of that clinical encounter.
And did you give a therapy by the computer on that date too?
Yes.
What did you do for therapy about her suicidal ideation and saying she wanted to kill herself?
Well, we explored what that meant, and what to do if you're feeling that way.
To do what? Call 911?
To go to the emergency room.
Did you discuss prescribing Seroquel to her, or was she getting Seroquel? Did Seroquel enter into your discussion at all?
We talked about it. I was not prescribing it for her.
What is Seroquel?
That's an antipsychotic.
You weren't prescribing it.
So at the conclusion of your meeting on December 16th, basically what you took away is that she had now increased to suicidal ideation, was feeling hopeless, all the rest of the things that we've talked about. And then she just moved on, went home?
Well, she was assessed in the emergency room and was not admitted. And I assessed her on that day again. And while she was certainly struggling, she did not require hospitalization at that moment. So she was planning on going to the Women and Infants program, and I supported that.
So you're admitting then that the doctors who saw her in person, like in the flesh, are better qualified to determine whether or not she's suicidal than you are by diagnosing her over the computer? Is that what you're saying? And since they didn't feel that there was any need to hospitalize her, you're cool with that? The way that she is so dismissive is really starting to grate on my nerves. It's really, I'm rarely at a loss for words, but she's almost making it happen right now. She didn't require hospitalization at that moment. Did we ever find out what day she went to the ER at MGH? I don't think that's come out yet. This is on December 16th.
Did you know that around that time, she confessed to her husband that she was having now thoughts of harming children?
Okay, I don't know if you heard him, but I'm going to repeat it. Do you know around that time that she confessed to her husband that she was having thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Would that have been something you were concerned about?
If I heard that, I would have been very concerned.
You would have called DCF, right?
I might have.
Oh.
And when you spoke to Pat, did you ever ask him what his observations were of her spiraling into November and December? Not that one time that he stuck his face on you computer and talk to you. Did you ever talk to him?
He never called me again, or he never called at all. I never spoke with him again.
So he is a husband of a woman, just had a baby, who's postpartum with all of these symptoms that we talked about, all of the drugs that you were prescribing and that she was dealing with, trying to get help. You never talked to her husband about what he observed because he didn't call you?
Well, we did speak on that visit,
Which visit?
the 16th. Or I think that that's the one that he was at.
You think it was? It's not noted in your record?
It's not noted, but I remember some of what we talked about. And so in reading that record, it seems like that's the likely one that he was at.
So you didn't put it in your notes that he attended the visit? Are you kidding me, man? Welcome to Kevin Reddington's Slice and Dice. It's like a mandolin for witnesses. And I don't mean the mandolin that's like a little tiny guitar or a musical instrument. I mean a mandolin that's used in a chef's kitchen.
December 16th, on your objective findings, you note that her mood was depressed, right?
Yes.
And what does that mean? Did she just say, I'm depressed, or did she give you symptoms? I mean, you checked a little box.
Yeah. Yeah, it means she's saying that she's depressed.
Okay, so you're the doctor. You checked a little box. What did your patient tell you about her symptoms that she was depressed on that date? Was she crying? Was she able to get out of bed? Was she worshiping at the porcelain god? What was going on in her life?
She said she was having a
Worshipping at the porcelain god has entered the chat. I used to think that meant throwing up in the toilet. Do it again.
That she was a little box.
Yeah, it means she's saying that she's depressed.
Okay, so you're the doctor. You checked a little box. What did your patient tell you about her symptoms that she was depressed on that date? Was she crying? Was she able to get out of bed? Was she worshiping at the porcelain god? What was going on in her life?
Worshipping at the porcelain god.
She said she was having a really tough time.
Her affect was flat, right?
Yes.
And again, depressed, you check it off twice. One under mood and one under affect, right?
I thought that's what it
Yes.
means.
And then the next page, it says recent lab work. That wouldn't be blood testing, would it?
Lab work.
Does Aster do blood testing?
We don't have a phlebotomist or a lab, no.
Well, why does it say recent lab work typed into your form when you check off the little boxes?
And that's something that auto-populates. It's a template that,
It's a
you know,
what?
many different, it's a template. The whole
Template.
note is something that psychiatrists or at, you know, probably all across the country use.
Probably. You can't diagnose someone's illness by a template, can you?
No,
You filled in, no lab results were found, right?
there were none in the computer. Yes, I didn't type that in though. It
So who typed it in?
auto-populated. It was auto-populated.
So on the
She
next
she
page,
doesn't
where it
even
talks
know.
about-
She doesn't even know that she has the ability to refer someone out for blood work. Like it's not even a consideration. You can't diagnose somebody by over the television by template, can you?
Symptom goal. So on the next page where it talks about symptom goals, treatment goals, I'm sorry, symptom reduction and improve functioning. What does that mean?
Symptom reduction is to have fewer mental health symptoms, and improved functioning means, improved, day-to-day life functioning, things that she's doing in her daily life.
Really? Did you tell her all that? You
Yes.
get a young woman that's obviously mentally ill, very sick. She's deteriorated, whether you like that word or it's automatically imported. What, on that date, did you do? Never mind all those words you just said. What did you tell her on the television or the computer?
Tell her on the
I
television.
told her to go to the partial hospitalization program, and if she was having more suicidal thoughts again, or felt like she was at risk of hurting herself or anybody else, that she should go immediately to the emergency room.
How long did that meeting take?
Probably about 30 minutes.
And was that the therapy that you provided, telling her to go to the emergency room?
I mean, that was probably a component.
So the plan, excuse me, on December 16th was to follow up with women and infants, right?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes.
Do you know when?
I don't know exactly the day. Shortly after.
You don't know because you didn't write it down.
Then you were considering a brexanolone infusion.
Camera's on Lindsay now. If anybody wants to come to your screen, if you're not looking to see her demeanor today and her mood as she's listening to this doctor who treated her and didn't really write anything in her notes. Important. Doesn't really know the details of the other treatment that she had at outside places because she didn't think it was necessary to obtain the records and she didn't think it was important to write it down.
Shortly after.
Then you were considering a brexanolone infusion, right?
That's the Zolresso.
That's the same thing you wrote out.
Yeah.
Okay. And that didn't go anywhere, right? That's
No.
It says start Lamictal, 25 milligrams daily, right?
Yes.
Continue Seroquel, right? What was the milligram for the Seroquel up to at this point?
Well, she had told me it was 200.
Well,
That
was
was
it-
that.
was it?
I did not write that prescription, so that's what her provider had prescribed her.
Okay, so you can ask somebody to show me the pill bottle. You can ask somebody to show me the CVS receipt. You can ask somebody who you can call to verify, right?
I could.
But anyway, she said that she was on Seroquel 200 milligrams, right? And had stopped with the Valium, right?
Yes.
And then you go on with that form thing saying if you have urges to harm yourself or others, you got to call 911, crisis hotlines and everything else, right? That's the next two paragraphs that are in that report, right?
Yes.
Was her mother and father still staying with her on December 16th, if you know, with Pat and the kids?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask anybody other than her how she was doing?
I asked her husband when he was at the appointment.
Yeah, that's the other appointment. How about now? We're talking December 16th into the month of December. Did you ever ask anyone how she was doing?
Well, I think he was at that visit.
You
I
think?
think he was at the visit. How did he tell? What did he say to you about how she was doing?
He said she wasn't doing well.
She's got an objection.
Right.
Objection.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
He said she wasn't doing well.
Anything else?
Yeah. He felt that it might have been, his opinion was that it was related to when she started the Seroquel.
He basically said you guys are turning her into a zombie, right?
Objection.
Those are the words?
Overruled.
He said you were turning her into a zombie. Were those his words? Objection. Overruled. I love the word overruled coming out of this judge's mouth so often. This is a treat for us. We don't normally get it.
I don't have that written. He may have said that.
Does that kind of hit you though? You might remember that. You might have been, as some people worry about suicide, you might be thinking in your brain that he did say you're turning her into a zombie. It's possible.
It's very possible.
But you wouldn't write that down.
Next meeting after the December 16th, was it?
Yes.
December 16th? Is that what we were just on?
Yes.
Okay. The next meeting was January 6th?
Yes.
Okay. And how does this happen? Does the patient call? I know you don't set up these appointments. Somebody has to deal with somebody in administration or whatever. But do you, like on December 16th, say to Lindsay, call me or set up an appointment for January 6th, or do they have to do it themselves?
So at the end of an appointment, I typically will schedule their next appointment.
So did you schedule January 6th?
I think that one she scheduled herself.
Yeah, that was the day after she got out of McLean, right?
Yeah, usually the hospital coordinates the discharge appointment.
Yeah.
Well, if I tell you that, in fact, the hospital told her to set up the appointment, and that within an hour, she set up the appointment. Is that in your notes?
It's not in my notes. No.
Do you remember that? That was a pretty big deal that she was in McLean, Locked Woods for 4.5 days, right?
Yes.
I mean, she's your patient, and she's really gone downhill bad, right?
No, she wasn't doing well.
She wasn't doing well. She was an inpatient at McLean Psychiatric Hospital, affiliated with Harvard, which is, by the way, supposed to be the best mental hospital in the country. Did anybody call you while she was in McLean? She called to make her own appointment because that's what they told her to do. They gave her a website of Psychology Today and said, make an appointment to follow up with your own personal shrink. And how did she just characterize this?
Remember that?
It's not in my notes. No.
Do you remember that? That was a pretty big deal that she was in McLean, Locked Woods for 4.5 days, right?
Yes.
I mean, she's your patient, and she's really gone downhill bad, right?
No, she wasn't doing well.
She wasn't doing well. She checked herself in on New Year's Eve. She's a nurse herself. She checked herself in, but she had to get referred by the emergency room because they won't just take you as a walk-in. So she was taken there by ambulance. New Year's Eve, stayed there for 4.5 days, played with some clay, drew some pictures, went on a couple of walks, and then decided she wanted to leave to go to her kid's birthday party. They could have given her a day pass, by the way, to go to her kid's birthday party, right? And then come back. They didn't do that. We saw Dr. Goodhart. She wasn't doing well.
She admitted herself to the Locked Wards at McLean, right?
Yes.
What was the diagnosis at McLean?
I believe they diagnosed her with major depression.
Did they recommend any medication?
They took her off of the Seroquel.
They took her
Off of it.
off.
They detoxed her.
Did you look at the McLean records?
Yes, definitely.
And those were imported easily because you're part of the same structure or whatever?
No, but after someone is hospitalized, the hospital usually faxes it to their doctor.
Right, so if I tell you that the McLean records are really pretty voluminous, that's not what they fax. They fax you like a 2-page discharge summary, right?
Yes.
You didn't get that by fax, right?
No.
So what did McLean tell you? Look in your notes.
I bet Lindsay gave her the discharge summary. I bet. She said, definitely. I reviewed the records from McLean. Definitely. She said, definitely, right? 21,000 people here. Don't make me turn this car around or pull over. Everyone hit the like button. We might get to blow right by lunch because we've been commentating. So we might not even have a lunch break. Nervously flipping through the binder pages.
Which part do you want me to read?
Did you ever have her sign a release from McLean? Did you ever get access to the McLean records?
I had access to the discharge summary.
Okay, so put the discharge summary aside because that's what they faxed you, a couple of pages. What about the records?
No, but that's typically not
No, never
done.
mind typically. The answer is no. You never got the records, right?
A discharge summary is a record.
Did you talk to the doctor that discharged her?
No, no one called me.
You know what the best part of a hospital record is? And ask me how I know, because I analyzed medical records for more than 30 years in my plaintiff's practice. The most important parts of the hospital record are the nurse's notes. You know why? Because the nurses document everything. Nobody documents better than a nurse. That is why it is so important to get the hospital record, because the nurse's notes tell you everything. But she thinks, oh, and this is a great freeze frame too, Veruca Salt, that it is okay to just read a discharge summary. You don't even need, nobody called her. God forbid this woman doctor pick up a phone. God forbid. I'm sorry if you think I'm being too hard on her, but I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm not. Nobody called me. Nobody called me. Yeah, doctors' offices and lawyers' offices are like the last two professions that still use fax machines. Nobody called me. Nobody did. They didn't call me. So whatever.
Not
No, never
done.
mind typically. The answer is no. You never got the records, right?
A discharge summary is a record.
Did you talk to the doctor that discharged her?
No, no one called me.
No what?
No, no one called me. I wasn't notified about the hospitalization until she was discharged.
So you just sit there behind your computer and wait for people, Patrick, wait for the doctor from McLean, wait for the sick person who's the patient to call you? And if these people don't call you, it doesn't exist apparently, right?
Well done.
No, not exactly. I had no way of knowing she was even at McLean.
Well, you did once she got discharged, right?
Yeah, but that was after the fact.
Right. So did you care why she was in McLean?
Of course,
And why was she in McLean?
because she was depressed.
And what was the, does your record indicate that she was discharged yesterday under interval history?
Yes.
And discharged from where?
Well, I said MGH.
Is that Mass General Hospital?
Yes.
And she was currently on trazodone?
Yes.
She indicated that
Her notes say that she was discharged from MGH. No, she was discharged from McLean.
the goal was to come off Seroquel.
Yes.
Unless this
And
is a
she
prior.
described herself as still being very numb.
Yes.
She couldn't sleep, right?
That's not entirely true.
Am I lying? I'm reading the medical records here.
Am I lying?
Taking Ativan and trazodone, slept 5 hours broken, wondering about increasing trazodone and switching to Valium. What is that?
Well, it means she was having trouble sleeping. It wasn't that she wasn't sleeping at all.
I see. So was the trazodone increased at that point?
Yes.
Thank you, Backpacks, Bows, Lies, Oh My. Excellent username for gifting 5 memberships.
Yes.
How about on January 9th? Did you see her through the computer or whatever then?
Yes.
And did you prescribe medication to her on that date?
Yes.
And was that diazepam?
Yes.
Also known
14
as-
count, 1 milligram? No, I'm sorry. 14 count, 5 milligram.
That sounds right.
Okay. Did you also, on January 12th, 3 days after January 9th meeting, prescribe additional medication to her?
I'm not sure. I don't have a record from January 12th.
Do you recall on January 12th that in fact you prescribed trazodone 150 milligrams, 30 count?
Yes.
3 days later, or a couple of days later, January 16th, you recall prescribing amitriptyline.
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
It's a tricyclic antidepressant.
What does a tricyclic antidepressant mean?
Well, it's an older antidepressant. It's called a tricyclic because it has 3 rings. If you look at the chemical itself, like a tricycle, but it's an older but efficacious medicine for depression and anxiety as well as insomnia.
On January 16th, look at your interval history. She indicated to you that her mood was very low, no motivation,
Yes.
numb,
Yes.
able to force herself out of bed, taking care of basics, eating, concentration fine, caring for baby, bonding feels forced. Is that what she told you?
Yes.
Through the computer, right?
Yes.
Bonding feels
What
forced.
did that tell you? Were you concerned about this woman postpartum well within the year from the CDC at that point with these symptoms that she's telling you about?
I was concerned that she was depressed.
And in all of the times that you spoke to her, you'd agree with me that she appeared to be honest and forthright, telling you what she felt, right?
That's what I thought she was. Yes.
Do you have any reason to think that she was lying to you?
No.
Bonding felt forced after 8 months postpartum. She's still feeling like she can't bond with her baby. At what point, doctor, did you consider postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis when that was the very thing that she came in for? Does it not appear in your check down box? And it might not, because as we know, the DSM-5 does not have a separate category for postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. It is a subcategory under major depressive disorder or bipolar disorder. They're fighting to try to get it in the DSM-6, but as of right now, it does not have its own category. Maybe it wasn't in the check down box or the click down box. And that's why so many people out there are screaming that she didn't have the diagnosis, because the diagnosis didn't exist in the DSM. How could they bill for it if it's not in the check down box? Right? It doesn't mean that she's not suffering from it, especially when she tells you she's having trouble bonding with her 8-month-old. Oh my God.
Diazepam taper,
No.
forthright, telling you what she felt, right?
That's what I thought she was. Yes.
Do you have any reason to think that she was lying to you?
No.
Diazepam taper on January 16th, 5 milligrams last 2 nights, slept for 4 hours, and then a light sleep, maybe 2 hours, stretches. Did she express that she was still having concerns about side effects from medications?
Not at that point.
So what does ROS mean under interval history that we're looking at?
Review of symptoms.
Okay. And then it says patient denies SIHI, that'd be suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, correct?
Yes.
Denies other questions or concerns, and you recommend a low dose of amitriptyline for depression, correct?
Yes.
Patient agrees with the treatment, and you guys were also going to explore ketamine treatment. Esketamine.
Yes.
Now, did you know that she was on her computer looking up medication after medication after medication after medication, treatments, ketamine treatments, and all that? Did you know that?
No.
Did you ever ask her whether or not she was looking up the symptomology of pharmacology and having interactions between drugs?
No.
January 23rd, You had that meeting, correct, with her?
Yes.
Come back to your screen. If your mind has started to wander, come back to me. This is January 23rd. This is the day before the killings. The day before the killings. Most important visit and the very last visit that Lindsay would ever have with this provider, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, Ivy League graduate.
You had that meeting, correct, with her?
Yes. No.
January 23rd. You had that meeting, correct, with her?
Yes.
And this is after, obviously, excuse me, the January 16th appointment. And in the January 16th appointment, she told you that her mood was very low. And that's the worst that she ever reported her mood to you. Isn't that right?
On the 16th?
Yeah.
I don't know if that was the worst it was ever reported, but it was certainly bad.
And you didn't recommend that she have a hospital evaluation, did you? This is the day before she killed the kids, right?
The 23rd?
Yeah.
It was the day before.
It was the day before she killed her kids, right?
You didn't recommend a hospital evaluation, did you?
No, there were no,
The answer is no?
no.
They'll ask you all the questions they want.
Okay.
Your answer is no. January 23rd, Friday, you testified that she said her mood was depressed, and you noted that her affect was depressed and flat, right?
Yes.
She also reported that her heart was racing, right?
Yes.
She had no motivation, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
She told you that she had been feeling, numb and no emotion for 17 days straight, is what she told you, right?
I'm not sure about 17 days straight, but that's how she was feeling.
You didn't reach out to her mother and father at that point? They didn't call you, I guess, right?
No.
And Patrick didn't call you at that point, right?
No.
So she's sitting in front of her computer, getting help from her doctor on January 23rd. And what did you do?
Well, I thought about how I could best help her, the medicines that she'd tried and what her current symptoms were. And it made sense to slowly titrate the amitriptyline so that we could get her to a dose that reduced her depression so that she would feel better.
It increased the amitriptyline.
Yes.
That pushed her over the edge, didn't it?
She just said she was going to titrate her off the amitriptyline. Didn't she just say that? And then he said, but you increased it. And she said, yes. And then he said, that pushed her over the edge, didn't it? Hold on. I want to take it from the top.
A dose that reduced, it made sense to slowly titrate the amitriptyline so that we could get her to a dose that reduced her depression so that she would feel better.
It increased the amitriptyline.
What?
Yes.
That pushed her over the edge, didn't it?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? She doesn't think so. She's got zero self-reflection. She's got zero ability to even look at this in any sort of way other than I was right. She just said she thought about it. She thought about titrating her off of the amitriptyline because of the way she was feeling. He said she went 17 days straight. And then that's where my notes end. But she's like, well, I don't have that in my notes. But instead, she upped the dose of amitriptyline. That's what sent her over the edge. And she says, yeah, I don't think so. Look at her eyes when she says that. My freeze game's on point. This could be some of the most important testimony in this trial. Yeah, Lindsay killed her kids. They're trying to blame everyone but her. Do you think that both things can't be true, MD 37567? Do you think both things can't be true? I don't know if she had a psychotic break or not. Do you think that there were any failures in her care and treatment? Do you think that this could have been prevented by a doctor picking up on the subtle signs that perhaps a psychiatric patient who's in psychosis doesn't tell you everything that they're thinking, that they're not totally 100% honest with you? Do you think that if she had been brought into inpatient and perhaps detoxed off of all of these effing meds that she was on, that she could be a different person today? Are you willing to even consider that? Are you open to the possibility? See, if there's one person like this on the jury, that's all it takes is one, right? We know that there are 18 jurors that have been seated for this case, 12 women, 6 men. 12 will eventually sit after they pick 6 alternates right before deliberations. And so we don't know what the makeup is going to be. But right now there's 12 women and 6 men. It means nothing to me because the women could be harder on other women. You never know how the way people are going to think ever. And if there's one juror like this who says, Lindsay killed her kids, they're trying to blame everyone but her. I don't care. I don't care what she was suffering from. It's not an excuse. She's guilty. Put a needle in her arm like some other commenter put in there before. Hang her on Proctor's ledge. Put her in the chair. They don't have the death penalty in Massachusetts, by the way. There could be one person like that who has a closed mind and will want to hear nothing else other than, I don't care. She killed her kids. She's going to prison forever. That's where I'm sending her. And that is why I feel very strongly that this is likely going to be a hung jury. I don't see 12 people ever agreeing on that. Ever. I don't see them ever agreeing on it. Many things can be true at the same time. This doctor could have failed her. And even if she did put her in the hospital or section her, maybe when Lindsay came out, she might have done it anyway. We don't know because my crystal ball is broken. Although I do have a magic 8-ball, my crystal ball is currently broken. The only good thing about this case, because 3 children are dead, the defendant is paralyzed from the chest down. The only good thing to come from this case is that maybe, just maybe, there will be more public awareness around the postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression issues and the dangers of prescribing this amount of psychotropic medication and SSRIs to a person who quite honestly maybe was neurotoxic and couldn't metabolize it. There's a lot of things, in my opinion, that are at play here. And I just don't think anybody's ever going to be able to agree. And I don't know, by the way, how I would decide if I were a juror on this case. I don't know. Can someone be in psychosis and be able to plan and be able to execute on a plan? And I've heard from so many of you who have been through this, and the way that you have told me that the voices that you heard you thought were real and you could not discern them and you couldn't understand why everyone else couldn't hear the voices. It's a real thing. People need to know about it. But I just don't see 12 people agreeing on this. I just don't. This is going to be battle of the experts. And this witness is not testifying as an expert, although she thinks she is one. She's testifying as Lindsay's treating doctor who treated her right up until the day before the killings.
Yes.
That pushed her over the edge, didn't it?
I don't think so.
No self-reflection. That's it. He's done with cross.
Members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this time, all right?
There's going to be a big redirect on this.
Jury, please kindly close the notebook.
The wild theories out there about Lindsay putting glasses on so that, no one can see that she's cold-hearted and doesn't really cry. Welcome to the Inquisition of Dr. Tufts, done masterfully by Kevin Reddington, as he has, I think, one hand on Lindsay's shoulder in the courtroom while the jury leaves to go to lunch.
Jurors are registered. The quorum is closed in session.
Dr. Mead.
See if we get a hot mic.
Stand. Counsel, anything we need to discuss before the break?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so
we'll be in recess on this matter.
I didn't say they're coming back at 2, but I think they're coming back at 2, and it is like 1:56. But we know they usually take a little bit longer. Oh, trying to focus on the fan. Remember the fan in the Karen Reed trial in Norfolk Superior? One time we missed a hot mic, and you guys never let me forget it. And I did go back and listen to that again, and I really do think that they said shut it off, not shut her up. It's my own opinion. We have a couple minutes to get to some of the questions before they come back from lunch, and then we're on real time. Go us. Clamasus, thanks for your 20. Says, once Lindsay had severe side effects to meds, the genomic testing should have been done immediately. Lindsay was not a textbook exercise. She was a loving wife and mother of 3. She deserves so much more. Well, I know that you're not a medical professional, so I'm going to leave that to the experts to determine. Thank you so much for your 20, though. Scott says, 21 years in sales, meeting in person is important to close deals. No question about it. Build relationships and trust. Also, body language. Right. Thanks for tuning in from Canada. Yellow Lead Betero. Soon, Doc will be sending out scalpel kits for do your own surgery via Zoom. Broken ass system. Babe Ruth, thanks for your 10, says, a bit behind, but maybe Lindsay said no to suicidal thoughts because she'd been told before, well, you don't have a plan. So she said she was close, or maybe thought it didn't count because no specific plan. Also, I'm sure she knows, because she also is a nurse, that she's a mandated reporter, and that if she did confess to having thoughts of harming the children, that she would probably make a call to DCF or DCFS or whatever they call it in Massachusetts. Bees on Mars says, therapist here, and I can see all my clients virtually. There is a way to do it successfully, but you have to care. There are so many red flags here. It's a wonder Lindsay survived these psychiatrists. Thank you for being a therapist and for chiming in on this, because I think a lot of therapists, medical providers worldwide are watching this case very closely. And the way that we treat postpartum women here is so much different than they do in the UK and in parts of Europe, that people who are watching from over there are looking at us like we're a third world country when it comes to postpartum, because they handle it so differently there. And you've told me all about it. Christina says, I'm also Gen X and a hairstylist. I meet young people every day that can't hold a conversation or even make eye contact. It's crazy. Love your work. I love the fact that you're watching. Thank you. Julie said, when my mother was sick, her doctor called me to get to her. Her doctor called me to get her to the ER for bad labs. Doctors do reach out to family. They do. And don't you think they should get permission in a case like this? Because their families are the people who are around them most often, that could maybe give you some insight, especially when you're reporting that your patient has poor insight. Butter Duck, thank you very much for your very generous $50 super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Barb says, my head has rolled off my head with one stupid, ignorant, poor excuse for a psychiatrist. Thank you for your thoughts. Curiouser says, body language is the music behind the words. This can only fully and accurately be assessed with an in-person appointment, at least maybe for the first one. Can we do the first one in person and then maybe go to virtual after? But if your client or your patient is really, really in crisis, could you call them into your office? She couldn't even get out of bed. She could barely get out of bed. And this doctor's just writing it off to, depression. And then the cross-examination, the direct exam felt like cross-examination because she leads so much. Sprague of this doctor on Friday when she said, oh, well, isn't it true that you thought that Lindsay was exaggerating the effects on Seroquel? She was then she just wanted to blame the medication for making her depressed instead of just accepting that she was depressed. That was wild. I'm surprised he didn't get into that. Nicole says, your experience as a trial attorney shows in the analysis, and the fact that you also bring the perspective of a mother of 5 makes your commentary feel especially thoughtful and human. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. People think that I'm very angry. I like to call it passion. It's passion. It's passion for what I do. It's passion for the cases that I choose to cover. Mixed in with a little anger. Yeah, I get outraged about this kind of stuff because I am Aquarius. We are the justice warriors of the zodiac. We are the justice warriors. Sparky says, NP, nurse practitioner and law student here. Wow, that's a fantastic combination to have. When discharging a patient from the hospital, I always send the discharge summary to the PCP and specialist as a courtesy so they don't have to request the records. P.S. Hello to my friend Shiloh, who is also watching. Hi, Shiloh. Thank you, Sparky, for your super generous $50 super chat. LMP, I've seen you in here a couple of times, says, I love that this judge is just letting this play out, only stepping in sparingly. Yeah, sometimes we almost forget that he's there. If there's not a wide shot of the courtroom and we don't see him sitting over there on his bench, he doesn't really interrupt. There are many judges who interrupt the flow. Oh, by the way, breaking news on Courtney Clenny, the OnlyFans model. If you guys were here with me, you might have missed this morning. She took a plea this morning. Courtney Clenny, this is a Florida case. She could be out of prison in 2 years based on the plea deal that she just took this morning. She was sentenced to OnlyFans star Courtney Clenny will serve 6 years in prison, but could be out in 2 for viciously stabbing her boyfriend to death in their posh apartment. As his heartbroken mother said, learning of her son's death was the darkest day of my life. So she pleaded guilty today to manslaughter with a deadly weapon and was sentenced to 6 years in prison after copping a plea deal. If the case had gone to trial, she faced up to 30 years on manslaughter and charges of the death of her estranged boyfriend, Christian Abamseli. And that was in Miami-Dade County in Florida. And so I guess she can be out in 2 years. What was the date of this? His family was claiming that he was the victim of DV. She also was claiming that she was a battered partner. So it was sort of like a claim of mutual abuse. And you may remember seeing some of those videos in the elevator. They were very triggering. And so that is what happened this morning while you were here with me. So you're all caught up. Also, we have learned that the defense's motion. Hold on one second. On experts has been decided. I have that here. Let's take a look at that. Sleepwatcher says the term titrate as in increase until systems are managed. Well, doesn't titrate also mean that a weaning off of? And why would she increase the dose if she was having a racing heart, no motivation, her affect was flat, she was very depressed? Why would she increase the dose? I mean, I get what you're saying. But it seems like negligence to me, if that is true. Because we're all reading the records like, why wouldn't she? I don't know what. And somebody said, no, it doesn't mean that. So, I don't know. This is why, unless you're a doctor, titrate is reduced. Okay, let's go to Google for a moment. I saw a lot of people in there. It says here, titrate means to continuously measure and adjust the concentration of a solution in chemistry. In medical, meaning you titrate a dose by starting low and going slow. You can raise or lower a pill or IV dose step by step and give the body time to adjust to the chemical change. Does it mean up or down? It can mean both. To adjust a dose up or down step by step to find the best amount. It just seemed to us that it should be reduce because it's a slow change in either direction. Because she was having such bad side effects, I think we all just assumed that it meant reduce. Yep, she has no regrets, not even one letter. What movie is that from? Thank you, Devin. Tufts has no regrets. She seems to only care about her ego and her job. Thank you for your thoughts. No regrets, not even one letter. It has to do with the tattoo. Oh, I also learned that Kevin Reddington has quite a few head tattoos. He's also a black belt. Let's take a look. or I will just read to you because we're waiting for them to come back from lunch. The decision and order. On defendant's motion for permission to call witnesses. We watched this argued in court last week. Dr. Robot. And here's the judge's decision, which I think dropped this morning. A judge assessing the admissibility of expert testimony has a general duty to exclude evidence that is irrelevant or for which the probative value is substantially outweighed by the risk of unfair prejudice, confusion, or a waste of time. Citing Chisholm 2025 case in Massachusetts. The court has discretion to impose sanctions for a violation of a pretrial agreement or late disclosure of expert witnesses is limited by the defendant's constitutional right to present evidence in her behalf. That right is also not absolute, however. Citing some more cases. If supported by the legitimate demands of the adversarial system, the sanction of preclusion of testimony offered on behalf of a defendant may not violate Sixth Amendment rights. The court must balance the Commonwealth interest in enforcing its procedural rules against the defendant's constitutional right to preserve evidence in her behalf or on her behalf. And remember, this motion for these late exchange experts was initially denied by the judge without prejudice, meaning they had the opportunity to renew their motion, which they did, or which he did, Kevin Reddington did. And now we heard argument on that last week. It was fiery. And Kevin Reddington fell on the sword. He's like, listen, it's just me. It's just me. I'm a guy. I'm one guy. And my son works for me too. And he gets me coffee sometimes. That's it. Judge Sullivan goes on to say, an important reason for notice rules is the prevention of surprise. In addition to preventing surprise, other factors, hold on, I'm going to pause this for just 1 second, which must be considered before a witness preclusion sanction is employed to enforce discovery rules are the effectiveness of less severe sanctions, the materiality of the testimony to the outcome of the case, prejudice to the other party caused by the testimony, and the evidence of bad faith in violating the discovery rule. In the present case, the defendant has requested permission to call Dr. Elizabeth LaPosada from the Karen retrial, Dr. Michael Volfovich, and Dr. Donald Condi, and to have them testify consistent with the reports or affidavits attached to this motion. After reviewing the arguments of counsel and prior expert disclosure, the court finds the following. 1, Dr. Elizabeth LaPosada may testify as to the wounds and injuries sustained by the defendant. She may testify as to the possible mechanism for the injuries to the defendant's cervical and thoracic spine. She may testify as to the lack of evidence of inflicted or abusive injuries unrelated to the death of Cora. That's very interesting and very important. Unrelated to the cause of death to Cora Dawson and Callan Clancy. Because remember, you guys were asking about the bruises at autopsy. Dr. LaPosada is going to say it wasn't from abuse, it was from the life-saving measures. And I think that's important because I think the jury might have picked up on that too. She also may testify as to the time for loss of consciousness with a jugular vein compression. The court will conduct a voir dire regarding any other opinions sought to be introduced. Dr. Volkovich may testify as to the injuries suffered by the defendant on January 24th, 2023, because again, remember, they're trying to say that her attempt to take her own life was not legitimate. It wasn't a real attempt. She didn't really want to. She was faking. He may testify as the possible mechanism for the injuries to the defendant's cervical and thoracic spine. The court will also conduct a voir dire regarding any other opinions sought to be introduced. And with regard to Dr. Donald Condi, the court will conduct a voir dire of this witness before ruling on the admissibility of this witness's testimony. So we're going to get to hear one voir dire of an expert, at least. Court notes that the Commonwealth's expert, Dr. Avram Mack, reviewed the defendant's medications and offered an opinion as to the possibility of physiological and psychological deleterious effects. The defendant's expert, Dr. Margaret Spinelli, has a report discussing the issues of medication and their effects. That's going to be Dr. Marie Spinelli. Margaret, I thought her name was Marie, but it says here Margaret Spinelli. Margaret Spinelli is going to talk about the medications and the issue and their effects. That's going to be do not miss expert testimony. The issues in both reports have been known to the parties for months, if not years. Court finds no bad faith on the part of the defendant in the late addition of these witnesses. The court finds that the testimony is material to the issues in this case. Court has instituted lesser sanctions by possibly limiting the scope of some of the offered opinions. The court has weighed the possible prejudice to both parties, and also him being overturned by the highest court in Massachusetts the other day, in which a woman who killed her 2 children is getting a whole new trial because he failed to allow some of her medical records into evidence. This particular judge may have also shooketh him. Okay, we are back after lunch, and here we go.
Purpose of the record, we return.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back.
Okay, if you were not here for my TED Talk at the beginning of this stream, I gave a big TED Talk about why I'm not going to entertain theories in the chat about Patrick. If you weren't here, please go back and rewind it, because I'm not going to repeat it again, and I'm not going to entertain it. Okay, family members watch this chat. They read the comments. Do better. Do better. Okay, and if you can't do better, go to law and crime. You won't hurt my feelings.
After the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, all parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Commonwealth, redirect.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Ms.
I
Redirect.
apologize for my voice. If you can't hear me, just let me know.
Okay.
You were asked on cross-examination about your residency. At that point, you were already a doctor, correct?
Yes.
And during your residency, that was a 4-year period, correct?
Yes.
And you were saying that you treated patients during that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there someone with you while you treated these patients telling you what to do and how to handle them?
No.
Were you alone responsible for the evaluation, diagnosis, and treatment of your patients?
For the most part, but if I had questions or, needed to talk it through, I had help.
And approximately how many patients did you treat during those 4 years?
Thousands?
And those were all psychiatric patients, correct?
Yes.
You said approximately 50 of those patients were patients dealing with postpartum depression or some postpartum issues. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also said you had some specialized or specific training in that area. Can you describe that for us?
Yes. I did a specialized elective with a specifically perinatal psychiatrist where I worked in an obstetrics clinic and I saw patients who were pregnant and postpartum.
And how long was that clinic for?
It was for about a year.
And so for a year, you were evaluating and diagnosing and treating women with postpartum issues?
Yes.
And that's separate and apart from your residency?
It's a part of the residency. It's an elective.
So for 1 year out of the 4, that was specifically designated to postpartum issues?
Yes. It wasn't every single day, but it was continuing the same patients for about a year.
So you would follow those same patients throughout the year? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And you were asked about postpartum psychosis, and you said it was rare. How rare is it?
I'm not sure the statistic, but low.
Well, have you dealt with?
Even I know this statistic. It's 1 to 2 patients out of every 1,000 postpartum women. Don't you think maybe she could have Googled that before she came in? Her failures are even more important now that she claims to have treated 50 women with postpartum depression over a years-long period. That makes it worse for her, in my opinion. If she was on it, like the other doctor, Goodhart, if she came in and said, I never treated a woman with postpartum before, I don't even know if I ever treated women with I definitely didn't treat anybody with postpartum psychosis. I'm not sure if I treated anyone with postpartum depression. At least Dr. Goodhart was honest. I'm not saying she's not being honest, but I'm saying that if she did treat patients, thousands of patients over the course of 4 years, 50 of them at least who had postpartum depression, and followed them throughout the years, that makes her failures to Lindsay Clancy even more glaring, I think. Let me know what you think.
About a year.
So you would follow those same patients throughout the year? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And you were asked about.
She said she treated postpartum patients, not necessarily postpartum depression. Just patients who were postpartum. I want it to be clear, so let me go back.
A year. And I specialized elective, thousands.
How many patients did you treat during those 4 years?
Thousands.
Thousands of patients in general.
And those were all psychiatric patients, correct?
Yes.
You said approximately 50 of those patients were patients dealing with postpartum depression or some postpartum issues. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so 50 of them postpartum depression or postpartum issues. But her residency was in psychiatry, so these were all psychiatric patients. Right?
Also said you had some specialized or specific training in that area. Can you describe that for us?
Yes, I did a specialized elective with a specifically perinatal psychiatrist where I worked in an obstetrics clinic and I saw patients who were pregnant and postpartum.
And how long was that clinic for?
It was for about a year.
And so for a year, you were evaluating and diagnosing and treating women with postpartum issues?
Yes.
And that's separate and apart from your residency?
It's a part of the residency. It's an elective.
So for 1 year out of the 4, that was specifically designated to.
Okay. I have a lot of pet peeves. If you've been following me for a while, you know I have a lot of pet peeves. This is one that really pisses me off during trial. Okay. This, and now that I've pointed it out to you, it's really going to piss you off too. Every single time this witness answers a question, this attorney takes the answer and then repeats the answer in what purports to be a next question, but it's not a question. It's a cross-examination tactic. And she's not supposed to be cross-examining her own witness. What she's doing is she's making the testimony last twice as long than it would otherwise because she repeats every single answer. It's like she's what do they call that? She's like parroting back their answer. Well, if I understood you correctly, this is what I think you just said. That's not why we're here. And again, Reddington would be up every single question if he objected to this. But somebody's got to teach this woman how to ask a question, receive the answer, and then ask your next question because it is infuriating. It's making me twitch. And if you didn't know what I was talking about, I'm going to take this back one question so that you can hear it too. And it can annoy you just as much. It's parroting.
Patients who were pregnant and postpartum.
And how long was that clinic for?
It was for about a year.
And so for a year, you were evaluating and diagnosing and treating women with postpartum issues?
That's what she
Yes.
said.
And that's separate and apart from your residency?
It's a part of the residency. It's an elective.
So for 1 year out of the 4, that was specifically designated to postpartum issues?
Yes.
And
It
she
wasn't
really
every
sucks.
single day, but it was continuing the same
A
page.
1 year elective in postpartum issues and you still didn't pick it up for Lindsay Clancy, then you really suck. Then maybe you should rethink your career. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
Patients for about a year.
So you would follow those same patients throughout the year? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
She said that, yeah.
And you were asked about postpartum psychosis, and you said it was rare. How rare is it?
I'm not sure the statistic, but low.
Well, have you dealt with patients in your 4 years of residency that had other types of psychosis?
Yes, many.
And psychosis, whether it's from postpartum or some other mental illness, does it present the same or does it matter what the underlying illness is?
I mean, it can present different based on the individual, but it's the same general disorder.
And so what are the symptoms or signs that you look for to determine whether someone has psychosis?
So
Ma'am, shouldn't this have been stuff that you asked her on your direct examination? Are we outside the scope of cross at this point? Redirect is supposed to be limited to things that were brought out on cross. The judge is giving her a lot of latitude. I don't know how much latitude Reddington is going to give her because I think that, like me, he's probably on his last nerve by now.
signs that you look for to determine whether someone has psychosis?
So you look at them, you assess their appearance. Are they disheveled? And then you look at how cooperative they are, how they're engaging in your interview. Are they answering your questions, or maybe refusing to answer your questions? Maybe being very aggressive. You look at their speech, whether they're speaking very fast, very loud, or the opposite, like maybe not really even speaking much at all. You look at what they
You know what's so crazy about that? How many witnesses did they parade onto the stand, the Commonwealth, to say that Lindsay was acting very quiet? She was very quiet at the beach dinner, right? She was very quiet at the beach dinner. Oh, so she was very quiet at the beach dinner. So that could have been like the onset of psychosis, is what you're saying? She was more quiet than usual. She wasn't really engaging with people. Oh, thank you. Thank you, doctor. No, Reddington runs with that.
their thoughts are like, and we assess thoughts by what they're saying. That's how we know what people are thinking, and whether what they say makes sense linearly, or whether someone's jumping around and you can't follow them. We also assess the thoughts for their content. If someone is speaking about things that are very bizarre, things that are very paranoid, if someone is talking or making noises, or it seems like they're communicating with somebody that's not in the room. Those are all things, behaviors that we assess for.
So somebody's got to be talking to a unicorn in the corner, which, by the way, I went back and watched the opening by the other ADA, and she did say in her opening that Cora loves unicorns. Cora loves unicorns. So do you think that that was an intentional choice of words when she brought up about, she wasn't talking to a unicorn in the corner or anything, right? So unless a person is talking to the voices in their head in your presence, you don't believe that it's true. When someone, the content of their thoughts are important, but when Lindsay told you that she was thinking about getting close to thinking about taking her own life, you didn't think that was important? When you didn't ask to speak to Patrick or her mother, and she was telling Patrick and her mother that she had thoughts of harming the children, would that be a thought that might concern you? Would you have to report it to CPS? Your mandated report. He went through all that stuff. So again, she's pointing out all the things that she missed, but unless it's a really, really, really severe case and somebody looks disheveled and belligerent and is really loud or really fast talking, you don't think that they're in psychosis? Okay. Keep showing your lack of depth of knowledge.
So although you'd never treated someone with postpartum psychosis, you had evaluated, diagnosed, and treated people with other types of psychosis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see any signs of psychosis in any of your interactions with Lindsay Clancy?
No.
Defense counsel mentioned that part of your residency was during COVID. Did mental health issues just stop during COVID?
Of course not. They often got worse.
And so it's fair to say you still kept busy seeing patients on a daily basis?
Yes.
Over the television.
You also mentioned that some of the patients you saw in your residency, it was outpatient care. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that similar to the care you were providing to Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And was that all 4 years you were providing outpatient care to psychiatric patients?
For 3 of the 4.
You were also asked about telehealth. Is telehealth appointments in psychiatric care standard in the industry?
Yes.
And how long has that been standard?
Since COVID.
And is it a fairly common and accepted practice at this point?
Yes.
Most of the session, for a psychiatric session, you're talking to someone, right?
Yes.
Does looking at someone through a computer screen somehow inhibit how you hear the answers?
No, it does not.
Or inhibit the way you ask your questions?
No.
And defense counsel asked you about, not being able to see below the waist someone's shaking or moving, but if someone's sitting and they're bouncing, can you see it elsewhere? Can you see other movement?
Yeah, sometimes it can reverberate in different parts of the body.
Mm-hmm. Bouncing is reverberating.
You were also asked about the Edinburgh scale. You said you don't use it, right?
Yes.
You said you use the PHQ-9. Why do you use that instead of the Edinburgh scale?
It's not my choice. That's the practice at Aster of what we use.
Oh.
And the PHQ-9, what does that look for?
It assesses various symptoms of depression.
And postpartum depression, are there questions on the PHQ-9 that look for the signs and symptoms of postpartum depression?
Not specifically postpartum depression, but the symptoms of postpartum depression are symptoms of depression that occur during postpartum. It's the same symptoms.
So the PHQ-9 is asking the patient questions that would reveal whether or not they might be depressed, but not whether or not they just had a baby.
Correct.
And then with your interaction with the patient, you're able to know whether or not they are in the postpartum phase.
Yes.
And so would it be fair to say that you take the PHQ-9 plus the information you learn from the patient, put it together and come up with a diagnosis?
Yes.
When you take a history from a patient, you were asked about taking history from Ms. Clancy. How important is it that the patient give you accurate information?
It's very important.
And why is that?
Well, that information is being used to make treatment decisions. And a lot of things can be assessed, the things that I described before. That's very helpful, but we can't see what someone else's thoughts exactly are. So the person does have to tell them to us.
Here comes blame the patient. So if a person is in a mental health crisis and they don't tell you the truth, it's their fault that you couldn't diagnose them. Time for the Handmaid's Tale, Duck. Whose fault is it? Her fault, her fault, her fault, her fault. Tell me if you watch Handmaid's Tale. Her fault. If my patient doesn't tell me the truth, how am I supposed to diagnose them?
And would you agree that people in the medical field, such as nurses, are acutely aware of the necessity of an accurate medical history and symptom presentation?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And don't nurses also know that they're mandated reporters and that if she tells you she wants to harm her children, that you're going to have DCF take her children away? Victim blaming. This is victim blaming. This is trying to explain away a doctor's incompetence by blaming it on the nurse patient. Wow. Just wow. Just when I thought you couldn't get any scummier, you're going to get scummier. Grok would have known better. You're right. I use Gemini, but yeah, I get the idea.
You mentioned that the defendant was able to advocate for herself. In what ways did she show you that?
In scheduling her own appointments, in presenting herself to the emergency room when things were really not going well, in communicating her concerns to myself, and sharing about a lot of detailed information about all of the different medications, doses, times they were tried, what the reactions were, all of that information.
If a patient is clearly advocating for themselves and can communicate in that way, would you typically reach out to family and friends to let them know, hi, I'm her psychiatrist and I'd like to talk to you about her treatment?
No, in fact, we don't have HIPAA permission to do that.
Now, you mentioned, or you were asked.
You can get it though, can't you? Oh, now she's going to invoke HIPAA. Now she knows all about HIPAA. Would you typically reach out if a patient is clearly advocating for themselves, like they can make their own appointments and stuff? Would you reach out to the family members? Here's where she pulls out HIPAA, the HIPAA card. Listen.
Reach out to family and
all of that information.
If a patient is clearly advocating for themselves and can communicate in that way, would you typically reach out to family and friends to let them know, hi, I'm her psychiatrist and I'd like to talk to you about her treatment?
No, in fact, we don't have HIPAA permission to do that.
Here comes HIPAA.
Now, you mentioned, or you were asked about therapy in your sessions. Do you keep a recording or a transcript of everything you say in your therapy sessions?
No.
Is your therapy conversation or what you say to a patient the same for every patient?
No.
Is it a script?
So there's no recording kept. There's no recording kept of these Zooms. I guess we all wanted to know the answer to that. They don't keep recordings.
therapy sessions,
Right.
or you were asked about therapy in your sessions. Do you keep a recording or a transcript of everything you say in your therapy sessions?
No.
Is your therapy conversation or what you say to a patient the same for every patient?
No.
Is it a script or a conversation?
It's a conversation.
So depending, if I'm your patient and I'm telling you certain things, is your response dependent on what I'm telling you?
Yes.
And so when you're providing therapy to someone like Ms. Clancy, is that dependent on what she's telling you and then how she's responding to what you're saying? Basically a conversation.
Yes. Therapy is a lot of listening.
Would you say it's more important in therapy for the psychiatrist or therapist to talk or listen?
Listen.
And why is that?
You're not her therapist. You're her prescriber. That's even how they have you listed on the website. You're her prescriber. Where was the safety plan for the children? Great point.
Because that's how you really understand what a person is feeling.
Now, is it accurate to state that in every one of your sessions with Ms. Clancy, you told her about individual therapy and encouraged her to attend individual therapy?
That was the treatment recommendation each time. I'm not sure if I explicitly mentioned it each time, but I did many times.
And you, in fact, wrote it on the work form that we talked about previously on page 104 of the records. It lists, was the patient referred to other healthcare providers for evaluation or treatment? It says yes. If yes, state the nature of such treatments and expected duration of treatment. And it says individual weekly therapy, correct?
Yes.
And this is the form that the defendant asked you to fill out, correct?
Yes.
And you sent it back to her. And the first version, she wanted you to make some corrections on, correct?
Yes.
But she didn't ask you to change that portion, correct?
No.
And in fact, on the second version, on page 107 of the record, it still says individual weekly therapy recommended, correct, for follow-up?
Yes.
Would it be accurate to state that the defendant only saw Jennifer McAllister twice the entire time that she was with your practice for therapy?
Yes.
You were asked about.
She was asked about Jennifer McAllister's suicide test, and she didn't even know. Did you ever remind her that she should be going for therapy? She only saw McAllister 2 times. Did she have an outside therapist? Did she find someone else that she liked better? So she was seeing someone somewhere else? Well, we don't know because this woman doesn't take very good notes. If it's not in a drop-down box, it doesn't happen.
Zoloft being used for general anxiety disorder. Is that a common drug used for general anxiety disorder?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because it's effective and it's safe.
You were also asked about the suicide warning on it, that there is a suicide warning. Is that for all ages?
No.
What ages or groups is that suicide warning for?
It's really for children and adolescents. They do say up to 24 years, but it's really children and adolescents.
Would it be accurate to state that the defendant was 32 years old when she saw you?
That sounds right.
Well, if you want to check the records,
I can check.
to be sure.
Yes.
For real. For real.
Is that correct?
Zoloft is safe.
Okay, so 32 years old is not 3 to 4 years older than 24, correct?
No.
Why didn't you have to titrate the 50 milligrams of Zoloft?
You mean to stop it?
Yes.
Because it's still a very low dose.
Okay, so we have her answer now. When she said titrate, she meant to stop it. Wow, there was a lot of people in the chat saying titrate also means to up the dose. Can, but she just said you mean to stop it. So when she wrote titrate in her notes, she meant to stop it, not to increase it, right? Am I missing something? Maybe. Let's hear it again.
Why didn't you have to titrate the 50 milligrams of Zoloft?
You mean to stop it?
Yes.
Because it's still a very low dose. So
titrate here with regard to the Zoloft was when she took her off the Zoloft cold turkey, right? He was talking about the titrating of the amitriptyline. Okay. I just want to make sure we're clear. So this is when she had her quit the Zoloft cold turkey, and she's saying, why did you not have to wean her off of it? Let's just use wean. for titrate down, okay?
Stop it
Yes.
because it's still a very low dose, so it can be stopped right away.
So it wasn't necessary?
Not necessary.
The defendant waited about a month after receiving the prescription before taking the medication, correct?
Yes.
And she only took the medication when she decided she was ready to take it, correct?
Yes.
So she was taking in the information you gave her, correct?
Yes.
She was making her own decisions, correct?
Yes.
She was not forced to, correct?
Yes.
She actually had an appointment in between when you first prescribed it and when she started taking it, where she was still discussing with you whether or not she wanted to take it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that part of the advocating for herself that you were talking about?
Yes.
Is that part of the medical sophistication that she possessed that you were talking about?
Yes.
Your Honor, at some point, in light of the fact this is direct, I have to object.
Sure. Yeah, if you could just not ask the leading question.
Sure.
Finally, he objects to the leading questions. This is redirect. This is not cross. You're not supposed to lead your own witnesses. Let's see what it is. What question it was that took him over the edge.
Yes.
Is that part of the medical sophistication that she possessed that you were talking about?
Yes.
Your Honor, at some point, in light of the fact this is direct, I have to object.
Sure. Yeah, if you could just not ask the leading question.
Sure.
Call him K Shred.
I want to
For
direct
reason.
your attention to the September 12th, 2022 form that the defendant filled out.
Those are the forms before she ever came in as a patient. Came on
Page
TV as a
16
patient.
of the record. Oh, we have different page numbers,
We
right?
do, but if you just tell me what you're looking at, I can find it.
The past psychiatric history.
Nerdy says Dr. Tufts isn't ready for
Okay.
Rosemary.
What did she tell
Gonna be
you,
a
Ms.
while.
Clancy, tell you about the, where it says, if yes, list the reason and dates. What did she tell you?
She said anxiety, September 2013 to September 2014, postpartum anxiety, May 2020.
And on the following page, under the past or current psychiatric medications, which ones did she list?
Prozac, 50 milligrams, and Wellbutrin, 100 milligrams.
Is there a column there that says
So she also had postpartum anxiety in May of 2020, which would have been related to Dawson's birth. Are women who suffer postpartum anxiety once more likely to get it during subsequent pregnancies? I want to know that answer. I also want to know if people with underlying psychiatric conditions, like with histories of major depression or even generalized anxiety disorder, are more prone to becoming postpartum depressed. I want to know the answer to that too. There's a lot of things I want to know.
effective, yes or no?
Yeah, Prozac, 50 milligrams, and Wellbutrin, 100 milligrams.
Is there a column there that says effective, yes or no?
Yes.
What was the defendant's answer with whether or not Prozac was effective?
Yes.
What was her answer as to whether or not Wellbutrin was effective?
Yes.
Is there another column there that said experience side effects?
Yes.
Did she check off any side effects experienced for Prozac?
No.
Did she check off any side effects experienced for Wellbutrin?
No.
You know what's so crazy then? Why are those two drugs that you never ever prescribed to her? She said she had a history of taking Prozac with no side effects and Wellbutrin with no side effects. They were both effective. They both had no side effects. And yet you chose to start her on something else. Why? Why?
Going to the October 20th, 2022 appointment. You were asked about this on cross-examination, about documenting side effects in your notes. Did you document the side effects that the defendant reported from the Zoloft on October 20th, 2022?
Yes.
And what did you document?
Well, I checked the box for GI, but I also talked about the side effects in the interval history.
And so what does GI mean?
Gastrointestinal.
So would that mean stomach issues?
Yeah.
And what did you put in your notes?
Couldn't sleep, insomnia, worse on increased dose, doesn't want to eat, diarrhea, food really unappealing, was more depressed on it, crying all day, yesterday, not normal, mental fog, terrified to start something new.
And so
Wow, that's all the way back in October. Thank you for having her read that into the record again, effing again, crying all day. Huh.
you did document the side effects that she reported to you, correct?
Yes.
You also documented in the interval history, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts. Was that the defendant's phrasing?
Yes.
And is there a difference between someone being worried about having suicidal thoughts and someone actually having suicidal thoughts?
So bad.
Yes.
And what's the difference in terms of how a psychiatrist sees it?
So that's the difference between what a patient might answer and then what the psychiatrist actually assesses. So say a patient might say they're having suicidal thoughts, but when they describe them, they're not actual suicidal thoughts. They're fears of suicidal thoughts. So that's the difference there. And I'm sorry, I think I forgot exactly what your question was.
So what's the difference in your training and experience between someone having fears of suicidal thoughts and actually having suicidal thoughts?
Well, so if it's a fear, then it means that they're not actually having suicidal thoughts. It's a negative.
And does that affect the way you proceed with treatment?
Or maybe they're just not being 100% honest with you. Did you ever think of that, Doug?
Yes, in some ways, yes.
How?
Well, you still proceed with treatment. It's still concerning, but it is a level of concern that can be managed on an outpatient basis, not requiring hospitalization.
And so, according to the defendant, she was not yet having suicidal thoughts at that time.
Yes.
So when defense counsel asked you repeatedly why you didn't document how many times she had those thoughts, she hadn't had those actual thoughts yet, correct?
Correct.
That was later in December, is that right?
Yes.
Now, she also told you that she was worried about that something bad might happen, so she arranged for her mother to stay. Is that correct?
Well, she arranged for her mother to stay. I'm not sure if that was because she was afraid something bad was happening, or it just seemed like they needed more help.
Okay. So you don't recall the two being...
They needed more help, laundry and cooking, and she's crying in her mother's arm at night, sleeping with her mother. She just needed more help, not emotional support. Anybody want to go to this woman as a patient? Say that again.
Was because she was afraid. Well, she arranged for her mother to stay. I'm not sure if that was because she was afraid something bad was happening, or it just seemed like they needed more help.
Okay.
So if you weren't sure that it was because something bad was happening, why wouldn't you ask your freaking patient?
So you don't recall the two being together as a thought?
Correct. And
the fact that she was struggling and arranged to have her mother stay, got support, advocated for herself, would those be protective factors?
Yes.
How so?
So if someone demonstrates that they can advocate for themselves, that they can seek help if symptoms worsen, then that shows that they have good judgment. They can be trusted to present for care if serious safety concerns were to arise.
So based on your training and experience with Ms. Clancy, where she says she's worried about getting suicidal thoughts, and she has her mom come stay with her, do you see that as a positive decision?
Yes.
What about the times when she said she had poor insight? Did Reddington get into the poor insight on cross? I don't remember that. But yeah, eventually she has poor insight. And there were no red flags there either.
You were asked
poor insight, about good judgment.
Not asking the defendant if she had called the suicide hotline. If a patient denies suicidal ideation, would you typically ask them if they had called a suicide hotline?
No.
And why not?
Because I wouldn't think that they would have. If a patient were to call a suicide hotline, I would think that they would be telling me they're having suicidal thoughts as well.
Can it vary from day to day? Can you have suicidal thoughts one day and then maybe the next day you don't think about it so much? And then the next day you really, really do think about it and you go to the ER. And then the next day you're not really thinking of it. You're just thinking about thinking of it. And then the next day, maybe you don't think about it at all.
You were asked about prescribing hydroxyzine, Ativan, and Buspar. Did you tell the defendant how to take those medications?
Yes.
What were your instructions?
So the Ativan was to take as needed for severe anxiety. The Buspar was to be an everyday medicine. And the hydroxyzine, we had started that to see if she could use that as an alternative to the Ativan. So to take it instead of the Ativan. But if the Ativan if the hydroxyzine wasn't working, she still had the Ativan to use, it's stronger.
So was there ever an instruction for her to take all three at the same time?
No.
And you were asked about
I thought the hydroxyzine was supposed to be substituted for the Benadryl. Isn't that what happened on cross, or am I misremembering?
Indications of all three at the same time?
No.
And you were asked about the contraindications of Ativan and Benadryl. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are there contraindications for taking the two together?
It's not an absolute contraindication. You have to be careful that the person is not excessively sedated, meaning like they're so sleepy that it's hard for them to, engage in normal activities because they're so sleepy, or maybe they might feel a little bit dizzy. But it's not an absolute contraindication. You just have to monitor them.
And is that one of the reasons that you prescribed the hydroxyzine?
Sorry, is what one of the reasons?
Is the fact that the two of them together, Ativan and Benadryl. Well, let me strike that question. Why did you prescribe the hydroxyzine?
So she had been taking Benadryl, which is not a prescription medication. It's not classically within the scope of psychiatry, but it's very similar to hydroxyzine. So I thought that, hydroxyzine might be a better alternative than the Benadryl.
Okay, and I'm just going to direct you to your November 2nd, 2022 interval history.
Thank you, Night Owl Nurse, for your 20. Appreciate you. Love you so much. Nurses are doing the Lord's work. You know you are. And you don't get all the credit, but you're doing all the work. Here's a nurse who says, whenever a chat starts out like this, with all due respect to you, Melanie, I'm like, oh, wow, what's next? But she says, with all due respect to you, Melanie, and everyone else in this chat, you all have way too high of expectations for mental health care in this country. I guess I did. I guess I did. And she's a nurse too, Kayla. Thank you. I guess I did. I've never been intimately involved with it. I mean, I guess I should thank my lucky stars for that, but I really did have higher expectations. I think you're right. I think that's why I'm so blindsided by this, is because I really didn't know what was going on out there.
Now, would it be fair to say that on the November 2nd date, the defendant reported she was fine all day, evenings, bedtime, get anxious, Ativan helps, sleeping great on it, afraid to try something else, but knows it's not a long-term solution. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what part of that did the defendant tell you was not a long-term solution?
Taking the Ativan.
And why is that?
Because it was indicated for short-term use only. The people can struggle more with dependence if they're taking it for a very long period of time.
And was there a plan developed based on that concern?
Yes, there was.
What was the plan?
To reduce the dose by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks until she was off it.
So the defendant was able to express to you a concern she had about the medication. You had a conversation about it, and you addressed that with her and came up with a plan. Is that right?
Yes.
She also told you that day that she was in therapy and exercising daily, correct?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever tell you that she went to the South Shore Hospital Emergency Department on November 16th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, mark that down. 2:52 p.m. This is when this stream always skips, but at least we know there's a recross coming because it took us right to Kevin Reddington. And I forgot to refresh the browser, which you guys told me might help with the skipping every single time. Let's see.
High dose is like 800 milligrams. So, well, I shared
We have to figure out where we were.
euphoria. They might see.
Oh, please.
That's what's said.
We were back at the November 16th visit to the ER. It's like a jump scare. It's like a jump scare.
As you,
No, I'm not going to skip. I'm not going to skip to Kevin
you
because this is
ask.
important testimony.
It depends.
All right, right now it is
until that point, again, 2022, defense asked you about that date, alternative methods like.
Yes.
She also told you that day that she was in therapy and exercising daily, correct?
This is where we were.
Yes.
Did the defendant ever tell you that she went to the South Shore Hospital Emergency Department on November 16th, 2022?
I don't recall that.
Did she tell you that they had prescribed trazodone to her at that time?
I don't recall that.
Did she ever tell you that she was trying some alternative methods like weed gummies?
No.
Once.
Do you have any way of knowing these things if the patient doesn't tell you?
No.
Now, on December 1st,
Blaming the
2022, defense asked you about that date. That's the date that she, again, said she had the fear of thoughts of suicide. Is that correct?
Yes.
Up until that point, had she consistently denied suicidal ideation or intent or a plan?
Yes.
Had she consistently denied homicidal ideation, intent, or a plan?
Yes.
What's the difference? Let me ask you this. When you talk to a patient, do you ask them, do you have suicidal ideation?
Not usually.
What do you,
Not in that way.
how do you get that information from them? What types of questions do you ask?
It depends how the course of the conversation is going. I might ask if they're having thoughts of hurting themselves, if they, sometimes wish that they weren't alive. It can be a lot of different words, and sometimes I use, the patient's own words, but things like that.
And is there a difference between having thoughts of suicide versus having the intent and a plan to do it?
Yes.
And are there different types of treatment or things that you would do if someone has intent or plan to do it?
Yes, that would generally require hospitalization.
And so if Ms. Clancy had told you she had thoughts of hurting herself, or actually, if she told you that she had a plan to hurt herself or a plan to hurt her children, would you have moved to commit her?
Yes.
And that would be a Section 12?
Yes.
Okay, if you want a Section 12, you have to have a plan. Remember that. You must have a plan in order to get hospitalized. You would have done it then.
That would be a section 12. Actually, strike that. If she told you that she had a plan to hurt herself or a plan to hurt her children, would you have moved to commit her?
Yes.
And that would be a section 12?
Yes.
So if she had a plan to hurt her kids, but if she just told you she was having thoughts of hurting her kids, that wouldn't really concern you. You wouldn't get a safety plan in place for the children. Anybody even ask her about a safety plan or what a safety plan would entail or why anybody should have it? Karen Reed didn't have a plan. Karen Reed didn't have a plan to take her own life. Thanks, Aunt Bibi. And she was sectioned. They didn't keep her, but she was sectioned. She was brought in for observation. Remember? I do.
You were asked about the October 31st therapy session with Jennifer McAllister. And I know you weren't present from that. You're just going from the records. But you did say that in that session, the defendant denied suicidal ideation and homicidal ideation, correct?
Yeah, that's what's documented.
Would there be any reason based on your training and experience to do that further suicidal intent assessment?
No.
Why not?
Because if someone is denying suicidal ideation, they're just going to deny the every other detail about suicide.
But that further evaluation, is that very specific?
Wait, what? Hold on. I see chats flying by like, I didn't have a plan when I tried to take my life. I'm so sorry that happened to you. I hope you're sending you all the healing vibes. Hold on.
Because if someone is
suicidal ideation and homicidal ideation, correct?
Yeah, that's what's documented.
Would there be any reason based on your training and experience to do that further suicidal intent assessment?
No.
Why not?
Because if someone is denying suicidal ideation, they're just going to deny the every other detail about suicide.
But that,
then why would that suicide assessment form, that 4-page form, have been in the chart at all?
further evaluation, is that very
suicide?
But that further evaluation, is that very specific questions about planning for suicide, how you do it, all of those things?
Yes.
I'd like to know how many people actually
you were
have
also
a plan.
asked about evaluating the defendant for bipolar, and you said that she, based on your conversations with her, there were no signs of
No signs of what?
mania, correct?
Correct.
What are the types of questions you ask a patient to determine if they've experienced an episode of mania?
Well, a lot of it is what I can see in the session. I might also ask about some of those symptoms, like decreased need for sleep, or racing thoughts, or increased risk-taking activities. But even if they're reporting those things, I would have to really see it for myself to diagnose.
She's so fresh out of medical school and her residency that she can't see the gray. She can't see the nuance. This is the vibe that I'm getting from her, is that because she presented saying that she was unable to sleep and had not slept for 48 hours, she wasn't saying that she didn't need sleep. She was saying that she was unable to sleep. And so therefore, because of that little nuance, and maybe it could have been because the patient's describing it in the wrong way, then she definitely wasn't suffering from psychosis. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Thoughts or increased ask about some of those symptoms, like decreased need for sleep, or
Decreased need for sleep instead of not being able
racing
to.
thoughts, or increased risk-taking activities. But even if they're reporting those things, I would have to really see it for myself to diagnose that.
And what
Right, like see them in person. But didn't she say the DSM wasn't the Bible when he called it a cookbook?
Would you see physically?
So I might see that the person is talking very fast and it's almost impossible to interrupt their rate of speech. And it might also be very loud. They might be hyperactive, not able to sit still. They might be yelling.
And yeah, maybe when you're working in a mental hospital, maybe that's what you see. Maybe that's what you see when you're working in a mental hospital for 4 years. But that's not the way that every outpatient patient of yours is going to present.
And
she's learning her lesson the hard way.
Jumping from one thought to another without any linear connection between the thoughts. They might, I guess that's probably what I would observe in terms of behaviors.
Did you observe any of those behaviors with Lindsay Clancy?
No, it was the opposite.
What do you mean it was the opposite?
So,
no, I'm sorry. Linda says, Melanie, your bias is making
the opposite.
Boring. Bias towards what? Poor medical care? I'm sorry. If you're bored, you can go to Law and Crime. Go on over there. It's really exciting in the chat there. If this is boring for you, nobody's forcing you to stay. Nobody's handcuffing you to the bed. Okay, sweetie? Peace out.
Of euphoria is dysphoria or depression.
Dysphoria.
The opposite of hyperactivity is tiredness and fatigue. So, in a way, it was the opposite of mania that I observed.
And in terms of the questions you asked about her past behavior, were any of the answers that she gave indicative of mania?
No.
You were asked about discussing Seroquel with the defendant, even though you weren't the prescriber. Why did you discuss that medication with her?
Because the patient was asking about it and her husband was also asking me about it. They really wanted my opinions about it. It wasn't necessarily that I was prompting this line of conversation.
And what did you tell them about it?
Well, I shared that it has very good evidence for treating depression, and I may have shared that Seroquel does different things at different doses, right? So sometimes people are concerned that it is called an antipsychotic, but it actually doesn't function as an antipsychotic until you get up to really high doses, like 800 milligrams. So in low doses, it's more of a sleep medicine or an antidepressant. So I think that I explained that to them, and it's obviously a very important part of it. But they were also concerned about that causing the depression that she was experiencing. So we talked a bit about how you would tell. It kind of can be hard to tell whether a medicine is causing that or it's just occurring because of depression.
What did you tell them in terms of how to tell?
That it's really based on the timing. If you were to notice a significant decline after starting or increasing the medication.
And prior to Ms. Clancy taking the Seroquel, had you noticed signs of depression in her?
Yes.
And after she was off of the Seroquel in January, did you see signs of depression in her?
Yes.
So that was completely off of Seroquel, both before and after, still showing signs of depression?
Yes.
During January, the defendant told you she had trouble getting out of bed.
Is there a specific visit?
I think it was right after she got out of the hospital. Maybe your first or second visit with her.
That was her reasoning for putting her back on the Seroquel. Because she said, it's not the Seroquel that's making you depressed. You're just depressed.
See that on the 16th, she did say that she was able to force herself out of bed and take care of basics, so on and so forth.
Were you aware that she had gone to the Museum of Science with her family on January 8th and spent a few hours there interacting with the exhibits and the children?
No.
Were you aware on...
Yeah, we saw you pulled the surveillance video from the Science Museum for a few hours.
January, a few hours there. She had gone to the museum.
So on and so forth.
Were you aware that she had gone to the Museum of Science with her family on January 8th and spent a few
January
hours
8th.
there interacting with the exhibits and the children?
No.
Were you aware on January 15th, the day before that session, she had been to the Cape Codder down in Hyannis with the family, interacting with the kids and going down little water slides and all of that?
No.
The water slide
Were you
video.
aware that on January 14th, she watched all 3 kids while Pat went to a brunch and was fine?
No.
Were you aware that on January 16th, her husband took Cora skiing and she was alone with the boys all day and had no issues?
No.
Oh yeah, that was another reason why people think that Patrick killed the kids is because Patrick went to brunch on the 14th. How dare he? How dare he? And he took Cora skiing on the 16th. How dare he?
You were asked about the thyroid and how that can affect mental health and postpartum. Were you aware that at both South Shore Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospital, her thyroid limits were in normal range?
No, I was not.
Because you didn't care.
You received a discharge summary from McLean Hospital?
Yes.
What's contained in the discharge summary?
So it includes information about how the patient initially presented, what they said when they first came to the hospital, and their initial assessment from the psychiatrist that they spoke with. It talks a bit about their course, their treatment course, how things progressed, any changes that were made, and then it talks about how the patient appears on the day of discharge.
Does it also include what medications they were prescribed and what the diagnosis might have been?
Yes.
And was that sufficient in terms of your review of the information that you needed for you to know about your patient at that time?
Yes, that was a very helpful amount of information that I would typically review that amount of information for a patient after the hospital.
Now, you were asked about your January 23rd, 2023 session with the defendant. Defense counsel asked if you had, recommended a hospital evaluation for her on that day, and you said no. Why not?
Because she was completely denying any.
This was the day before the killings. She was completely denying. Hi, Rebecca Lavoie. I see you. Thank you. Day before the killings, January 23rd.
Defense counsel asked 3 session with the defendant. January 23rd, 2023 session with the defendant. Defense counsel asked if you had, recommended a hospital evaluation for her on that day, and you said no. Why not?
Because she was completely denying any suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation. There were no signs of psychosis or mania. So there were no serious signs that her safety or that anyone else's safety was at risk.
And during that session, did she ever tell you that she planned to harm herself or the children?
No.
If she had done that, what would you have done?
I would have, it depends exactly how it would have played out. It would definitely include hospitalization. If the children were in immediate harm, it might include enlisting help from my staff so that they could call the police while I'm on the phone with her. I think it depends, but I would address it promptly.
Only if they were in
You were
immediate
asked
harm.
by defense counsel about the amitriptyline that you prescribed on January 16th, 2023. That initial prescription was for 10 milligrams, correct?
Yes.
Pulling the bottle from exhibit 155 of amitriptyline. Would you agree with me that this shows that the prescription was filled on that same day, January 16th, 2023?
She's showing her a prescription bottle that she whipped out of her, Ziploc bag.
Yes.
And out of this pill bottle here, there were 30 pills in this prescription, correct?
Yes.
And there are 8 pills missing from this bottle. So filled on January 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd would be 8 days, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And on the 23rd is when you said she could raise it to 20 milligrams?
Yes.
So if there are only 8 pills missing, she never took that additional dose, correct?
That's
Objection. We don't know when she took them. We don't know if she took them every day. We don't know if she took 8 at once. We're not here to do math. This is not a math problem on a 3rd grade quiz, ma'am. Are you smarter than a 5th grader? Maybe not. It doesn't mean anything. Just because 8 pills are missing, it doesn't, we don't know when she took them. We don't know how many she took at once. Listen how stupid that question is. Is he going to object?
23rd would be 17th, 8 pills missing from this bottle. So filled on January
counting on her
16th,
fingers.
16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd would be 8 days, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And on the 23rd is when you said she could raise it to 20 milligrams?
Yes.
So if there are only 8 pills missing, she never took that additional dose, correct?
That's what I would think based on what you just said.
That's what you would think. Yeah, but you don't really know. Because how many people get a million text messages a day from CVS because you forgot to go pick up your medication and it could have been sitting there for a week before she picked it up? Come on, man.
So the amitriptyline, increasing it to from 10 milligrams to 20 milligrams, wouldn't have pushed her over the edge, correct?
Well, if she didn't take 20 milligrams, then that's correct.
Oh, now she's digging back into the belt. Oh, she actually went back to put that pill bottle back into the Ziploc baggie.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Oh my God.
Then
Painful.
recross.
Briefly. So one of the questions that prosecutor asked you pertained to whether or not you could reach out to a third party. You recall that question, like mother, father, husband?
Yes.
And we already on cross talked about that you didn't, and they didn't call you, but then the DA also raised that, and you said you didn't have HIPAA permission. You recall just telling that to the jury?
Yes. That was an additional detail.
All right. So what does that mean?
Well, HIPAA is the privacy law for
She's looking right at the
patients,
jury.
which we have to respect and honor very diligently. So we are not allowed to talk about a patient's treatment to anyone. We're not even allowed to say that they are a patient at our clinic unless they were to waive those HIPAA rights.
And she was very cooperative, would have been more than willing to have you talk to her mother, father, and husband, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, did you ever tell her?
Wait, hold on. I'm going to have to boost him for you. Samantha said, and Samantha, you're a pharmacist, you said, right? Previously in another day. Why was she taking Seroquel with high levels in her blood at the time of the incident if she was taken off in detox? She was taken off in detox at McLean, which was January 1st through 5th. But she was put back on Seroquel by this doctor because this doctor said it's not the Seroquel that's depressing you. It's you. You're just depressed. And she put her back on. Great question. All right. Let me boost him like to 10.
And she
Say that they are a patient at our clinic unless they were to waive those HIPAA rights.
and she was very cooperative, would have been more than willing to have you talk to her mother, father, and husband, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, did you ever tell her, ask her to sign a HIPAA form?
So that was not the main reason why it wasn't done. It wasn't
Ever ask her to sign?
a release, you mean? Yes. No, I did not ask her to sign a release.
And if she did sign a release, even though her mother, her father, her husband didn't call you, you could have then reached out to them, right?
I could have, but it is not typically something that is done when you have an adult patient who's able to speak for themselves.
Yeah, what is that? It's not typically done when?
When you have an adult patient who is able to speak for
Not
themselves.
typically
Oh
done.
my God, you don't call the parents that she's living with because they're helping her or her husband?
No.
Because why? She's able to advocate for herself?
Yes.
You're a mental health treatment provider.
Prosecutor yet again raises the issue of the marijuana. You recall that question?
Yes.
The weed gummy.
She wasn't smoking marijuana, was she?
She did not tell me she was smoking marijuana.
Did she tell you that she was using marijuana?
No.
Did she tell you that she was using gummies?
No.
Did she, because gummies in plural is what the DA asked you, right? She was using gummies?
Yes.
Now, I asked you about getting access to the Women and Infants Hospital records, which you did not. Which you did not, right?
I did not.
And we already went over that. You could have, if you asked for them with a HIPAA form, right?
Objection, didn't ask about those records.
I don't care if she asked about the
Beyond
records.
the scope.
Overruled. You can ask that question.
You asked, she asked,
She said, I didn't ask about the records beyond the scope. Judge is like, shut up, sit down. Shut up, sit down. It strains credulity. Every medical provider I've been listening to on YouTube has said you absolutely talk to the family members because the patient is not going to be honest with you about things such as like this for fear of their children being taken away. And that is why it is even more important in a case like this.
and we already went over that. You could have, if you asked for them with a HIPAA form, right?
Objection, didn't ask about those records.
I don't care if she asked about the
Beyond
records.
the scope.
Overruled. You can ask that question.
She asked you about marijuana gummies, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer the Women and Infants Hospital records from Rhode Island dealing with Lindsay Clancy.
Good.
No objection.
Okay, they may be admitted.
Good. Show them to her. Oh, good. He's going to show them to
I
her.
just want to look at them at some point to make sure it's a clean copy.
Sure, yeah. Before it goes to the jury, you can review it.
I mean, I got to say, all things considered, Dr. Tufts is doing a really good job holding her composure on the stand. She hasn't broken
And it's
down.
important for a,
He started talking to her and she wasn't looking at him and he got mad. Look, this is a great screen grab too. If anybody wants to grab this screen grab, she's looking at the jury instead of him and he starts talking to her and she's not looking at him and he's like waiting for her to look at him. Let me boost him a little bit. Like a one-man sound show over here. All right, ready, go.
and it's important for a, it's important for a patient to be forthright when asked questions by their provider, right?
Yes.
And you always, your opinion, found her to be forthright, right?
Yes.
If I could approach you with Exhibit 220, excuse me, and see the second paragraph, it begins in the middle of November. Could you read that first sentence?
In the middle of November, she tried taking a marijuana edible to help her sleep, which caused her to have increased anxiety and palpitations.
So the records, if you had obtained them, you would have seen that it was not marijuana, it was not gummies, plural. It was one gummy that she tried and it didn't work out, right?
Based on what I just read, yes.
One gummy. One gummy for you, one gummy for
Then
me.
you told us that there's a difference between a thought of suicide versus a plan of suicide, one of which would result, in your words, were a commitment, right?
Yes.
What does that mean? Thought versus plan equals commit.
A suicidal plan means that they are they know exactly what they're going to do to end their life, what they're going to use, maybe when they're going to do it. They've researched it, and that presents an immediate threat, and that is something that would require hospitalization.
Researched it.
District Attorney had asked you also about the thyroid levels, and you indicated, or she indicated that they were in the low range at Mass General Hospital, Reed. Is that correct?
I thought she said they were normal.
Oh, I thought she said low, but normal or low. MGH, Mass General Hospital, right?
Sorry, what's the question?
District Attorney asked you whether or not they were thyroid reads. Do you remember that question?
She said her thyroid had been tested.
My question now is, do you remember that question that she asked you that you answered with no problem?
Yes.
Okay. And your response was that, my memory, this is jurors' accounts, that it was low reads, MGH, and South Shore Hospital. Is that right?
I thought she said normal.
I thought she said that it was normal or within normal limits.
Almost fine. We'll go with normal. So your memory is that there were thyroid blood level reads of Lindsay Clancy from 2 healthcare providers. Is that correct?
Yes.
One would be Mass General Hospital, right?
I don't remember exactly. I think she said yes. I think she said Mass General.
Okay. Do you remember where the other hospital healthcare provider was?
It might have been South Shore.
Do you know what date those were?
No.
Those are old reads, weren't they?
I don't know.
One of the things that the district attorney asked you about on a number of occasions that seems to be important is if the person that you're treating has, I guess, what do they call it, pressured speech?
Yes.
And you told us repeatedly that you never detected that Lindsay had pressured speech, right?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
Looking at the record from October 21st, would you...
Objection is writing on this.
Oh, all right. You know what? I'll just...
There's writing on it. I was like his notes.
And if you want to get the actual exhibit, we could do that.
All right. So forget all about my sloppy writing. I'm looking here on October 21st of 22. Is that correct, right up there?
He's just showing it to her instead.
Yes.
And can you just read this paragraph here for us?
No sleep last night. Falls asleep after 40 minutes. Heart racing, severe anxiety. Worrying about kids, baby, sleep. Yawns but not drowsy. Not hyper, pressured speech.
What was that? Not hyper what?
Not hyper, not pressured speech is what I meant. I know it doesn't say not, but that is exactly what I meant.
Wait, when did you say?
Oh, there you go. There's a gotcha moment. There's a gotcha moment. Listen to that again. And if you can come to your screen, come to your screen. Because he patted her on the shoulder. He's trying to calm her down. He's being very grandfatherly. We know he's 75 years old. He's having her read from her own notes. And he's got some notes in the margin. He's like, don't pay attention to my notes there. He's like, forget about it. I'm not going to put it on the overhead. He handed it to her. And I'm taking it back to here.
Right. I'm looking here on October 21st of 22. Is that correct, right up there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you just read this paragraph here for us?
No sleep last night. Falls asleep after 40 minutes. Heart racing, severe anxiety. Worrying about kids, baby, sleep. Yawns but not drowsy. Not hyper, pressured speech.
What was that? Not hyper what?
Not hyper, not pressured speech is what I meant. I know it doesn't say not, but that is exactly what I meant.
Wait, when did you see this that you noticed that it did not say not?
I don't care what it says.
He was looking right at the jury while she was reading that. And it was a big gotcha moment, like Columbo. And she read it out the first way. Not hyper, pressured speech is what it says. Not hyper, pressured speech. And the second time she read it, she corrected it to say, it should say not hyper, not pressured speech. because pressured speech is one of the things that she looks for. And he's like, when did you notice that? Just a scrivener's error, right? I don't care what it says, she said. Here you go. One more time.
Pressured speech is what I teach.
What was that?
Sleep, yawns, but not drowsy. Not hyper pressured speech.
What was that? Not hyper what?
Not hyper, not pressured speech is what I meant. I know it doesn't say not, but that is exactly what I meant.
When did you see this that you noticed that it did not say not?
I don't care what it says. I know what I meant.
Well, when you wrote this, you did not say not pressured speech. You said in the medical record, pressured speech, right?
No.
Does it say that?
Yeah, the word is the word not is right before not hyper, comma, pressured speech. The
Right,
two
so
are
what does
following
comma
the
mean
not.
to you? When you put down in a medical record, heart racing, comma, severe anxiety, comma, worried about kids, comma, baby, comma, sleep, comma, yawns, but not drowsy, period. Not hyper, comma, pressured speech. That's what you wrote, right?
She did not have
Did you
pressured
write
speech.
that, doctor?
I wrote that, but you're misinterpreting my note.
Am I reading this correctly, and the jury will be able to look at it, that you put
Punctuation is so important, especially when you're playing with people's lives and prescribing things like Tic Tacs. I want to point out to you also, having handled many malpractice cases in my career, there's such a thing as when doctors figure out that they're going to get sued or they're, especially in private practice. I'm not saying she did this. Clearly she didn't. Records go missing. Records are changed retroactively. When they know that there was a big F up and they just might get sued, records sometimes change. You picking up what I'm laying down? Clearly she didn't, because she said that's not what I meant, even though I wrote that, that's not what I meant.
not
That's why it's so important to get the medical records before you file your lawsuit, by the way. Any law students out there? Get the medical records first. But also, a request from a law firm for medical records can often trigger a response. She doesn't care. Punctuation is important.
doctor.
I wrote that, but you're misinterpreting my note.
Am I reading this correctly, and the jury will be able to look at it, that you put not hyper, comma, pressured speech? Did I read that right?
Yes, but your interpretation is incorrect.
He walked away. Ooh, he said, as opposed to yours? Ooh, the shade. The shade of a big oak tree by K. Shred. Listen to that one more time.
As opposed to yours? Go ahead.
Just in regards to what was raised there.
Yes, just two brief issues.
Oh God,
First,
redirect.
Your records from October 21st, 2022. The section labeled speech, where there are all the boxes where you can put pressured, word salad, all of the different things. What do you check off? for
Word
speech
salad?
On October 21st, 2022.
Appropriate.
I'm sorry. Did she
And,
just say word
let's ask-
salad? Where you can put pressure, word salad. Oh, now it's word salad when it's not, when it doesn't help you, it's word salad. Listen to this. As she marches up there to Veruca Salt with her notes, calling it word salad.
The section labeled speech, where there are all the boxes where you can put pressured, word salad, all of the different things. What do you check off for speech on October 21st, 2022?
Appropriate.
And defense asked you about the thyroid levels. Would it be accurate to state that I asked you if you were aware that her levels were normal at South Shore Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospital?
Yes.
And your answer was no, correct?
No, I was not aware.
Because you don't have those records, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have any clue as to how old they were?
I don't know. You're asking me about something I never saw.
Nothing further.
All right, anything further? All right, thank you, doctor. You may step down. Thank you.
Oh my God. She is getting off the barbecue. Welcome to Kevin Reddington's Slice and Dice. Bye-bye, doctor. Bye, Dr. Tufts.
Submit the certified copy of the Spalding rehabilitation records. for
No
the
objection, that's by agreement.
Okay. By agreement of council, the Spalding
Rehab
records will be
records
introduced.
entered into evidence. Wow. The barbecue. Everyone hit the like button.
Please, council.
Come up with called Julie Paul.
Julie somebody. I don't know. Maybe one of the Julies got married. She did have a, Julie Paul. This is one of her treating physicians also. Another prescriber. Camera person is not going to get away from Reddington and Lindsay. He's keeping his focus right there.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you should give to the court and the jury in the matter now having reached the Commonwealth and thank you. You may have a seat.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Yes, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Julie Paul.
And what do you do for work?
I am a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, board certified.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I graduated in 1991 from St. Anselm College with my nursing degree, worked as a labor and delivery nurse for 17 years, and then graduated in 2006 from Frontier Nursing University with my midwifery degree. And then in 2018, I graduated from Frontier Nursing University with my psychiatric nurse practitioner degree. I also have a perinatal mental health certification from Postpartum Support International from 2018.
Okay. Are you also a certified midwife?
Yes, I am.
And are you licensed in the state of Massachusetts to be a psychiatric nurse practitioner?
Yes, I am.
And what is required in order for you to become certified to be a psychiatric nurse practitioner in Massachusetts?
I attended a certified program, did 2 years additional training, and then took the certification exam through the ANCC.
And can you tell us a little bit about your work history, your work background?
Sure. Like I said, in New Hampshire, I worked as a labor and delivery nurse before transferring to Massachusetts in 2006 to work as a certified nurse midwife. And then in 2018, I started the Perinatal Behavioral Health Program at Sullivan Hospital as a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
And so the Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic, explain to us a little bit about how that came about.
Sure. There's a lack of resources on the South Shore for pregnant and postpartum people with mood disorders. So I really felt compelled because I had a couple clients that really struggled with mental health issues as a nurse midwife and really wanted additional education and being able to prescribe for them and take care of them in a proper way. So I went back, got my Psych NP, and then worked with Sullivan Hospital to establish the program.
And where was the program actually located?
It was located right in Weymouth, Massachusetts.
And you said you worked with the South Shore Hospital?
Correct.
So the clinic is tied to South Shore Hospital in the South Shore Health System?
Yes, it is.
Now, when did you start that program specifically? When was it up and running?
2018 is when I started, in October of 2018.
And what, did you do that by yourself or did you have other practitioners that were doing that with you?
Initially, it was just me. I started doing it 2 days a week and then grew the program gradually over the next year or two.
And what makes up this program other than you?
So at the time, when it was just me, I just saw patients 2 days a week and then gradually built up to 5 days a week. And we included a therapist in the team, 2 additional prescribers. We also worked with women with substance use disorders as well. So we had additional support that way. And then when the building grew, we also had the Bridge Clinic on the other side. And then we were on the other side of that program.
And what's the Bridge Clinic?
The Bridge Clinic works with people with substance use disorders.
And all of this is kind of under that umbrella of what's classified as South Shore Behavioral Health, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as the clinic grew, did your role there change?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
As the clinic grew to what you described as having additional therapists and other prescribers, on staff, did your role there change at all?
I became the director of the program.
And as director of the program, did you still see patients?
Yes, I did.
And was that at the same level as it had before, or did it decrease because of your administrative roles?
It actually increased because I increased my hours to 5 days a week. I did have a little bit of administrative time.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about how the clinic would work for a woman who is coming in either during the birth period or prior to birth and after birth? What kinds of things would they be offered at the clinic?
So I'd receive a referral and then the client would come in. We would do a 90-minute intake. When they left, when it was just me, I was using outside therapists, that sort of thing. But as the program grew, we had moms groups run by doulas. We had therapists that we brought in that was brought in from Aspire, but part of our program embedded within our program. And I brought in 2 additional prescribers as well as nursing staff.
And when you talk about people as prescribers and your role as a psychiatric nurse practitioner who could prescribe, what were you offering to patients as part of this clinic as a prescriber?
We were offering the proper medication for anxiety, depression, mood disorders, really any psychiatric disorder that came in, mostly for pregnant and postpartum people up to 2 years postpartum. We also offered like therapy, focused on sleep hygiene, really looked at the whole person, not just medication management.
And fair to say that the medication is one piece and the therapy is another piece, and this is part of a team approach that you had at the clinic.
That's
to
correct.
Address all these resources for patients.
That's correct.
So while you, as the psychiatric nurse practitioner, might have been a prescriber, were you also engaged in the therapy or psychotherapy?
I would do supportive therapy, but I'm not a therapist. I mainly am responsible for assessing, diagnosing, prescribing, but I also really understand the importance of sleep, nutrition, and exercise.
And so being that you had a history of working as a midwife and working as a nurse in labor and delivery, do you have a lot of experience with moms or women who are in that postpartum period?
Yes.
And how about your experiences with diagnosing and prescribing for women in that period? Do you have experience in that?
In the labor and delivery realm, as a nurse midwife, yes, I diagnosed like labor and that sort of thing, and even depression, anxiety, not to the extent of higher acuity psychiatric conditions, but as a psychiatric nurse practitioner, I did.
Okay. And as far as your role at the Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic, fair to say that your primary patient base was all going to be women who are either pregnant or after birth?
Correct.
And a part of this team approach at the clinic, is it also to work on developing a treatment plan for patients when they come in?
Correct.
And so what encompasses a treatment plan generally?
Generally, if it were a situation where we were referring them for therapy, then we would work with the therapist to kind of bring in the client to figure out what their needs are, and then really stress whatever. The therapist works on certain aspects of the therapy that we kind of work together, but not in tandem, kind of. We talk, but not to the extent we each are in our own disciplines.
Okay. And as far as the resources that the clinic had available to you, is it fair to say that there are certain types of therapy, for instance, cognitive behavioral therapy or dialectic behavioral therapy, that are not necessarily encompassed with the social workers that you work with at the clinic?
Our social workers primarily did cognitive behavioral therapy. We did group therapy for more social support. What I did mainly was just supportive therapy.
Okay. And would you oftentimes through the clinic refer clients out to other local community providers?
Yes, we would.
Now, as the psychiatric nurse practitioner, does medication play an important role when you are dealing with a particular patient that came into the clinic?
Yes, it does play a role.
And how is it that you determine what's the appropriate medication track for any given patient?
We do proper screening, and then we do a complete interview with the client. And then based on what their responses are, together we work as a team to develop the best medication options or treatment options for that client.
When you say work as a team, does that include the patient themselves?
Absolutely. The patient is the most important part of the team.
And in your training and experience working with postpartum women, what is the acceptable period to determine postpartum?
Anywhere within the first year.
Oh, thank you. In the first year.
Did you know a nurse, or do you know a nurse named Susan Clancy?
I do.
How do you know her?
I worked with her off and on throughout my years as a nurse midwife.
And what's the nature?
That's Patrick Clancy's mother. That's how she was referred. Lindsay's mother-in-law referred her to Julie Paul.
Nature of your relationship. And what's the nature of your relationship with her, other than the working with her?
Essentially, we just worked together. When we did births together, we worked well as a team.
Okay. And do you know where she worked?
She worked at Tewksbury Hospital.
On November 20th of 2022, did you have a conversation, or did you get a call from Sue Clancy?
I did. She was referred to me through Nanette Landry, another midwife that I work with.
Okay. And so as a result of the phone call that you had with her, did you get in contact with a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
Was that the same day or a different day?
It was the same day.
And your contact with Lindsay Clancy, was it by phone or virtual or in person?
It was by phone.
And so what was the purpose of calling Lindsay Clancy?
I just wanted to get her side of what had been going on with her history. Sue had alluded that she was struggling in the postpartum period, so I wanted to know exactly what she was struggling with to see if she'd be a good candidate for our program.
So did you initiate the call to Lindsay Clancy?
With the permission, I asked Sue Clancy if Lindsay had given permission, and she said she had.
And in the conversation that you had with her, do you know approximately how long that phone conversation lasted?
I don't recall.
Okay. But were you able to get all the pertinent information from her during that phone call?
I got enough data to determine that she would be a good candidate for the program.
So she would have met criteria for a referral from any other resource?
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say that in this conversation, in order to determine whether she qualified, you had to ask her some background questions?
I did.
And so were you able to identify whether she was in that postpartum period?
Yes, I asked when the birth of Callan was, and she said it was May 26th, 2022.
And so after determining that she was in fact postpartum with a baby at home, did you ask her any questions, or did you learn any information about how the experience was earlier in the postpartum, right after birth?
I did. She said she did really well for the first 12 weeks. She was excited, really happy. And then when Patrick went back to work, she said she started to struggle with some anxiety.
And you knew Patrick to be her husband, Patrick Clancy?
Correct.
And do you recall her indicating that she was having difficulty leaving the baby, that she was feeling overwhelmed and having racing thoughts?
Yes.
And so in your training and experience, are those things that you would hear from new moms?
It was very typical of what I'd hear.
Did you learn from her whether she had engaged with any other treatment prior to contacting or prior to you having this conversation with her?
She did say that she had met with a psychiatrist. She didn't give the name. And then she'd also said that she had been in the emergency room a few days prior to.
Okay. And were you able to determine that was actually the South Shore emergency room?
Yes, it was.
And that would have been on November 16th of 2022?
Correct.
Now, in addition to seeing a psychiatrist, did she identify to you some medications that she had been taking up to that point?
She did. She said she had trialed Zoloft for 1 week. She also said that she'd been trialing Ativan and Benadryl, which worked the best to help her sleep. She identified she had questions about Buspar, didn't say specifically whether she had been prescribed that or not, but that she had questions about Buspar.
Okay. And did she mention anything about that combination of Ativan and Benadryl in her treatment history that was of concern to her?
Just that she had been taking it for 2 weeks. It worked really well, but then she was getting concerned about dependence, so she self-weaned herself off of that.
And were you aware, did she tell you that she had been prescribed trazodone after that?
Yes, after she went to the emergency room, she was prescribed trazodone.
Did she indicate whether the trazodone gave her any relief to her sleep issues?
She said she was able to fall asleep, but was having difficulty staying asleep.
Did she also indicate to you that one of her goals was not to be on long-term medications?
Yes, she did.
And based on this initial phone conversation, did you recommend that she come in for an intake appointment?
I did.
How about the immediate need for sleep? Did you address that with her in the phone
I just encouraged her to take the medication that she already had on hand, that if the Benadryl and the Ativan were working, she should take that to help her sleep that night. And we talked the next morning about different options.
And also in this initial phone call, did you have a conversation with her about options and risks of various types of SSRIs or continued use of benzodiazepines?
Yes, we reviewed that being on SSRI most of the time is preferable than being on benzodiazepines for long periods of time, especially to address her concern about addiction or dependency on the medication.
And is this kind of a normal?
Because I know a lot of you are not looking at your screen. This witness does not have a chart in front of her. She has not looked at a note. She seems, my impression of her is that she's very competent, that she really cares. She's probably devastated about what happened. I don't know how many times Lindsay saw her, but this is the woman that her own mother-in-law referred her to. Would you call this doctor shopping, or would you call this maybe going for a second opinion? Keep that in mind.
Conversation you would have
On the medication.
Okay. And is this kind of a normal conversation you would have with somebody to screen them and determine whether the clinic, the Self-Shore Perinatal Clinic, was an appropriate fit?
Yes, it's more to establish rapport and get a basic understanding and make sure that she was safe.
Okay.
And she did indicate that she was safe.
And so that's kind of my follow-up to that. So in the course of that phone call,
To make sure that she was safe. Whenever did Dr. Tufts ever say anything about Lindsay being safe? Did she ever ask her if she felt safe? If she was safe? Never once did she ever use the word safe. That's very interesting that this is like the first thing. This woman hasn't even seen her yet. I think she hasn't even seen her yet. This is like over the phone and she just wants to know, are you safe?
Rapport and get a basic understanding and make sure that she was safe.
Okay.
And she did indicate that she was safe.
And so that's kind of my follow-up to that. So in the course of that phone call, you were able to communicate with her, correct?
Correct.
And what she was telling you about her reported history, did that seem to make sense to you?
Yes, it did.
And did you identify, or were you addressing or assessing during the whole course of this conversation whether there was any immediate safety risk or need for her?
Yes, I was.
And did you find that there was any?
There was no immediate need.
Now, as a result of this conversation, did you determine whether she was having any suicidal ideations?
Yes, I asked her specifically if she felt like she wanted to harm herself or her children, and she said no.
And how about asking her about homicidal ideations?
Yes.
And did she indicate whether she had any?
She did not.
Did you also ask her whether she had experienced any auditory hallucinations?
I did.
And did she experience any?
Not at the time, no.
And did she indicate to you whether she'd ever experienced any?
No.
How about visual hallucinations? Did you ask her about those?
I did.
And did she indicate that she had experienced any?
No.
And delusions, did you ask her whether she had any delusions?
I didn't ask specifically about delusions, I believe.
Okay. And in the course of talking with an individual, do you kind of constantly keep that in mind with what they're telling you, whether they're having any ideas or of delusion?
Yes, I did.
And this is like November, right? I think she said she had this call with her around the 20th of November, somewhere around there. The 16th, she had been in South Shore ER. This was around the 20th of November. And at that time, she was denying any auditory or visual hallucinations.
I do.
In the having any ideas or of delusion?
Yes, I do.
In the conversation you had with her on November 20th, did you identify, based on your conversation with her, whether she was experiencing delusions?
No, I did not.
And fair to say, a standard set of questions that you also ask have to do with drug use or tobacco or alcohol. Did you ask those questions as well?
I don't recall.
If I were to show you your note, would that refresh your memory?
I have my notes right here. I could look at it.
Okay, I'm gonna draw your attention to the note from November 20th of 2022.
Yes, I did ask her apparently. And she said no to illicit drug use, tobacco or marijuana or alcohol at that time.
Okay. And she also indicated to you that at this time on November 20th that she had stopped breastfeeding.
That's correct.
Now, did she schedule or did you schedule with her an intake for the next day, November 21st?
We did.
And at the clinic, what generally is the practice for whether a person appears in person or on a telehealth visit or virtually?
Generally speaking, we like to do the intake in person as long as it's feasible. And for her, it was.
Okay. And just kind of while we're on that topic, going forward with a patient who's being seen at the clinic, what are the criteria to determine an in-person visit or a telehealth visit?
They're given the option about what works best for them.
And are there instances where you as a provider might insist a person comes in person?
If somebody needs to do like a urine drug screen or laboratory work, we'll have them come in. Or if they seem to be not making sense or having more difficulties, we'll have them come in person.
Well, you do lab work, you say? You do lab work there? That's crazy.
And if a person is scheduled for an in-person visit and there are no observed issues on your end, can they opt to change it to a virtual appointment at any point?
Yes.
And that's just the normal course of business at the clinic?
Correct.
Now, in this particular instance, you said the intake was in person, right?
Yes.
And
in-person intake,
during the course of
Linda worked with Julie at South Shore Hospital. She says she's excellent, was wonderful to her patients. She has a passion for helping pregnant patients with mental health issues. I love that. Thank you, Linda.
The intake, are there?
My instincts are on point.
During the course of the intake, are there particular types of questions that are asked of the person to get to know them and get to know their situation?
Yes, generally we do a full intake. The first thing they do is meet with the nurse who does all the screenings.
And one of the things that is asked of an individual when they come in is to tell you why they are there, right?
Correct.
What their complaint is.
Yes.
And so for this patient, for Lindsay Clancy, what did she identify as the reason for the visit?
Would it be okay if I refer to my note?
Sure.
First time.
So she said pretty much I cannot sleep was her major concern.
And is that something that you've seen in your experience with new moms that come through the clinic and are postpartum?
It's very typical.
Now, even with that report or that reason, do you do a full history to try to identify kind of what's going on in the present and what has happened in the past?
Yes, I do. And
generally, is it fair to say that that's kind of the goal of an intake, right?
I do that with every client. I have a standard set of questions.
Is that just for the intake or any follow-up?
Any follow-up, I have a basic kind of script, but I always adjust it based on what they're saying.
But fair to say, once a person gives
It's going to be so interesting to see if this nurse practitioner, who's also, I think she said a midwife, a doula, is more thorough in her, I'm sorry, I did you dirty girl on that freeze frame. Is more thorough and more knowledgeable about postpartum issues than the Ivy League educated psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts. See if you can tell the difference.
Of their background, especially, but fair to say, once a person gives kind of that history of their background, especially if they've had prior births before, prior experiences with mental health professionals or psychiatric history, that kind of follows the patient as they go through with their subsequent visits.
Yes.
So in this instance, you had some background information from the phone call you had with her, but did you go back through those standard questions that you'd ask in an intake?
I did.
And did you learn a little bit more about her current mental status? Did you ask her some questions about currently how she was in this November 21st meeting?
I did.
And so, again, do you kind of go through in each and every instance whether the person has any thoughts of suicide or harming themselves or others?
At every visit, those are standard questions that I ask if they have any type of suicidal homicidal ideation or auditory or visual hallucinations.
Do you ask the same questions each time, or is it kind of fluid based on your rapport and conversation with the patient?
Generally, I try and touch upon the topic. Sometimes we get to that answer indirectly just by the line of questioning that we're using.
Okay. And where it had been reported to you that she had been on the Zoloft and stopped due to insomnia, that she was overwhelmed and her mind was racing. Did you talk with her about intrusive thoughts?
I did.
And did she indicate whether at that point she was having any intrusive thoughts of harming herself or her babies?
She was not.
This is November 21st. Yes, she is a defendant in at least what I have in front of me is Lindsay Clancy's malpractice case. She is a named defendant, as is South Shore Hospital. Just one of the many.
Did she report to you how she was feeling at home with having now 3 children to take care of?
She was feeling overwhelmed.
And that, again, reiterating that around 12 weeks when Patrick went back to work, that she was having increased anxiety.
Correct.
And did she indicate to you that that was something that she had experienced to some extent with her other 2 children?
At least with her second pregnancy.
And was she able to manage that with her second pregnancy without medication?
As far as what I was told, yes.
And fair to say she indicated that she would use breathing, meditation, and yoga to work through it.
Correct.
And so on this November 21st intake date, you again ask about drug use, right?
Correct.
And at this point, she had told you that she did trial one CBD gummy at some point, but that did not help.
Correct.
And you also learn about any prior psychiatric medication she had been on?
Yes, she had been on the Zoloft, the Ativan. She had been prescribed Buspar, but she didn't indicate whether she had taken that or not.
Okay, and so that was her report of her most recent course of treatment. But did she talk about having anxiety issues
yes.
further back in her history?
Yes, in college she had trialed Prozac, Perinatal, and Wellbutrin.
And fair to say she indicated that to you that she did well on those medications in nursing school?
Correct, with the only side effect being sexual side effects.
Did you talk to her at this point in November 21, 2022, about whether she had a plan to go back to work?
I don't know if that was a specific day. I know that we talked about work at a different date.
Okay. If you have your note in front of you, I just draw your attention to maybe the last paragraph of the history of present illness.
Oh, I'm sorry. And you're talking about the day of the intake?
Yes, sorry.
Sorry, I thought you said the 22nd. So, yeah, she had planned to go back to work in October, but it got delayed. She pushed it forward to November because she was having anxiety.
Okay. And during the course of this intake, again, you did those same mental status screens for any concerns, right?
Correct.
Did you know any in this face-to-face in-person meeting with her?
No, she was goal-directed, linear. She was a great historian, actively participated in the care plan.
And as far as some of the screenings that you do during these visits, for a person who is in that postpartum period, are there any specific screenings that you do?
Yes, we do the Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale. We did the GAD, which is...
What's that you say? The Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, really? It is important in your line of work? Tell us more.
The Generalized Anxiety Depression Scale. We did the Mood Disorders Questionnaire Scale, the Colombian Suicidal Scale, as well as the 5 Ps, which assesses for substance use disorders in pregnancy and postpartum.
Oh, you mean you do
And
5 tests? 5 tests. Wow, you sound a lot more thorough than the MD who was holding herself out as a postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression expert.
As far as in each one of those screens, what did you find as it pertained to this particular patient?
She was significantly high in the GAD-7, which is for generalized anxiety. She scored 21 out of 21, which is, they're just screening, so it's not diagnostic, but it did indicate that she was experiencing extreme anxiety. And then with the...
That's a perfect score. 21 out of 21. You win. You get general GAD. What does it stand for? General anxiety disorder, generalized anxiety disorder. You get one. 21 out of 21. That's a perfect score. That's as high as you can get.
Edinburgh postnatal depression, she was experiencing extreme anxiety. And then with the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, she scored a 23 out of 30. But the one that I look for the most...
23 out of 30 on the Edinburgh. They said anything over 15 was pretty bad. That's when you got to start to worry. She was 23 out of 30.
That scale is number 10, and she was negative 3 out of 30. But the one that I look for the most in that scale is number 10, and she was negative, and that's for suicidality.
Okay. And so why is it that you look at that one in particular, or why do you consider that most?
Because that shows significant depression, especially if they have thoughts of harming themselves.
Is it fair to say that that Edinburgh scale, it also could fluctuate with postpartum mom depending on their situation?
Yes.
And the other screens that you performed, did you identify whether there was any substance use issues?
No, there wasn't.
Now, once you were able to kind of gather all this information from her and do these screenings, were you able to come up with an assessment and a plan for how to help her?
Yes,
And what was going to be the plan with Ms. Clancy?
So we had discussed starting Prozac.
Okay. And is that, or why Prozac? Why start there?
Because she'd had a history of being successful on it in the past. And that's a good indicator that instead of trialing multiple medications, to start with the ones that actually work. So I gave her 10 milligrams for the first 4 days to make sure there were no adverse reactions. And then I was going to increase her to 20 milligrams if she tolerated that well.
Okay. And what about some of the medications that she had already, that she was already on, the Ativan and Benadryl and the Trazodone? Did you have a plan for those?
I did. So I encouraged her to take the Ativan. So when Prozac can sometimes be very activating, it can make the anxiety worse before it gets better when you first start it. So I wanted to pair it with the Ativan just in the beginning, just to help her be more comfortable with the anxiety and to make sure that it didn't interfere with her sleep.
And as far as Prozac,
so it can make your anxiety better before it can make it worse before it gets better. Dr. Tufts didn't tell us any of that. But I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I did suggest why didn't they just start her on Prozac if she had Prozac in the past and it worked?
Goes, what class of
with her sleep.
And as far as Prozac goes, what class of medication is it?
It's an SSRI, a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor.
Is it commonly prescribed to treat people with depression?
Yes, it is a first-line treatment.
You said first-line treatment?
Correct.
And the idea of pairing a particular medication like an SSRI with another medication, is that a fairly common practice with psychiatric medications?
Yes.
As far as you mentioned that sometimes symptoms could get worse before they get better. Is that also common with SSRIs?
Yes, it is.
Does it take a while for a medication to get into a person's system and stabilize them?
Generally, side effects are the first week or two, but to get to a therapeutic level, it's about 4 to 6 weeks.
And was this something that you discussed with her about the timetable it would take to reach a therapeutic level?
Yes.
And when we say therapeutic level, what's the goal of reaching therapeutic level?
Is remission in symptoms.
People start to feel better then, right?
Correct.
Now, even though you were advising that she continue with the Ativan and she had told you that she had concerns about continuing with the benzodiazepine, did you indicate that there would be a plan to taper that or reduce that?
Yes, once the activating symptoms went away, then we would look at reducing that and moving away from the Ativan and moving more towards like a Buspar.
Okay. And as far as talking about that plan and what the risks and benefits of that plan were, did she appear to understand and engage in conversation with you about that?
Yes, she verbally understood and said that she understood the instructions.
Did she ask the appropriate questions or follow up?
Yes, she did.
And as far as kind of overall what the plan was moving forward, was medication the only recommendation that you were making, or did you have other recommendations for her?
No, I set her up with talk therapy with Letitia Dukes as well.
Sorry, when you say talk therapy, what do you mean by that?
So coming in and actually doing cognitive behavioral therapy with a clinician, someone who is trained in this.
And so you mentioned Letitia Dukes.
Correct. She was the clinician in our program at the time.
And when you make this recommendation and this intake visit, do you work with the patient to schedule something before they leave, or is it up to them to schedule the time with the social worker?
It was set up with her before she left, I believe.
And you're aware that the first scheduled appointment with Letitia was for December 2nd?
Correct. I believe because it was a holiday week that week.
Okay. Now, this time that you were with Ms. Clancy during this initial intake, fair to say it was approximately 60 minutes?
Yeah, she spent 30 minutes with my nurse and 60 minutes with myself.
So she was there for an hour and a half.
Did you hear how deflated she was when she said that?
Time?
She was so deflated when she said so she was there for an hour and a half.
Nurse and 60 minutes with myself.
So she was there for an hour and a half.
Palpable.
And is that normal time period that you allot for people coming in for intakes?
Yes.
Mm.
And as far as follow up with you as the clinician and prescriber was
so not 17 minutes then, an hour and a half, you say? Oh, crazy town.
Was there a plan set follow up with you as the clinician and prescriber? Was there a plan set for when she was going to return?
Yes, we had established to return in 2 weeks.
Now, at this point, because you had made that initial contact with her and you had done this intake, was she going to be assigned to you as a patient?
This was going to be a short-term arrangement. I was already in the process of leaving the program at the time.
Oh.
Had that been communicated?
She was leaving the program at the time, right when she saw Lindsay. Oh, she probably feels so bad. She probably could have helped her. She cared about whether she was safe or not. She was already transitioning. She was already getting out of there. Man.
Communicated to her?
I don't recall.
Okay. As far as what your plan was, how long were you remaining at the practice?
I was at the practice until mid-December.
So this was like a pre-planned...
I was moving back to New Hampshire, yes.
But as far as the preliminary care, did you continue on with Lindsay as a patient?
No, I transferred her care on November 30th. And I communicated with that to Lindsay.
Aww.
So as far as...
She transferred her on November 30th, but she wasn't coming back until December 2nd. That's why she went back to Tufts, right? Somebody said, why is she a named defendant? Because when you're suing for medical malpractice, you sue everybody. You sue everybody and you let them point the fingers at each other. That's just the way it is. You sue them all. You sort it out later. For a lot of reasons. It wasn't me, it was them. I didn't screw up, they screwed up. Also more pockets. This is also the second amended complaint. She was not initially sued in the original lawsuit that we went over in January. She was moving back to New Hampshire. I'm just saying, thanks for gifting 5 memberships. You guys are really, really kind and generous today and every day. I think she feels bad about it too. I think you can just tell by her demeanor that she wishes she could have helped her.
Intake. So as far as after the intake, she was provided with that December 2nd intake or meeting with Letitia Dukes, the social worker. And then the next scheduled event would have been December 7th, right? For a follow-up.
She had I believe, I don't recall the actual, what her next follow-up with me was. I don't recall that date, but she did have a follow-up with Rebecca Gelata.
Okay. Prior to you communicating on November 30th that you were transferring her care, did you have further contact with Lindsay Clancy?
Yeah, we had a few phone calls and my chart messages going back and forth.
Can you just explain to the jury what the MyChart messaging system is in your practice?
It's kind of a chat feature between the client. They can reach out directly to the provider. It goes right to our inbox and we can talk back and forth between visits.
And do you encourage patients when they come in and that first meeting to utilize the MyChart messaging system?
I do. Often it's the quickest way to get a hold of me if they're experiencing any major issues.
And fair to say it's just an easy way in between visits to communicate particular points of information or concerns or symptoms.
Fair to say?
Yes.
Do you, in your practice, often use MyChart messages if you're not available to meet with the patient to make changes to their treatment plan?
Occasionally, yes.
Now, prior to your first MyChart message with Lindsay Clancy, did you get a text message from her on your personal phone?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall whether Sue Clancy provided your number to Lindsay?
I know I did. So she had my number because I called her from my personal phone call because it was on a Sunday when I reached out to her initially.
So that November 20th phone conversation was a communication between you and her on your personal phone?
Correct.
And so do you recall on November 22nd getting a message from her saying, "Hi, Julie, this is Lindsay Clancy. I'm sorry to contact you like this, but when you have a minute, can you please call?"
I can't recall whether that was a MyChart message or if that was on my personal phone. I apologize.
That's okay. As a result of some way her contacting you, did you then have or send her a message or have a conversation with her on November 23rd?
I know we communicated on the 22nd. I sent a message saying that was the day she was getting nervous about starting the Prozac, so we encouraged her to go ahead and start the Prozac. I know we communicated on the 23rd, either by phone or by MyChart message, that indicated that she had taken the medication. She had started it on the 22nd.
Okay. And were you aware at this time period that she was currently already a patient in the South Shore Health System network with a primary care physician named Margaret Anastasia?
Yes.
And she's a nurse practitioner, right?
Correct.
Now, as far as these concerns that she relayed to you about starting the Prozac, do you know whether she did start the Prozac?
Yes, she stated that she started the Prozac on the 22nd of November.
Okay. And by November 25th of 2022, did you start having some MyChart communications with Lindsay Clancy?
I did.
And so just referring first to November 25th of 2022, fair to say that you gave her or sent her a MyChart message encouraging to kind of stick with the plan, right?
Correct. Prior to that, yes.
At that point, had you prescribed her something to help her sleep outside what you had previously provided or outside what she had?
Before November 25th, I did not.
Okay. So on November 25th, did you prescribe her some additional medications?
I did. So she wasn't tolerating the Prozac, so we had a conversation about stopping the Prozac. I gave her, she was really having a hard time sleeping, so I gave her a one-time dose of Ambien. And then I also prescribed mirtazapine, which is another antidepressant, but it works really good for sedation and anxiety. So started that at 7.5 milligrams, told her to stop the Prozac. And I also paired it with Klonopin, but I told her explicitly not to take the Ativan, just to take the Klonopin to help. It's longer acting benzodiazepine to help her with sleep and longer acting anxiety support while we got this new medication up and running.
And so in your conversations with her about her concerns about the Prozac, fair to say she reported to you that she was feeling disconnected, out of it, a little bit spacey. Does that sound right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you said your recommendation at that point was to discontinue the Prozac.
Correct.
And as far as the Prozac went, she hadn't taken it for very long, had she?
She took it for 3 days.
3 days?
Correct.
And again, you had that conversation with her about kind of.
So was she a drug seeker or was she afraid to take drugs? Did she realize her own body right away? Did she realize when she was getting bad side effects and then asked to stop it within 3 days of the Prozac? Yes.
Waiting it out. And again, you had that conversation with her about kind of waiting it out for the 4 to 6 weeks. But based on what she was reporting to you, did you have any concerns about her stopping the Prozac after only 3 days?
When a client doesn't have buy-in to the medication, it's awful. It doesn't work as well. So I was working with Lindsay to try and find a medication.
Did she say when a client doesn't buy into the medication? Like this is some sort of like, we got to buy in to the fact that these SSRIs are really doing anything, even though nobody really knows how they work? Hold on.
Only 3 days.
When a client doesn't have buy-in to the medication, it's awful. It doesn't work as well. So I was working with Lindsay to try and find a medication that would make her feel more comfortable. She was feeling very uncomfortable, very anxious. And the Prozac, she just wasn't tolerating the activation from the Prozac. So mirtazapine is a little bit more calming, which I thought.
Maybe buy-in is a medical term? Or are you saying if you don't believe that it's going to work, it's not going to work? Like you have to believe. I'm not sure. I'm not a doctor. So she's working to try and find a medication that
she would resonate with better.
And so again, this is not one of those follow-up visits on a telehealth or a face-to-face. So were you relying heavily on what she was reporting to you?
Yes.
And again, in that MyChart message, you did indicate to stop the Prozac, Benadryl, and Ativan, and don't take while taking Klonopin, right?
Correct.
And in your practice as a psychiatric nurse practitioner who prescribes medication, is it common that you have to kind of trial different medications to find the right one to work for any given patient?
Yes, it's pretty common practice in psychiatry.
And fair to say, there's no way to anticipate how a particular patient is going to respond to any particular medication treatment.
Correct.
So after prescribing the Klonopin, the mirtazapine, and giving her that single dose of Ambien, did you do anything or set anything up to follow up with her after changing those prescriptions?
I just told her she can MyChart message me over the weekend. It was the holiday weekend. So I made sure she knew I was available to answer her questions.
And fair to say she did, in fact, MyChart, you sent you MyChart messages over the course of that weekend, correct?
She did, yes.
And so starting at 7:51 on November 26th, she reported to you kind of how that night went, didn't she?
Yes.
Where she said, I did better last night. I took 7.5 mirtazapine and 0.5 Klonopin at bedtime, slept fairly well on and off until 3:45. And then she asked, do you think increasing the mirtazapine will help me stay asleep longer? I can survive like this, but would be helpful to get to sleep until at least 5. Thoughts? Thank you, Lindsay.
Yes.
Did you respond to that message?
I did.
And what did you advise her to do when she asked about increasing the mirtazapine and wanting to stay asleep longer?
I said she could trial the 15 milligrams.
And again, is that something that is common for you to do in prescribing, that maybe you have to adjust the dosage?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns that increasing the mirtazapine up to 15 would have had any issues or problems?
No.
And then again, on November 27th, you had a correspondence with her starting at 9:59 a.m., where she again reports to you how she did that night. Is that something you encouraged her to do, to just give you a nightly or like a follow-up the next day, check in to let you know how she was or what she was experiencing by way of symptoms?
I do that with a lot of clients that are really anxious. I like to make myself available to them so that they have that reassurance.
Okay. So this wasn't kind of unexpected.
It wasn't out of the ordinary for me.
And so on the 27th, she indicated she slept well, taking the 15 mirtazapine and the 0.5 Klonopin, feel rested but super disconnected with myself and reality, and describes it as a scary feeling, thinking of stopping Klonopin tonight and just taking the mirtazapine. Do you recall that?
I do.
Communication? And she acknowledges
super disconnected with myself in reality and describes it as a scary feeling. Listen to that again. I don't know how this is helping your case.
The 0.5 Klonopin, feel rested but super disconnected with myself and reality, and describe
super disconnected with myself and reality from the Klonopin.
It was a scary feeling, thinking of stopping Klonopin tonight and just taking the mirtazapine. Do you recall that?
I do.
Communication? And she acknowledges that I've only taken it 2 nights, so that should be right, okay? Or sorry, I've only taken it 2 nights, so that should be okay, right? Do you recall her asking that?
She's referring to the Klonopin, and yes, she did. She was really anxious about being dependent on benzodiazepines. So I think her goal was to not be on them. And if she was going to, the disorientation might have been because of all the sedation from the mirtazapine, which is a common side effect, which is why we chose that. And she knew that. And adding the Klonopin, maybe removing that might have helped with some of the sedative factors for it.
So did you find there to be any issues with stopping the Klonopin or her deciding not to take it after 2 days?
No, I did not.
And in fact, you indicated and told her that should help with the disorientation, right?
Yes, it might.
Okay. And so that was on November 27th. And
she seems to be really communicative with
fair to say that there was another communication via my chart on November 28th with Lindsay Clancy.
Yes, there was.
And at this point, she was asking for, or there was some back and forth about needing a note for work, correct?
Correct.
And is that something that you had talked about with her about getting another note for work?
Yes, that's what I do that often.
And in fact, you kind of went back and forth with her, and ultimately she said never mind, that she didn't qualify for short-term disability anymore, and she's just going to be on personal leave.
Correct.
So on the 28th, there was no back and forth about her taking the medicine and the effects or how she was feeling?
She actually had a panic attack earlier in the day before those communications about work. And I recommended she take 0.5 of Ativan and go for a run. And I also recommended that she consider doing the partial hospitalization program at women and infants.
And what was her response to the recommendation for the partial?
Wow. Even though she's being sued by Lindsay Clancy, she's still standing by Lindsay Clancy and supporting Lindsay Clancy through her testimony. Because Ms. Sprague over here, the ADA, wants you to believe that she was only going there to get a note so she wouldn't have to go back to work. She's like, yeah, but she had a panic attack and I told her to go for a run.
Anymore, and she's just going to be on personal. And in fact, you kind of went back and forth with her, and ultimately she said never mind, that she didn't qualify for short-term disability anymore, and she's just going to be on personal leave.
So she was trying to get short-term disability because, you know, the income. And she said she was so adamant on not going back to work because she was not sleeping and did not feel that she could take care of her patients, because we've heard that before. How good of a nurse can you be if you're not sleeping to your patients who are delivering babies and in labor? She was willing to just go out on personal leave, unpaid or paid. It doesn't matter. She was willing to just like not risk her patients and just not go back to work, whether she was getting paid or not, it sounds like.
Right. So on the 28th, there was no back and forth about her taking the medicine and the effects or how she was feeling?
She actually had a panic attack earlier in the day before those communications about work. And I recommended she take 0.5 of Ativan and go for a run. And I also recommended that she consider doing the partial hospitalization program at women and infants.
And what was her response to the recommendation for the partial hospitalization program?
At that time, she felt it wasn't going to work logistically for her or her family.
Okay. And why did you recommend maybe going for a run?
To get rid of some of the adrenaline from the anxiety. And running has been a really good thing for her in the past, and I thought it would help calm her down.
Now on November 29th of 2022, that was the first day that she actually met with Rebecca Gelada, but you had some conversation with her, or she sent you a message, I should say, earlier in the day, correct?
She sent me a message earlier in the day, and at that time I wasn't working that day, and Rebecca had an opening, so I offered the appointment with Rebecca for her. So I didn't actually communicate with her that day.
Okay, but you did receive her message at 6:05 a.m. Where she reported that at that point she took 15 Remeron and CBD and it only worked slightly.
Correct.
So how did you get from what you have told us now was the mirtazapine, or that's Remeron, right?
Correct.
How do we get from just the mirtazapine with not the other, without the Klonopin or without some other?
The Klonopin was
All right. For everyone who's been taking notes like I have, mirtazapine equals Remeron. Thank you.
an as
Not
correct.
How do we get from just the mirtazapine with not the other, without the Klonopin or without some other?
The Klonopin was an as-needed medication. So I honored her choice to be able to decide whether she wanted to take that or not.
Okay. So after this panic attack, after the communication about the work form, she reports the next morning that she took the 15 of the mirtazapine or Remeron, and then she was having some sleep issues, right?
Correct.
And that she tried breathing meditation and muscle relaxation, but that she ended up having to take that Ativan.
Correct.
Now, had you had any conversation with her in this back and forth in these MyChart messages about whether Ativan was something that she should continue to take?
It was understood that she wouldn't take it until I had that conversation with her. I was under the understanding that she wouldn't be taking it while taking the Klonopin.
But she had told you she wanted to discontinue the Klonopin.
Correct.
And so you said as of November 30th that you had then fully transferred care.
I let her know that I would be leaving the clinic and I thought it would be best if she saw a clinician that was working 5 days a week.
And Rebecca Gelada, is she a clinician that works at the clinic?
Correct.
And had you worked with her for quite some time?
She had been in the clinic, I think, for 2 years, I believe, at the time.
And you said that you had recommended on the day before, on the 29th, that she set up that meeting with Rebecca because she was available.
Correct.
So it just was kind of happenstance that she ended up with Rebecca, or?
I was in the process of transferring all of my patients between Rebecca and our new hire, and Rebecca was an experienced clinician, so I felt she would be a better match for Lindsay.
Okay. And as far as when you sent or communicated to Ms. Clancy that you were transferring her care, that was via MyChart message, right?
Correct.
And Lindsay then responded to you, or do you recall if she responded to you? I'm sorry.
She did respond to me saying, thank you for the care that I provided. She appreciated it and wished me luck.
Did you have any other contact with Lindsay Clancy after that point?
No, I did not.
Thank you, Crystal. I don't know. Mama's 8838 says, why don't more hospitals do the 60-hour infusion like the hospital in Rhode Island? I don't know.
Just to be clear, so when we were talking about moving from November 28th to the 29th in time, did you have a phone call with her outside the MyChart messages about that panic attack? Or do you recall having entering a progress note about that?
I do remember entering a progress note about that. And that's when I told her to go for the run. I made the recommendation for the PHP.
Look at Flew This Coop. Gifted 10 memberships unto everyone who was so randomly gifted by Flew This Coop. Flew This Coop. Thank you so very much. Thank you. So kind and generous. And then Paola gifted 5 memberships right after that. A lot of new members today. Welcome to all of you. Just a gentle reminder to close out your chat if you're on your phone and just hit the like button because it helps the algorithm push this stream out to more people.
Did you ever have any further contact with Sue Clancy about Lindsay Clancy's care after that first contact on November 20th, 2022?
I don't recall that.
I have no further questions at this time.
Council, can I see it? Sidebar.
Okay, going to sidebar. Maybe they're going to break for tomorrow. Let's just see. It makes sense.
All right, well, members of the jury, just a couple minutes. So we're going to break. The Commonwealth is finished on their direct. We're going to start with the cross-examination of this witness, but we're going to start that tomorrow. All right, so we're going to break till tomorrow. Remember my instructions. Don't talk about this case. Don't read about this case, even similar cases in regards to this. Don't read anything. Don't take any field trips. Don't do any research. You kind of know what the instructions are. I'm going to ask you those questions. We'll come in. We might start. I'd ask you to be here ready to go at 9. There may be an issue I have to talk to counsel. It might cause a little bit of a delay, but we'll try and keep that minimized. We'll get you in here tomorrow. Okay, great. Thank you for all your work, and I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Don't look at any other similar cases like the one I just got overruled on. I think it's, is it Latarsha Sanders? The one I got overturned, reversed on appeal. She's getting a new trial. She killed her 2 kids in a ritualistic voodoo type killing. And Judge Sullivan would not allow in some of her psychiatric records. And so that case has been overturned. She's getting a new trial. She's currently serving 2 life sentences. Flus Coop says, never underestimate the results of not sleeping. I've had 2 psychotic episodes after not sleeping for 56 plus hours due to chronic pain. So key to get sleep under control. Thank you for tuning in from Canada.
Before this court's in session, please be seated.
All right. Anything else we need to address the court? All right. Thank you. So the plan will be to start tomorrow. Before we bring the jury back in, my plan would be to address the defendant's motion for that additional witness. We could maybe do that first thing, and then after we argue that, go right back into the presentation evidence. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
They've made a motion to have Emily from TikTok come in. Remember Emily from TikTok? We watched her TikTok video. She worked at McLean for 8 years, and she's talking about skeleton crews and everything. Personally, I don't think he's going to allow it, but I do think it's an excellent good faith effort to try. When TikTok gets you noticed. Yeah, Latarsha killed her kid, stabbed her kids like over 100 times. Right. Thank you, Law and Disorder, for reminding me of that. And back to the chat. What a day. What a day. I would say that Jennifer had a tough day. She had a tough day with Shreddington. Kevin Reddington, slice and dice. Tell me what you think in the chat and in the comments. What you think, how you think Dr. Jennifer Tufts' testimony went today. Got some questions here for you. Via Venmo, Linda, thank you very much. Says, thanks for your passion covering this case. That I think was from before. Hang on 1 second.
Good morning. It's Monday, August.
Whoop. Let's take that down. Stop sharing. Close some tabs. Close some windows because it's getting really drafty in here, as it does. Bruce, thanks for your Venmo. Says psychiatrists have one of the highest suicide rates among all medical specialties, with historical data reporting rates between 58 to 65 per 100,000 compared to 11 per 100,000 in the general population. I didn't know that. Thank you, Bruce. Mushup Pilgrim says, thanks for your commentary. So helpful. Thank you for your Venmo. Sheila says, thanks for everything you do. Thank you, Sheila. Michelle says, thanks for your coverage. Thank you, Michelle. Kelly says, I'm no doctor, but wouldn't it make more sense to hospitalize her and take her off everything and start from scratch? They are throwing these drugs at her like she's a lab rat. This is disgusting. They should all be stripped of their medical licenses. Listen, Dr. Yosef, if you've watched his commentary, he has a YouTube channel. That's his opinion. His opinion is that, that's his business also, is getting people off of these psychiatric drugs by, I don't know if he's got some virtual program or something of titrating and weaning them off these psychiatric medications. I don't know. Is it kind of like detox? So you have to, it sounds like that's what she did at McLean. She was brought in and detoxed off the Seroquel. Also important to note that Seroquel and some of these other medications that she was on are the medications that they give people in rehab to detox them from the substances that they are in there to get off of. Right? Yeah, please don't put the medication names in chat because YouTube hates it. Seroquel and other antipsychotics for people that are withdrawing from things like alcohol. Thank you, thank you, Kelly, for your common sense. Pamela Joe says for mental health. Thank you. I appreciate you. Judy says, thanks for all your amazing streams and your knowledge. Thank you. Suzanne, this was pro forma treatment, not personalized in-depth treatment of a sick woman. Dr. Tufts didn't know what she didn't know, and it destroyed the Clancy family. Prayers up for all. I mean, I don't know if I can get to the point where everything that happened here is on Dr. Tufts. I don't think I can get there. But could this have been prevented? Was there a toxicity issue going on? Did all of these medications, no matter how many of them they took, but the combination of them change something in her brain that made her have a psychotic break? That's the $1 million question here. Was she in psychosis at the time that she committed these horrific acts against her children? Was she unable to tell the difference between right and wrong and lawful and unlawful? And was she or was she not able to control her actions? That's what it comes down to. The rest of this is kind of just window dressing and fluff. It is Lindsay Clancy's state of mind that's important here. And the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was not suffering from a psychotic break at the time that she committed these horrific acts. They have to prove it. And so far, let me know if they've proven it to you. This is day 10 of this trial. Adrian says, new studies show that SSRIs in women actually block serotonin, but block production of dopamine, block increased serotonin. Women's mood stabilizer is actually oxytocin. My PPDP team told me it's 2 years, especially with breastfeeding because of the hormones involved. Right. That's another thing. Is postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression something that is biological in nature because of the hormones changing and everything like that? Or is it psychiatric? There's a divided community on that. I even think the medical profession might be divided on that. Is it something physiological and biological, or is it something psychiatric based on the hormones? I don't know. I need to hear from an expert on this. We're going to hear from a lot of them too. Sheila, thank you. Michelle, Kelly, and I think I'm repeating. Elaine, thank you very much. Says, thanks for covering. I'm appalled at how Lindsay was failed. Christine, my head's popping off. This woman was failed on so many levels. So freaking astonishing. Betsy, XOXO, said now she has a cheetah bow. A cheetah bow. She did say in her opening that Cora loved bows and unicorns. She didn't mention any of the boys liking zombies or anybody liking zombies, but she did make that part of her running theme. I love you, Betsy. XOXO. Elaine, thank you very much for your very generous Venmo. Happy Monday. She was earlier this morning. So excited for K-Red's cross today. You have a blessed week too, Elaine. I love you so much. Somebody said, I don't think there's a distinction. Oh, wait, I don't know what that is. Lori says, no matter the outcome of the trial, I feel like Jennifer Tufts' career is over. Having a lawsuit on your license is hard to overcome. Not really, no. No, doctors get sued all the time. I'm here to tell you that doctors get sued all the time. Some doctors get sued more than others, but having a lawsuit against you is not the end of your career as a doctor. Also understand this. Medical malpractice cases are very, very difficult to prosecute as a plaintiff's lawyer because most doctors have consent policies, which means the insurance company cannot settle the case without their consent. That is very different from car accident cases and other types of general liability cases where the insurance company can settle your case or can settle the case against you, whether you consent to it or not. And at least here in New York, most insurance policies for doctors are consent policies because of that very reason. Like it is like a mark against their record, but I wouldn't say that having a lawsuit against you or even two big ones is necessarily the end of your career, but it certainly doesn't help. Allie, thanks for your matcha latte. I appreciate you so much. She said, every day you make me laugh out loud, think critically, and teach me new things about trial and law. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Allie. I'm going to need a lot of matcha lattes. If you were going to buy merch today, wait until tomorrow, because I think tomorrow is going to be 20% off in the merch shop that I use. And I think it's going to be going on for like 5 days. Save you shekels if you want to buy some merch, and do it for sale. Do it when it's on sale. And I think the sale starts tomorrow. It's going to be 20% off everything in the merch shop. Lisa, thank you for 5 matcha lattes. She says, thanks for your compassion and empathy. Thank you so very much. I have done a collab with Peter Tragos before, and so that is possible that it could happen again. Thank you so very much. You guys are sending me all kinds of information. I don't know how I'm going to keep up with my inbox today, if ever. All right. I think Bob Mata is in town, right? As far as I know, Bob Mata from Defense Diaries was in the courtroom today. So check out if he's going to do a show later to talk about his experience in court today. It should be very interesting. The watcher said, watching the redirect on 2.5 speed, and it still drags. Yeah, I know. What can I do? I can't make it more interesting for you, but it is also very important. Melissa says, Julie Paul was my provider after one of my miscarriages. She was very thorough, did all those depression, anxiety screenings prior to every appointment. She sounds like a really caring provider. And I'm really sorry about your miscarriages. And let's see. Love always, Elizabeth. Love always to you too, Elizabeth. Thank you for your 10. Says to deny that there's plenty of men, family annihilators out there when it comes to men doing this, when they want a new life, would be awfully, I think you meant to say naive. It says native to pretend it doesn't happen. This case is his word. I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what you're trying to say. Are you trying to say that I'm denying that there's men family annihilators? I certainly am not denying that. I don't think we've covered a male annihilator, a male family annihilator case here, because I think Chris Watts was before my time. But I don't think we're denying that. I think what's at play here is a combination of medication, postpartum hormones, postpartum depression, psychosis. And I think there could be similar issues in cases involving men. For example, Nick Reiner. I think Nick Reiner might have a very good insanity defense. I don't know, because I don't know a lot about the case and there hasn't been a lot put out there. But what kind of medications was Nick Reiner on when he took the lives of his parents? That's going to be, I mean, I'm very sus about that case. And I think he also did already have a diagnosis. And so I'm going to be very interested to see how that plays out. I think this can happen to men or women. But I think specifically if this case is about postpartum, and it does raise awareness about postpartum and starts the dialogue and the conversation going, maybe that is one good thing that can come from this trial. Susan J says, but what if the plan is not to have a plan? Plausible last minute decision? Yes, I would say yes. Our S hat says, how can someone be so close to SI thoughts, be close to SI thoughts without having SI thoughts? Thinking you are close to that is literally having thoughts. I know. Make it make sense. Jenny was talking about Dr. Tufts when she says, this doctor said that Lindsay lacked insight and has brain fog, but relied on her reporting. Right. Who lacks insight? The patient. Right. And then Desert Quill also said, can't have it both ways. Dr. Tufts, either Lindsay's a great advocate for herself and you had no reason to ask any serious questions, or she consistently lacks insight, which means you shouldn't trust her. Sarah said, I've heard of Dr. Doolittle, but this is Dr. Do F All. Thanks for covering Gavel to Gavel. You're very welcome. I wasn't going to, and then we started, and now we're in it. There may be a day or two next week, though, when I'm not going to be allowed to. I'm not able to. Not going to be able to because of my schedule, but I will let you know ahead of time. Christine said that her reviews on health grades are not good. Please don't do that. Please don't go out there and leave. I'm not saying that you did this, Christine, but I'm please advising all of you, suggesting very gently, you do not do anything such as like that. Like go out and leave bad reviews for anyone in this trial. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Emily said, I found your page by my mom. We've been watching the trial, but she found you. Oh, I love that, Emily. She said, I cried at no matter how old your kids get, they always want their mom. You know, it's so true, right? Nancy, thank you for your 20. Sarah said, rest in peace, rest in power, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. The whole world will not forget you. May you bring much needed change to women's and mental health, please. Yes. BFIT as a nurse practitioner says postpartum psychosis increases with each pregnancy. Andrea Yates was warned about having more children. Yeah. She's also been inpatient, in custody in a psychiatric hospital since 2007. And every time it's time for her to have the chance to get out, she doesn't want to. Jessica said, I had postpartum depression 3 times. Every child was worse. It literally feels like you're going crazy. You're not yourself, crying randomly. Brain gets numb. At times, it's no joke. I'm so sorry that you went through that. A lot of nurses in the chat saying, as a nurse, if it's not written down, it didn't happen. People pointing out the differences between the UK and the US. Katiana says, as a medical student, it was beaten into us to take thorough past medical histories, especially during my psych rotation. Not asking what she was drinking, how much, and when she started is mind-blowing. Blue Dragonfly pointing out how hard it is to establish rapport through a screen. I agree. I mean, maybe when you're just, maintaining, but if you're really in crisis, I don't know why they can't see you in person. I don't know. I don't like it. I'm just like old school like that. MS Warrior works in the medical field. She has a plaque on her desk that says, but did you document it? Good documentation is a must in the medical field. Right. We heard Dr. Tufts today a lot of times saying, yeah, I didn't write it down, but that's what she said. I remember now. And then she tried to actually correct something in her records. That was probably the most exciting part of the day, with Kevin Reddington looking towards the jury and her saying, I don't care what it says. I don't care what it says. That's what I wrote. Maeve wants to know, if it's a hung jury, does Lindsay go free? If it's a hung jury, they will probably, most likely within an hour, decide that they're going to try her again. They could apply for bail at that point, but she has been held without bail since her incarceration. She's being held at Tewksbury Hospital in Tewksbury. And so, no, she doesn't automatically go free. If it's a hung jury, they will make the determination about whether or not they're going to try her again. They made it very quickly in the Karen Reed case, even though John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car and a car didn't hit John O'Keefe. They, did it right away. And so she doesn't go free unless he applies for bail and it's granted, but no. Talking about being old school. Minnesota Mama says, I'm scared for when all the old school people retire and that's all that's left are professionals who only know computers and checking boxes. Remote work has harmed us more than it's helped us, in my opinion. Yeah. Nobody's got the in-person office rapport, right? There's no water cooler talk. There's no being in person with your colleagues. I agree. And I think in-person work can be very important for the younger generations. Like knowing how to get along in an office with your coworkers is important, I think. Many people might disagree with me. PR said, I had a telehealth appointment with a millennial psychiatrist who said he couldn't treat me virtually because of my specific issues and recommended in-person treatment. See, that's amazing. That's a good doctor. That's amazing. I'm very happy for you. Jackie Beningo, Samantha's sister, is here. She said, why won't she say I was a brand new doctor? I'm so sorry. Because her lawyers would kill her. Her lawyers would kill her. I said this the other day. I said, so many of my clients never would have wanted to file a lawsuit if the doctor had just apologized to them. But the defense attorneys who work for the med mal companies do not apologize, do not contact the family, even when they know they did something, like go in for a leg amputation and they cut off the wrong leg. Don't apologize to the family. Whatever you do, it's an admission of guilt. We can't have that. And so that's why. But I mean, she kind of doubled down on what she didn't know. She doubled down on it. I don't like that. I wonder how the jury liked it. Lisa says, I wonder how much the protocol will change at Aster after this testimony, right? Will it? I don't know. We looked at the website. Sophie Cunningham also entered the chat today. That was wild. Yeah, the whole thing about the plan got a lot of you guys talking. Gene Taggart says another pending case that comes to mind is Sheriff Mickey Steins, who had a mental break, mental illness, no sleep for days when he shot Judge Mullins. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know he had no sleep for days. Yeah, that will be interesting. There's a lot of theories around that case. We haven't, it seems like I've always wanted to cover it, and I might have covered it once or twice, but I feel like we've always been neck deep in something else whenever Mickey Steins comes around remember he was the sheriff, right? What state was that? Is that Kentucky? That we're always neck deep in something else when Mickey Steins' hearings come up. Joanne, thank you so very much for your cash app. She says, thanks for all you do. Thank you guys for all that you do and for being here and for taking an interest and for having open minds and for being willing to listen to the evidence instead of rushing to judgment. And please stay away from TikTok, because everyone thinks over there on TikTok that Patrick Clancy has something to do with it. And I say no, because if he did, they'd be using it. One side or the other would be using it. Trust me. Same thing if he's having an affair. It's Kentucky, right? I mean, I have almost, I think, an entire steno pad full of notes from Dr. Tufts' testimony today. So in the chat, why don't you help me recap what Dr. Tufts said that was most offensive to you today? Will Reddington be questioning Patrick? Well, he did. Didn't he cross him, or did he not cross him, or was he going to call him back? That's a great question, because now I'm forgetting. Did he not cross Patrick Clancy? Patrick Clancy was the first witness on the stand. It's crazy how one day blends into another over here. We went through every single visit. Kevin Reddington went through every single visit that Dr. Tufts, I know, I take old school notes. Look, on a steno pad. I won't even use a real legal pad because it takes up too much of the little table in front of me. He did cross him, right? Yeah, so he did. He did question him. He was the first witness on day one. So go back to day one if you missed it. And I can't even get to the beginning of my notes. He did cross him, right? He went through every single visit that she had with Dr. Tufts. Okay, this is how many notes I have. See? Look at this pad. That's how many notes I have just from Dr. Tufts. And then it continued on to another pad. I'm going to have to go through all my notes before I got to digest this a little bit. But I'm sure that Peter Tragos, the lawyer you know, will be telling you everything later. Yeah, Mickey Steins does need covering. But I don't know. There are a lot of missteps here. Can I completely blame Jennifer Tufts for everything that happened? No. But I think we've learned a lot. Her holding herself out as an expert in postpartum depression is frightening. She was literally out of school. She was out of her residency for 10 minutes. 10 minutes when she started treating Lindsay Clancy. And it's wild, the medication changes. I want to hear from the experts on that and how dangerous these medications can be and the neurotoxicity that can happen in your brain. Dr. Tufts' most disturbing attribution is her ego, says Love from Tejas. But I will say that she did a good job of not falling apart. She didn't get combative until the very end. She was able to keep her composure. She really stuck to her script and stuck to her position that she didn't do anything wrong. And I think for a person who was on the stand for practically 2 full days, she did a really good job to defend herself. But I think we learned a lot about things that maybe she should do differently next time if she ever treats another postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis patient again. And then Jennifer Sprague just wanted everyone to believe that she did everything by the book and everything right. And it's It's scary. Yeah. Yeah. The cold turkey, stopping the SSRI, cold turkey. I think it was Zoloft. Oh, I love Janie. I love your, is that like a Volkswagen bus in your profile pic? I love it because I'm a hippie. You always taper, she says. She's a nurse. I don't know. It's up to the carrier to settle the case quick. Oh, she might consent to settle it, but there's a lot of defendants. It's not just her. They tried to blame it on Lindsay a lot, right? It's all Lindsay's fault. The fact that she's trusting Lindsay, that she's on the one hand calling Lindsay a great historian. She didn't have to get any of her records from anywhere else because she was a great historian. And she was telling me everything. So I didn't feel, and I believed every single thing she said. Like that blows my mind. Because people in psychosis may not tell you exactly what they're thinking. I don't know, I'm not a doctor. But do you ever think like maybe she's not being totally honest with me, and maybe talk to some family members, get a release to talk to the family members? Lindsay would have done anything to get out of the situation that she was in, to get out of the feelings that she was in. She would have given her permission, I bet, to talk to Patrick and her mother. It could have been very helpful in the lack of diagnosis, in the diagnosis that she failed to give. And I'm assuming that the diagnosis that she gave of GAD, and I don't know, did she even diagnose her with major depression? Is only because that's what was in the drop-down box. And postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis are not technically in the DSM-5. So you can't bill for it, maybe? I don't know. Trust but verify. Yeah, what happened to that? Exactly. All right. We have been here. Thank you for hanging in with me for 8 hours. In one more minute, we will have been here for a full 8-hour day. It's like a job. Thank you so much for being interested in this. I appreciate you so much. I'm going to digest this a little bit, and we will talk about it tomorrow. Maureen's also a hipster Aquarian. Peace. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, stay safe. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. Thank your moderators. Tip your servers. I'm going to be here all week. Gifted memberships are random. You have to opt into it. I will see you tomorrow, same time, 9 a.m. Eastern. Thank you for everyone who told me yesterday when I set the stream that I had set it for 9 p.m. instead of 9 a.m. It happens sometimes. I would have shown up at 9 a.m., but many of you might not have gotten your reminder. But thanks for all of you who try to help me through email. Because it's just me. It's just me and a microphone. I love you so much. I will see you in the morning. Please protect your peace. If you need to walk away from social media for the rest of the day until tomorrow, just do it. Go breathe. Get your yoga mat out. Go hang out in child's pose for a half an hour or an hour or however long it takes. And your peace is most important. Okay? Smash the like button on your way out. I will see you tomorrow morning. I love you guys. Stay safe. If there's a mother that you know who may be struggling, reach out to your friends. Reach out, pick up the phone. Pick up the phone, call them. Forget about texting. Pick up the phone. Call them. If they don't answer, text them. But the phone calls have become a thing also that people don't do anymore. It's just they just text each other. If somebody's like super depressed, they're not going to want to pick up the phone, right? So just, look out for each other. I'll see you in the morning. Peace.